Check, check, check. Looks like it's working. You never know. Let's do this. Angel of Death, huh? All right then.
And contain and type following. Manage those expectations, boundaries with consequences. Own your shit, be real, no playing. Communication to avoid complications. Expectations. Must be Nick.
In the streets of Rome where the queen was born. She guardian of good, her name is Mel. She fights for humanity, her heart is pure. She's fierce, she's feisty, that's for sure. Mel is the fairest lady in the land with a mighty stance and a helping hand. I know porn bombing on her YouTube page. This is Mel's Hub, this is a stage. She don't take no mess, she's got a steel spine. Injustice trembles when she draws the line. From the Colosseum to the Vatican's dome, Mel's the hero bringing justice home. Mel the fairest lady in all the land, with a widow crew with a helping hand. No porn bombing on her YouTube page. You fuck with Mel, you gonna have to pay. Swicking at her side, casting spells of light, and crispy treats moderating fights. Resto Chesto keeps the biz tight. Yeah, Mel Pandora's page does shine so bright. Queen Mel is the fairest in all the land, with a mighty stance and a helping hand. I don't try no porn bombing, went backstage. She got you on lockdown. This is Queen Mel's stage. Keep your dick in your pants. Mel's got the courage, Wiccan's got the charms. Crispy's the mark, she keeps the chaps from harm. Resto Chesto with the key, old fat ass, dropping funky beats. All the minions, all the mods, with helping hands. You shout, sorry love, please go on. You know Mel's top bitch, on these motherfucking YouTube streets. Mel's in Britain West, she's got a steel spine. Injustice trembles when she draws the line. From the Colosseum to the Vatican's dome, Mel's a hero bringing justice home. The widows, the odd ones roam. The keeper of Pandora's box, in the box, going live around the world. Check your clock, but your power is beyond belief. Proof you're gone like a morning queef. Mel's the fairest in all the land. Soothes all night, ask for her hand. Don't porn bomb on Queen Mel's page. She don't want to see your cock when you're backstage. Dick, her words are match, her mighty wit. In the face of darkness, she ain't never gonna quit. With a heart so pure and spirit so grand, Mel's the hero, the fairest in the land. She's proper fierce with a bitter cheek. In Mel's wonderland, she's never weak. With a cup of tea and a cheeky grin, Mel's the hero, let the fight begin. Rest on tech, we can spell as Chrissy gets her ace like proper crew. Mel Pandora's page can make your balls turn blue. At the bottom, the bottom. Fiercely feisty, completely awesome. In the face of evil, she ain't playing possum. Smile so bright, a spirit so grand. All are welcome, the bottom of weirdo land. Oh, so here to know, a sexy queen. On these streets, topic so keen. We all know, her heart is true. Now we all ride or die with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, with you, with you.
In the streets of Rome, is where the queen was born. She's guardian of good. Her name is Mels. She fights for humanity. Her heart is pure. She's fierce, she's feisty. That's for sure. Mel is the first lady in the land with a mighty stance and a helping hand. Oi, no porn bombing on her YouTube page. This is Mels Hub. This is her stage. She don't take no mess. She's got a steel spine. Injustice trembles when she draws the line from the Colosseum to the Vatican's dome. Mel's a hero, bringing justice home. Mel the fairest lady in all the land with a weirdo crew with a helping hand. No porn bombing on her YouTube page. You fuck with Mel, you're gonna have to pay. Miss Wicked at her side casts spells of light and crispy treat, moderating fights. Resto Chesto keeps the Riz tighter. Mel Pandora's page does shine so brighter. Queen Mel is the fairest in all the land with conversations that are never bland. Sex. Don't try no more bombing when backstage. She got you lot on lockdown. This is Queen Mel's stage. If you're digging your pants. Mel's got the courage, Wiccan's got the charms. Crispy's the mod, she keeps the chat from the harm. Resto Chesto with the keys. Old fat ass trumpet funky beats. All her minions, all the mods with helping hands. Sorry, love, please go on. You know Mel's talk big shit up on these motherfucking YouTube streets. Mel's in Britain with royal flair. Guardian of good, Mel's heart is rare. From London Street to the countryside, Mel's the hero, justice at her guide. The bloody queen of weirdos, the odd ones roam. The keeper of Pandora's box. What's in the box? Going live around the world. Yo, check your clock. Oi, with magical powers beyond belief. Poof, you're gone like a morning queef. Mel's the fairest in all the land. Suitors all night ask for her hand. Don't porn bomb on Queen Mel's page. She don't wanna see your cock when you're backstage. Dick. Her words unmatched, her mighty wit. In the face of darkness, she ain't never gonna quit. With a heart so pure and spirit so grand, Mel's the hero, the fairest in the land. She's proper fierce with a bit of cheek in Mel's wonderland. She's never weak with a cup of tea and a cheeky grin. Mel's the hero, let the fight begin. Resto's tech, fat ass beats, wicked spells. Is Crispy asleep? Together ace, right proper crew. Mel Pandora's page can make your balls turn blue. The fierce and feisty, completely awesome. In the face of evil, she ain't playing possum. Smile so bright, a spirit so grand. All are welcome at the bottom of weirdo land. Mel's hole. So here's to Mel, our sexy queen. On these streets, topic so keen. We all know her heart is true. Mel, we all ride or die with you, 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 with you.
The machine! Very nice!
The machine! That lies! The machine! That lies! The machine! While we discuss the lies told by the machine. On the machine! The machine! The machine! The machine! The machine! The machine! That lies! Size! 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 The machine! That lies! That lies!
And they tell us we're crazy. They say to talk about God's creation is God lore. What they teach you in school is canon. Because them and the rulers all have their hands in. They have us confined to a box. A doctrine. They put you in it from the day you exit the womb like a toxin. And if you talk about it, they say it's a sin. Even though they angels and God told you they're within you, they surface within you, baby, you. Baby, you. Baby, you. There's a machine that lies until you exit. You never know, but you've always been connected to the source. Oh, you, although you didn't know it. Although they tell you different, all life is sacred, but have you learned it? Of course not. They painted the ugly picture, showed you the dirtiest tapestry, didn't it, baby? And lied to you about prophecy. And like that tapestry, baby, they connected through a different kind of heaven or hell than what we've been taught. It's a family, baby. The family turned a canvas to a tapestry. And they got the same bloodline that the kings and queens were saying that the gods had in Egypt and Rome. Astrological religion, their world is God lore. And they put it all in entertainment now. The machine lies. The machine lies. The machine lies. The machine lies. It's all a dream. The machine lies. Forget what you know. Get what you've heard. Forget what you learned. What you were told. Nothing is as it seems. Forget what you gather in the day. Gaze beyond the ceiling. Nothing is as it appears. The machine lies.
Queen will feel no shame when its ways are revised and its mystics lose their fame.
Anybody wants to bullshit for a bit or anything, hit the link. Otherwise, I'm going to keep playing random shit. Change the background on that fucking Angel of Death shit. Unless... Just do this. Sure, that one. Mr. God is good. Let me get this shit cleared off here. Let's do stupid ass layout shit. There we go. What's good, Mr. God? You're muted up still.
What's up, brother, man? We were just on Mel's panel with AJ, bro.
Nice.
I thought I came up for this panel, you know what I mean?
Might as well, right?
Why not?
Cheers.
Why not? So that song, man, like, you know, like we were raised with Barney and like Santa Claus and all this shit, right?
I'm way before Barney, bro. I read on Barney.
That's fucking funny. But, you know, regardless, all the things we grew up with, like, of all of them as an adult, the Fallen Angels story fascinates me the most. What is it? Is it fairy tales? Is it aliens? Is it, you know, specific creatures that coincide with us? What is it?
I'm trying to fix this glare real quick. I like that topic too.
Are we supposed to know?
No, nobody knows, right?
I mean,
but
part of me says that's the wool that's pulled over our eyes, and part of me says that's exactly what's going on.
that's a really good thing to scare people with, is what I think.
Yeah, definitely a good tactic. I mean, there's nothing better than fear to motivate people.
I actually really get set off when people do that stuff to me, but because I see a lot of it, you know what I mean? Like I see a lot of the fear tactics and stuff used, and people just use it so regularly. It kind of upsets me.
It's definitely a tactic, so to say.
And I'm not immune to it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great observation that I've often found myself battling with is, are the organizations of religion just a tool to control on behest of the elite, you know?
I tried my best to really believe in that stuff. And I don't even like saying this publicly because it makes me even more of an outcast, but I can't get them. I like to think of it like I'm past religion or some shit, but I would also really like to assimilate with these people. Like, so it's a wild situation.
It's very valid. I mean, I've been in the back rooms and listening to guys plot and scheme about those very tactics, you know?
And then I was talking to a lady this morning. That's really nice to me. She was screaming at me for saying GD. And that's a sin. That's a sin. And like we got into a freaking religious thing. And she was telling me how church is for sinners. And like she has a totally reversed view of what I was brought up with, where it's like everybody's pretending to be perfect. And then you figure out that they're hypocrites.
Yeah.
She's looking at it from the other way, like everybody's a hypocrite. Come here and be better. And I thought that was a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
A lot of the
it's so distorted. I mean, I think that's what's so attractive about Islam. When you start to study other religions around the world, even though Islam isn't morally sound, it has like this strong kind of we're right, and anyone the infidels are against it. It's like the Jewish, you know, like you're a goyim if you're not one of a. And I think that is something that like holds strong. Whereas with Christianity, it's been so compartmentalized. So everyone's got their own version of Bible thumping. And it's fascinating to hear you say that because so many people have their own versions of what Christianity is these days in the West.
Yeah. That's always been my problem with Jim Bob. Is like I'm never gonna be able to be part of that, and he's just gonna smear anybody that's not. Like I've been called a Muslim by these people in his chat room so much it's not even funny.
Oh, shit.
Like I swear to God.
I guess that's better than being called gay these days, still, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should be a Muslim. I don't know.
I mean, I mean,
Holy
yeah.
shit, that's fucking funny.
Like I used to have, like when 9/11 happened, I was all in the indoctrination stuff, and I like said a bunch of crazy shit on YouTube and all that, like a lot of people. And then I realized that they appreciated Jesus a lot more than a lot of Christians do, and I was like, that kind of fucked my whole head up.
He's mentioned in the Quran more than in the Bible.
Yeah, that really snapped me out of.
Like, then that's the thing. It's these Judeo-Abrahamic religions, like Judeo-Christian religions. They're all very similar, but you know, it states if you look into these manuscripts, it states, like you were saying, that the silver-tongued devils of these organizations are the ones you need to avoid. Like, all you got to do is Google the Vatican, and it's creepy. Like what the artists are designing on the walls, it doesn't seem holy at all. You know, so it's like.
That snake, you can't unsee that snake room, dude. It's a snake room.
The prints on the Denver airport, the paintings and shit in the Denver airport.
Yeah, the Denver International Airport is a trip because they say the property of that airport underground is about 4 times the size of what's on land surface. It's insane. Yeah. And they had all these crazy murals there. Most people forget now because we have so much overstimulation all the years that's happened. But there were all these murals on the walls about, like, you know, Revelations kind of New World Order kind of aspect things. And the airport removed those murals. Like, those murals aren't there anymore. They're a lot more G-rated now.
A few of them, yeah.
They were still there when I went through back in the 90s. The late 90s. I can't remember what. Maybe it was like. Maybe it was 2000 when I went through. The murals were still
Holy shit! See, I didn't even know that. From what I knew, is that they rebuilt it very recently, and that's when all this mural controversy started. I didn't even know that. Wow!
It started showing up on TV shows, and there were a whole lot of theories and a whole lot of speculation about it. So I think that's probably why they took it down and changed it. There's also a rumor that the underground connects with the with NORAD in the side of the mountain. There's rumors that there's a tunnel from the Denver airport to the NORAD base that's built in the side of that mountain out there.
Have you heard of Phil Schneider, Ruck?
Yes, I have. Yes. In fact, I've been spreading his story to people, man.
He's like one of those people that when I talk to people that are aware about him, he gets categorized with David Icke and Alex Jones. But you got to look into his story. I mean, he had amputated limbs on his hands, and his arm was scarred. And he would say that we had miles of underground bases interlinked and tunnels in the United States. And this was old news, man. And yeah, he's considered one of those kooks in mainstream, like a kook.
Death,
but
right? You heard the story about his death, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, guys.
It's just like that guy William.
Many years, and he's accidentally gonna choke himself with the tube, right? Oh,
I have
Ruck, who is the guy? Just really quick, Ruck. Who is or CJ or even Fatty? Who is the guy that wrote the Behind the Pale Horse? He was heavily criticized for predicting a major false flag event before 9/11 happened.
Yeah, I don't remember who wrote it, but I have heard him talked about on podcasts.
Right. This guy got shot by the police on his own property, and they stated he was having suicidal thoughts.
Oh yeah,
William Cooper, right? He got killed by the cops on his property. They had an exchange. So yeah, I'm right there with you guys. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, there you go, bro. Shout out to Fatty, bro. Good shit.
And to anything I've ever learned about all that, I don't know what that guy did wrong. I mean, other than point shit out. But might not know the whole story.
He was just
he got too many people interested in it. He got too many people interested in it, and once it gets noticed, somebody has to stop talking.
Yeah. Well, I have this crazy theory, and I know, I've never been a cop. My mom used to see some of that footage that all the police always talk about, all the bad stuff and whatnot. But I want to believe in the good in people and stuff. And now that I've seen this like PDF thing be used as leverage in business, and I know that both parties don't do such things, it's like maybe all that's just a fear lie. Maybe that doesn't really happen. You know what I mean? I know that might sound crazy, but I want to believe that.
You know, maybe the story of the psyop is the psyop.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to stop thinking about this kind of shit because
Well,
I went
like
down
you
that
know,
rabbit
right.
CJ, it goes back to like hiding everything in plain sight, right? There's one universal law, which is you got to keep the truth in plain sight. Subliminal, symbolic. We turn on the television and we flip through the channels, right? We're channeling these things, and so it's like with Credo Mutwa, the guy David Icke interviewed. I don't know if you know him. He was from the Isle of Wight. Talked about the reptilians. You know, he used to be like the soccer player, news presenter guy. Said he was the next coming of Jesus. Kind of lost it, and then he's had this whole career built on, you know, we're being controlled by the reptilians, the monarchs are yada yada yada. And that guy interviewed this African shaman named Credo Mutwa in the early 90s, late 80s. And this guy was talking about the Chitauri. And when I was a kid into all this conspiracy stuff, I didn't really think much about it. But then Marvel comes out, you know, the comics had it in there, but I didn't read the comics. Marvel comes out with these movies where Loki and the aliens, what are the aliens called? The Chitauri, right? So it's just like stuff like that that messes with me. And like what you're showing there, like I always point out people to World War II, like Einstein before he ran over and snitched to us, and Oppenheimer developed the Manhattan Project. The Nazis were heavily involved in the occult. They went to places like India and Tibet and the Himalayas, and they studied
Colorado.
ancient religions. They studied ancient civilizations and the technology that these civilizations had. They took the peace sign of Hinduism, flipped it, removed the dots. That's what the
Right.
swastika is, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
They
what
also
they
tried
came
to
back
collect.
with.
They
now.
Yeah,
also
but like
tried to
what
collect all of the ancient relics
Right.
that had any legends attached to them that they could
right,
get their hands on. They tried to
Now,
get all that stuff.
right.
now
And
I've heard
and
this
and
from.
just really quick, the scientific evidence, right? Just really quick. I know I talk a lot, but just really quick because there's so much information I got to plug. But they came back with MP40s. Werner von Braun, the father of rocketry, as named, the director of our moon landing, our NASA program, when it was founded in the Operation Paperclip, where we brought the scientists over, they were developing weapons and planes and shit that we didn't have. London had no idea where those bombs were coming from. They were called V rockets, upside down V rockets. They'd form an upside down V, go into the atmosphere, and come right back down. They were shooting
When
them
they
from
asked
Stuttgart,
when
right?
when they
That's all I had to say.
interrogated
Like
her,
it, the,
I'm
the
sorry,
mythology
let me interrupt.
backed the evidence. That's all I had to say. Sorry, the mythology
When
backed their war evidence.
when they interrogated him, once they got him over here, they said, "How did you guys develop that stuff so much quicker than the rest of the world?" And von Braun supposedly looked up and he said, "We had help."
I
I
don't
mean,
know
just
what.
go to his gravestone. Go to his gravestone. It's Psalm 16:1, I believe. And what does it say? It talks about the firmament, right? And I'm not a flat earther by any means, but that stuff's weird, dude. That stuff's just weird. Like the girl who was his, personal assistant and like helped him throughout his life in his elderly days wrote a biography on him, and she heavily discussed about how the last major event would be a fake alien invasion to unite the world under one government, right?
They will
And
do that.
it's
I've seen a holographic. What is it? Panther at Panther Stadium. So they will one day do a fake alien invasion with a hologram. I guarantee you. I mean, that was
What do you
crazy.
guys think about the drones? I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, guys, but what do you think about the drones, right? Like all these drones in the East Coast, is that military? Is that actually in? What do you guys think about that? I'm curious to hear.
So I don't know. I didn't even know it was. I don't know.
I think it was a distraction.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I have a theory
Go
that
ahead.
they're going to use it to amend drone laws to keep free citizens from using drones freely. Like they're going to try to restrict us, you know?
There's already pretty. I mean,
The way I
yeah,
look at
there's
all the stuff
pretty.
with all the weaponry and toys and stuff, somebody would have done something already if they were capable of doing anything. They're just trying to scare everybody.
Yeah,
Well,
it's such a weird
uh,
cop out when the government's
I
like,
mean,
it's not a foreign threat, but we are working on figuring out what it is. Like, let's say CJ, Uncle Fatty, and Ruck and I decided to do this. the government would be on our ass so freaking quick, man. So they're sitting here saying they don't know what it is, but it's not a foreign threat. Like, really?
It's like
Really?
they're trying to pull out the crazy or something. You know, they're teasing
Well,
the
it's
crazy.
something too with the F-35 can can put out a 24 clone squadron and control it from that very one F-35.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. Would the government or would one of the 3 or 4 letter agencies spend the money and put the effort in to do this drone thing just to see who says what about it so they know who they want on their list next to watch? Or am
Perhaps,
I
but
just too conspiratorial with that thought process?
I
I
don't.
came to terms. I'm already on all the lists, and there ain't much I can do about that.
What up, Kev?
What up, Kev?
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Just going over some conspiracies and shit.
Just bullshitting,
Oh yeah,
The
you know I
That
love this
arc
Jarhead
topic.
shit was funny as fuck, Kev. I love you, brother.
Oh, I love you too, bro. Come on, you already know. Yeah.
What up, Gabe?
No, what's up? No, I love these. I love the conspiracy shit. You know, I've been down the rabbit hole too myself. So
I used to love it, and then I had to check out because I was going to lose my mind.
Well,
yeah,
exactly,
exactly.
right? Exactly. Like when I was younger, I was so obsessed and trying to, dude, the teachers that I would spend time trying to convince of these things that would tell me I'm crazy, where's your tinfoil hat, yada, yada, are the same people that are asking me about how to join, Masonic lodges now. Like, I
Right.
ain't bullshitting with y'all.
Right.
Like, I
I
am
will make
bullshitting
one
with
like
y'all.
crazy
You know, it's funny to
observation.
me. Go ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
just
I didn't mean to
it's
interrupt.
like I went through a flat Earth phase where I really did believe that shit, and then I worked with a dude that made me defend it to like every customer that we came in contact with. He'd introduced me as the flat earther, and now I realize I can't defend it. But I also but one thing was for sure, my life was going really well during that time,
Well,
and I
this is
don't
what
think
I think about that,
people
right?
look
The
into
the
that.
two things, because I'm a very realistic person, but the two things you can't refute about the flat, and I've heard a lot of arguments about it. The telemetry data, we haven't lost it for the car, the smartphone, the airplane, right? This idea that you have footage from NASA of NASA employees stating they could go back to the moon at any point in time they wanted to. We're trying to get to Mars now. If all the angles are right and we can make it on time, it could be like less than 18 months if we do it just correctly. But it's like we won't go back to the moon because according to
I've
NASA, we don't
spent
have the
so many
telemetry
video
data
games
anymore.
to see that
And then
video
the
game
the
footage
second
and not
thing is
call it a video game.
the Van Allen radiation belt, right? You had an individual a scientist that was very renowned, and that Van Allen radiation belt was named after him, and he was stating that in order to get through that, we would need some serious equipment. So those are the two things that have always kind of messed with me. And then obviously the interview of the astronauts when they originally returned from the first moon landing. If that doesn't look like a bunch of paranoid dudes who think their parents caught them smoking weed, I don't know what is, bro.
Right.
So it's like there's just some weird
That's
shit there.
funny.
Well, you have
But
I
you have
even
footage of
said
NASA itself stating like we
yeah.
had the technology to get to the moon, but we don't have it anymore. Well, what the
right.
fuck does that even
Well,
mean?
not that we don't
and
have
That
and
it.
moon shit was
ultimately, like
crazy.
if
No,
you
no,
look at
you
the
right. You
ultimate
right.
argument, just really quick, if you look at the ultimate argument, I know I'm kind of overtaking. I'm sorry, y'all, but it's just like this shit gets to me so much. I get so passionate. The ultimate argument for me is if you follow the theory of evolution, keyword theory, right? It's all theories. They can't prove it. And if you follow the concept of the Big Bang, and we're all just like atheism is just as credible as being agnostic or part of a religion, then it's like, okay, what's the difference between a cockroach and a human being? Nothing. It don't matter, bro. Just sit around, watch porn your whole life, do whatever. Just
Brown
fucking
shell.
fuck the potential, right? Fuck the Christ consciousness that you have that separates you in this dominion of earth that we've been given to exist in. Fuck all that. It don't matter. It's just whatever. It just happened, right? But with this biblical flat earth stuff, it's like all of a sudden everything you do every day is so much more valuable. Your decisions, it's all that much more important. And I feel like they don't want us to know that because we're all chasing these things like money and career
Or
reputation and all this
this is
crap,
my question. This is my question. This is my
Somewhat.
question.
Yeah.
Is who was the they? Who was the they that we're talking about?
The
Who was
royal
the they?
families, right? The
Those guys,
1%.
Kev. Those
my
Okay,
guys.
answer is you'll
Kev.
never
Those
know.
guys over
okay,
That's
there.
my answer.
no problem.
Well, no,
No
it's
problem.
very
Hold on
specified.
one second. Hold on, brother. Hold on one second. And I got another question. And don't mistake my questions for being like standoffish, you know? because they're not as all at all. Like I said, I've been down this rabbit hole as well, but I always like to ask these questions. So if the they is the royal family or whatever, what is the benefit of us knowing or being taught or whatever the case, but whatever the fuck you want to call it? Like, what is the point of the you know what I'm saying? Well, the earth is actually round, or no, it's flat. You know what I mean? Like, what is the point of that?
Yeah. Can I answer unless somebody else wants to?
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
honestly,
yeah.
for a realistic answer, I would say unless you plan on trying to travel around it, it doesn't matter to you.
Mm. Yeah,
Like,
that's deep.
Unless you're gonna head in a west, right? If I'm just gonna head west right now and keep going west and hope that I just go all the way around it and get back to my original position, well, then it matters. Outside of that, does it matter? Not in general.
And I'm
It's just
thankful
what
that I'm one of
people
these
wanna
people
wrap
that
their
I don't
heads
have to
around.
know. Like some people get really wound up about not knowing.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
100%.
And my
But for
perspective isn't about not knowing. My perspective is more so that, like, I always urge my fellow American brothers and sisters, because I was blessed enough to be born here and raised here, to get out, get a passport, get out, travel the world, learn cultures, understand how things work. Because English wasn't my first language by any means. It was something that I learned growing up and being a part of this culture here, being born here. But it's like when you look at these other cultures that are much older than anything we in modern medicine and modern philosophy have to present.
Wait.
It's just
Dial it back in.
conceptual.
Dial it back in.
Well,
Dial it back in.
Well,
Dial it back.
I was gonna go to what you were saying, because you're saying,
Okay.
why would they need to do this, right? You have to understand that these old cultures, when you actually look into them, things like reincarnation, the chakras, how your body and spirituality, the frequencies of the reality we reside in work, you then begin to realize it's very beneficial for the churches of the Western world to distract you from the fact that there is something after that you are correlating with upon your behavior here. And so, like, it's beneficial for them to know if you show up every Sunday, because you're going to end up in hell if you don't, is a fact in your head, as opposed to you're a reincarnating being in an infinite world, right?
You know, I'm not mad about like spirituality and things of this nature. I'm not mad about these conversations, but this is my point, bro. Or this is my I'm gonna ask you my question again. Like what would be the point of them hiding the fact that the earth is actually flat versus it being round? Like what is the point? What do they who does whoever they are,
right?
Like, what do they gain from that?
I think that specific argument, like I stated earlier, I don't really have a bone to pick with it, but I think it's one of the many examples of, like you were saying earlier, you're into conspiracies. I think it's specifically because of the mainstream narrative being so easily exposed and torn apart by somebody with a brain. Is what gets right. And no, but you have to understand the question you're asking.
One second.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is a very simple question that I'm asking you.
The answer is control.
I think that is important. Okay, Fatty. Okay.
Yeah, control. I guess you could say that because I ran.
No problem. Hold on, fellas. Though.
Yeah, no. I was just agreeing.
So what is what is able to be controlled from that? There has to be like an incentive for somebody hiding something from you. You know what I mean? Like, okay.
I'm trying to think of like how not to rant for an hour. Can I use food as an example?
No, 1 second. Let me give you an example.
Right? Wait a minute. How not to rant for an hour? Have you tried Staples? Just kidding, man.
Buttons
work. That shit would hurt, bro. That shit would hurt. Well, no, I'm just saying, like, think of food. Like, we need food to survive, to replenish our bodies, right? If you go a certain point without having something to nourish your body, you need it. And I think it's been...
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I think it's been stated time and time again in different cultures that the form of energy, fear, like a scientist in Japan, Yamamoto, you guys can look him up. He proved that if you freeze water crystals next to like words and audio sounds of love and hate, like cuss words or like words of love, it actually forms the water crystals over time within hours. It makes them sharp edged if it's aggressive wording. It makes them round and curved if it's loving words. So there's a concept. Hold up. There's a concept. There's a concept that you have to understand. That form of food.
Oh my God! Who the hell
Cash.
Oh,
Those
bro,
are great.
Dude, where do you get those
This is the
from? God,
problem.
almighty.
Listen, brother. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is the problem with these quote unquote conspiracy theories and anybody that is trying to prove them. I'm not an adversary. You know what I mean? I'm not somebody that's like standing in opposition of what you're saying. But the problem comes with the explanation when a simple question is asked. And you gone off on a tangent. You like way over here. You know, you
Yeah,
didn't brought
because
us
it's a
off.
complex question. It requires context. So, like,
No,
if I
no, no, no.
simplified it, if I kept it simple, stupid, and I referred to you to
Yes.
Kanye West, or Kanye West, right, the
I'm not
legend
asking
himself in
you.
pop culture, talking
I'm not
about
asking
audio
you to.
frequencies in songs and the audio hertz.
It's
So
not what
that's
I'm
what I'm trying to
asking
explain
about,
to you. And
bro.
you're saying I'm going off into
Exactly.
a tangent,
You,
but that's
yes,
not my
you are
responsibility. That
going
the
off
attention
into a
span is not
tangent.
long
You
enough for what
are.
I'm trying to
It's
explain.
not about an
You have to
attention
understand
span,
there's
bro.
frequencies in
You
this
didn't brought
world.
me over to fucking Kanye West, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
because you're
asking
saying
you
I'm going
about
off into a tangent, so I'm trying to give you a
you are
stupider
though.
example. Because you're not willing to understand that war zones are a frequency and a form of energy for these entities. You're not willing to see me there, bro. You're saying you're not adversarial, Marathon Kev, but you're
Bro.
saying I'm going off into a tangent when the very concept of defining our reality is complex. It requires
You're
a lot of
talking about
information to explain.
entities and like fucking the war of the entities in Kanye West. I
No,
simply asked you,
war
bro.
zones are where a lot of fear and death is taking place, and
Okay.
you can find a lot of credible resources. See, this is the thing with you,
What
Kev.
the
You don't have
fuck does
access to
that
the
have to
Vatican's
do with
library.
flat Earth?
You got
What does
this
that
cool
have to
hat
do with
on and
flat
this
Earth?
cool hoodie,
What
and
does
you're on
that
the
have to do
internet
with
and you
flat
think you know
Earth?
what's up, but you
What
don't know
does
what's
that have
going
to
on
do
in the
with flat
Vatican's
Earth?
library. You don't know
Can't
what's going on in the
explain
Vatican.
anything
You don't
right.
know
You're
what's
going
going on at the
look,
highest
Well,
levels of
who does?
society.
exactly. This is what
Ultimately,
I'm
who does,
saying.
though, right?
This is exactly
Exactly.
what I'm saying. This is
Exactly.
Nobody
So
does.
exactly what I'm saying, bro.
the argument I'm making is why is it less credible to state that what's being stated on the mainstream narrative is
Sounds
not
fucking
just as stupid and
crazy,
retarded as
bro.
what the conspiracy theorists are saying?
That is my
And
point. My
I'll rest
point
my case
is
there, Your Honor. I'll rest my case, Your Honor.
no, my point is this, bro. I'm not mad at the Vatican conspiracy theories. I'm not mad at none of that shit, bro. Not at all. And I agree with a whole lot of them. But the reason why I'm asking you these questions and I'm asking you for like a layman's term answer is so that people that haven't been down the rabbit hole that they can understand. You know, and you think that I'm like standing in opposition to you. That's not the case at all.
Yeah, no, brother,
What
but
I'm
that's what I was
asking
saying.
you,
When I was
hold
younger, I
on. Well,
tried that. They call you crazy.
Let me finish what I'm saying, dude.
Why should we slow down our car
You
on the
know,
highway in the end times, Kev? Just answer that. I'm muting up. Why should we slow down our whip in
see,
the
here
end
you
times
go.
for
Here
these
you go
people?
with this shit. This is what I'm saying, dude. It sounds fucking crazy. You know what I mean?
Ultimately,
Wait, so
the
You gotta understand.
you're telling
Understand.
me
No,
in
no,
a
no,
time
no.
of
Stop
youth,
talking for a second. Stop
no, so
talking
you
for a
can't
second,
use
bro.
ad
Stop talking
hominems. You
for a
can't
second.
use ad hominems.
Listen,
I haven't called you
it's not
crazy.
about ad hominems.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
I
about
haven't
none of
called you
that.
crazy, bro. Now
not.
you saying it's
Listen, bro.
crazy.
Not. It wasn't
First you
that,
said
brother.
Sound,
tangent. Now you saying it's
It wasn't that.
bro.
He wasn't trying to
You are
call you
on a
crazy. He was just saying that it
not at
sounds
all.
crazy because
It
it kind of
sounds
does.
crazy.
Okay,
My
I've been
boy,
there. Okay,
you
listen.
got a red pill. You got a
I was
red
a
pill
flat
and a blue
earther in the
pill.
'90s,
You
guys.
not?
Okay, I was doing this shit before you guys were even thinking about it.
Hey,
Come on.
I just want to say one thing real quick. I had somebody post on my Facebook page back in like '06. It's like they could see that I was on that trajectory and they were like telling me to check it out. And I didn't become one for many years after that, but
there's a lot of information to explain.
they're good at patterns. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kanye
Got
West.
an echo?
No, war zones.
Not
Yeah.
sure what was going on right there. But no, this is
Resources.
my thing,
See, this
bro.
is the thing with you,
You
Kev.
got
You don't
an
have
echo
access
going.
to the
No, no, no. Hold on one second. Let me,
Sorry.
I stopped
You got
talking
an echo going,
because
bro.
Fatty was talking.
Go ahead.
Bro, you have done like an enormous amount of research, and I understand that. You know, I've been down that path myself as well. And so when you have done this amount of research, like when somebody stands in a position where they're challenging like the things that you're like, you haven't done this, you haven't done that. I actually have, bro. I actually have. So like I said, I will say this again. I'm not adversarial in my stance with you, but I'm asking you questions so that you can break it down into layman's terms to make people understand that have not been down that rabbit hole. You know?
Right. Unfortunately, you have
we
to
can
go
hold
through
on
8
one
years of
second.
medical
Hold on.
schooling. But like you have to go through 8 years of medical
You
schooling
don't
to
want to
understand the
listen.
layman's terms
No,
of why your lungs inhale and exhale oxygen, right? So it's like these things you can't just say keep it simple, stupid when it's not simple. It's a very complex topic we're
no, you
discussing.
can. It's
The answer to
very
this
simple.
question, though, would have been this right here: control.
Yeah.
Okay, what is
So
it that they? Right. The question is, what do they have to gain from all of
Yes.
this
Mhm.
psyopy whatever action? Right.
Yeah.
That what do they? We always speak of they. What do they have? Over us.
Mhm.
What do they have to gain?
Yeah.
It
It's a
all
soul
comes down to
trap. They're
control.
keeping us here
Down to
because we can't
control.
excel. We can't elevate.
I don't know. I
Exactly, and
kind of think it's a
Hold
money
on, bro.
thing, and they're
they want to
trying to
control
keep people
money.
smart
They want to
enough to get
control
out
everything
of their
else. It's
shit
a very
down.
simplistic way of getting past
That
all of the story. Because like when it ultimately comes down to it, to really truly believe in flat Earth, it's a matter of control. It's that the round Earth theory is a matter of controlling us and controlling our thoughts, right? Isn't that what it's about?
Yeah, that or the concept that we need to invest into Bitcoin or stock trades or paper or whatever the fuck that we do over all these generational
Sure, but
empires that we've
for
existed
flat
under.
Earth in
It's
particular,
it's all
isn't it?
forms of control, but like my point is the materialistic life we reside in here, the mortal life we reside in here is just a test, and their whole job is to convince us it's not, that this is what's most important. And if you think this is what's most important, driving a nice car, having money, well, you're going to keep showing back up and you're never going to get it.
There was a
And
guy
that's
one
what I
time, I
believe.
think, I think there was a guy, I think he was your son, right? That said something about sell all your possessions and give yourself to the less fortunate.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
Yeshua ben Yosef.
I think that was him. Yeah, said stuff like treat each other like you want to be treated
And
yourself.
and that's kind of what I was trying to say, like without going into
Like,
the debate of whether the Earth is
well,
flat or not, because I think that's the whole concept of
these
division.
red letter verses are the key to everything because you know we've we've overlooked the actual words of the man himself
Right.
for so
So
long
if
that
we
when you really
followed
look
the
at that
words of,
from
let
the
me
point
ask
of
you a
truth
question.
and
If we
perspective,
followed the words of Christ, would the world be a different place or would it be the same place that we reside in now?
it'd be 100% different.
Well, there you go. I guess that's what I'm trying to talk about in my tangents. I'm sorry, guys.
Because
Not
it's
trying to
definitely it's
not
definitely
trying to
something
dictate
that
the panel.
isn't it's not the psyop that gets you. Okay, it's the word, it's the thought of psyop, right? It's just injecting psyop into a culture as a word, as a talking point, is the psyop.
And I was just trying to say, like, even us talking right now, like my voice going into the mic, into your devices, speakers or headsets or whatever, this is electrons. This is protons. This is neutrons.
It's
Like,
all
and that's
energy.
all I'm trying to state is we are created in the image of the intelligent designer of this universe, and they are so hell bent on convincing us that that's not real. It's all just mythos. And I don't know. At 31
Kind of.
years of age,
I
I
mean,
believe
even
it's
the
all
Pope has
bullshit
come out
on
and
their
said
end.
that even the Pope came out, right. It was almost a year ago now that he came out and said that we're all worshiping the same God, we're all fighting for the same goal. Ultimately, that's a very nuanced way of Catholicism, especially to be looking at the world. When the Pope can come out and say it, that you know that if we think we're the only things in this universe, we're kidding ourselves. That's a pretty powerful message from a Pope when it comes down
Yeah,
to
and
all
this
the
is this is
conspiracy
the
stuff.
same church that threw Galileo in prison and less than 100 years later anointed him as a scientific hero for
Shut me.
saying the sun was the center of our solar system, right? So it's like
Yeah, and,
that's all I'm
a lot of those
stating is
guys
there's
got
so much
burned at the stake for
controversy,
even
man.
stating that term, and now
Yeah.
we've got guys fighting the opposite way. And I'm not. I mean, I'll tell you what. It's about observation, right? The flat Earth argument is that I observe flatness. I observe. I don't observe curvature. And what I deserve to believe is what I want to believe. So it's kind of a rationalized, justified way of looking at things. If you want my honest to God opinion, because my flat Earth map used to have Mount Everest at the center of the map because it was based on elevation and not on whatever else, because there is elevation on the flatness. We have to recognize that Mount Everest is the tallest thing on our flat area, right?
I was
So
going
how
to
do
share
we?
my crazy flat Earth thing with you. Is I used to think they were hiding more land.
Sure, that's a lot of the argument too, is that when
I
we
mean,
stretch it out and everything else, the land doesn't work the right way. There's
Talking
more
about
land.
Admiral Byrd, Operation Icebreaker, when they were
Yeah,
trying
there's
to chase the
that.
last Navy base.
Yeah.
That's some deep shit, man.
There you go. There you
He
But then
was
go.
again,
he,
the Nazis
he
have
was
been there
on
for
television. He was
thousand
on
years.
television talking about the
Yeah,
resources out there, and he was shocked that we weren't
exactly.
trying to conquer it.
well,
Uh-huh.
clearly I don't know that.
Now listen. You see how you brought up Admiral Byrd right there?
Yes, sir.
And you can give everybody some like tangible evidence to go look at, right? This is a real guy. This is a real admiral from the United States military that had some very unorthodox or very strange things to say about shit that he witnessed
Yeah.
while he went down, right? While he was like, hey, man, it was like a fucking ice ball down there. That shit was crazy as shit. No, this is a real guy that actually said that. This is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. Shit like that, bro, that you have the knowledge about that's tangible, that you can lead people to be like, okay, you know what I mean? You might have an education that you are like married to from the textbooks that were taught to you, but what about this guy that was like a high-ranking United States military officer that was down there and then saw
Right.
some shit and was talking about stuff? This is what I'm talking about when I'm trying to lead you into a conversation about who was the they and what would they have to be keeping from people. Well, it seems from Admiral Byrd and the things that he said, like there are some things that you know that might be worthy of being kept.
Hey,
From
hey,
the,
Kev, I can't
you see what I'm
remember
saying?
who like his best friend in government was that he told all this stuff to, that actually believed him and was trying to spread it around. And all of a sudden he got sick and went to a hospital and accidentally fell out of a hospital window
Yeah,
and died.
weird how that happened. Is that
And you
not
could
weird?
see the
Yes.
scuff where you could see the scuff marks on the floor from where
Yeah.
you could see a struggle,
Yeah.
you
Yes.
know? Oh yeah, I mean they tried to shut that shit down in a hurry,
Yeah.
man.
Involuntary struggle. Right. Yes. It's very interesting. These things that are actually
Yeah.
on the record.
His name was Lieutenant Harold I. June, and he was Admiral Richard E. Byrd's best friend, and he died in 1962 in Windsor, Connecticut.
No,
Okay, God is
there was a
good.
politician. There was a politician that was advocating to like
Oh, you're
try to
talking about
let
Floyd
the
Bennett?
government talk about stuff that he was saying. And the scuttlebutt is that it was like MK Ultra or something like that. There's not MK Ultra, but it was, some shadow part of the government. I think it was Forrestal, maybe. I can't remember
Yeah.
the damn
I think
guy's
it
name, but
was
there was some
worthwhile.
politician that was all about getting Bird's story out there, and they aced that dude.
Have you guys ever heard of Operation? Oh my God, I'm stupid. Sorry.
Well, what's it about?
Wow.
Dandy, is that better? Is the mic better now? Let me know, Lord Dandy.
Yep.
That's better. Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to look it up because I hate talking out of my
Lord
ass, especially
Andy.
on the internet. You know, the internet's undefeated, so you got to come clean if you come in.
Yeah.
Operation Fishbowl. It was a series of high altitude
Wait.
nuclear
Say it
tests.
again. Operation what?
Fishbowl. It was a
Fishbowl.
series of
Okay.
high altitude nuclear tests in 1962 that were carried out by the United States as a part of the larger Operation Dominic. They literally were shooting like atom bombs or like high powered missiles into the atmosphere. And there's all these theories about it, but it's like super weird that they did that.
Looks like he's got a new
Oh, is that from that? Is that from that theory that they shot off a bunch of stuff in the Antarctica to see if they could bust through the dome? I've heard stories about that stuff
I'm
too.
just gonna say, if you guys have seen the Truman Show with Jim Carrey, that's all I'm gonna say. Because I don't want to get Uncle Fatty's channel
Right on.
flagged. You know, I'm gonna just say the Truman Show. I'm gonna say the Truman Show.
Right on. That's cool.
Yeah, I
That's a
don't
good way
think
to
I don't
sum it
think
up.
they're coming for us, bro. I don't think they're coming respectfully, bro. I don't think they're coming for us. You know, I've talked about all kind of crazy shit from the Clinton conspiracy theory, you know what I mean, with the whole,
Yeah,
you
Triad
know, the
Commission,
whole adrenochrome and all the whole little shit. I've
trilaterals.
talked about all that shit on my channel before, and
Yeah.
still waiting for somebody to show up at my door. Like, start talking about that.
Well, I
You
am
know?
I
going
think
on my
I think
29th
we going
birthday.
over there. I think they trying to get over there, bro. And I think we're just a big slave labor force for them. That's what I think. And I could be wrong, bro. I'm probably wrong. You know what I mean? I'm just another crazy motherfucker on the internet. But I think they're trying to get somewhere,
It's a
Kev. I
remote
think they're
wilderness.
trying to get back somewhere and take that bitch over. Because
Every
that's
day
what the war's
humanity
about, right?
fades. We're at the mercy of the elements, and mental fortitude is tested as much as physical strength. Humankind has always looked to explore and push its boundaries. We are restless. We are curious. It is that which has led the Clipper race to help thousands of people step out from their comfort zone and train to become ocean racers. For 25 years, race crew from all walks of life
I want to
had the same
circumnavigate one of
purpose:
those.
saying yes to discovering personal frontiers and achieving something extraordinary. The ocean is their racetrack. Those who have the courage
That's
to
got to
cross
be
an
cool.
ocean, under sail, harnessing the power of the wind, can call themselves true adventurers. But the ocean will do its best to show your insignificance amongst its might. You will experience Mother Nature in the
It's
raw
like we know
and
less about
feel
the ocean than
the
space, they say.
majestic white horses
That's a
crash
fact.
towards you, the thunder of their hooves pummeling the deck. Yet the ocean and its backdrop will reward as much as it does challenge. Vibrant displays from the natural world etch into the soul of even
The most powerful force on the planet.
Imagine being fucking old school, rocking in a wooden ass fucking boat out there with a couple of ripped ass sheets that may or may not hold together. And I mean,
A dozen oars.
After a while, I just couldn't buy into the fact that like I'm putting no faith in humanity whatsoever when I'm believing that everything up to this point has been a lie.
It would be real nice if I could just get a bunch of people together in a ship and just go to another place and start over. I think that's where we're at.
Oh,
Have
some
any of you
Noah's
guys
Ark.
ever
Some
sailed
Noah's Ark
before?
vibes.
Have any of you
I got a
guys ever
32-foot
actually
Catalina.
sailed before?
I got a 32-foot Catalina on this lake up here that we get some pretty fucking gnarly winds, bro. And
Nice, Uncle Fatty.
I'm
Nice.
pretty much
Yeah, I've
I'm
been out
signed
on
up.
the Pacific off and on my whole life. So yeah,
Yeah.
I love that shit.
Yeah, we'll
Well,
usually
what's
go out
crazy
to
about the
Seattle.
Pacific is like the Atlantic is rough, but the Pacific is deep and vast.
The North
Like
Atlantic.
it's like
crazy.
God knows what's down there, you know.
When I was
Depends on the
fishing in
day.
Alaska, I mean, I have a gajillion stories about Alaska, but one of the things I realized when I was working on the ocean for my living was we work on that ocean because the ocean allows it.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, we might think we command that shit. We do not. It commands us.
Yo, is the whole thing about sirens like just a social media thing, or do you guys actually talk? Like, is that a thing in sailor communities? Like sirens, you know, the creepy mermaid things.
They're all
Women on a
myths.
boat are
Yeah.
bad luck. So anytime you have a legend or a myth or any kind of tradition or superstition about a woman and the sea, it's basically, my understanding is the tradition and the superstition was born of, if you're thinking about the girl back home, you're going to get hurt or you're going to die. because there are so many ways to get permanently damaged on a fishing boat or on a sailing vessel if you're not
Wow.
up on what you're doing.
Yeah, anything when you're
So
out in the middle of the ocean.
Right. I
There's
think
nobody to
all that
call when
came
something
from
goes
don't
wrong.
be thinking about the girl you left behind. If you do, you're going to get yourself or somebody else fucked up.
Start hearing
So
her
I
name
think that's where
blowing
all
in the
that came
wind.
from.
Yeah, man. That's it. You start hearing
That's
her name in
crazy
the
because
wind.
those stories go back,
That
right, to the
and
beginning of
when
like
you get out in the
being on
doldrums,
ships, right?
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Yo, who's doing
plus,
this? Is that you,
plus,
Fatty? That's
I
plus
love
when you
hilarious.
Those are
those.
good.
get
Fatty, if
out
those
in
are
that
yours,
area of
those
the
are
ocean
amazing.
they call the doldrums, I guess legend has it that once you got out into that area of the Atlantic that they call the doldrums, where there's no wind for days and you're just kind of drifting around until you hit the wind.
Yeah.
As the wind starts to come up, you start hearing sounds that they would refer to as the sirens, because
Holy shit.
some of the winds would like have a pitch to them,
Yeah.
like a musical timbre or pitch to them. And
Damn.
you got to remember, a lot of these sailors were uneducated. They'd been at sea since they were 12 or 14.
Yeah.
I mean, they could barely read, most of them. So when they heard shit, they believed all the scary stories the old men on the boat were telling them, you know? So these things perpetuated.
But could you imagine that? Like that would be so scary, bro. Like not understanding that it's the sudden stillness and the physics of it, why that wind is creating a sound, you know, like in a bowl.
Yeah.
You don't get that. So like you just think it's like some supernatural thing happening, bro. Like, oh my God, I'd
Exactly.
shit
And
my
with
pants, family. I'd shit my pants.
all the things in the ocean, imagine you're uneducated. You're basically a bumpkin. You're not very bright. You know how to sail a ship and, do your job on the boat. But other than that, you're kind of a fish out of water through the rest of your life, right? And you start hearing stuff like this and you start believing all those stories. Hell yeah, it's going to be confusing and overwhelming, especially when you start seeing the sea life moving around in the water at the same time you're hearing these sounds. It's like, oh, that thing I just saw go under the boat must have been making that noise.
Yeah, you see a whale the size of your boat, you figure it's a baby, right? There's got to be bigger ones.
Jesus. And they're trying to do hydroponics on Mars, bro. We can't even get comfortable on the ocean, bro. Chill out, bro. Chill out.
Right?
Fucking weed on Mars. All right, I'm gonna go and listen to music, guys. On Rumble, I'm banned from YouTube. Y'all have a good day.
Sounds good to you.
Take
Yeah,
it
brother.
easy, CJ. Oh my God, that's so scary, bro. Just listening to you talk about that freaks me out.
Yeah, well, I just want to let you know that I heard that you've been talking some smack, and I just want you to know that I've been taking Taekwondo lessons in the back of the Walmart Supercenter, so if you don't want to get hurt, then you better stop.
What the fuck? Yo, you just got a library of those, bro. That's hilarious.
There's a few.
Apologize.
Oh, I won't do that. Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me because you are weak and wrong.
Was that an Indian accent?
Oh my God, I'm going to use that on my wife and see if she snorts her cocktail out of her nose.
That's some old school shit right there.
Hey, so I see you had the Scottish guy, right? Oh, you still got it, yeah. Right. What do you think about the Loch Ness Monster? Is that like another natural kind of phenomenon that people just got spooked out by? Or do you think there's really some giant octopus that is probably dead now or once was living there?
Could have been a giant carp.
Big sturgeon or something.
The UK is a lot of people don't realize it, but they're kind of notorious for eels. And I think over the generations they have shrunk in size as they have been, moved inland and the water has, lost its salinity, yeah, as it became a lake after the seas dropped and stuff. So I think at one time there may have been something like a giant eel there, but I honestly believe at this point it's just a tourist attraction.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know,
you can
I
argue
mean that
all
it's
myths
it's
come
in a
from
very
some
remote,
sort.
it's in a very remote and a not very affluent section of the country, and I think the legend brings in more
Wait, why are
money,
you bringing up
and it's
Idaho? I
turned
was
the
just there
village
a month
into a
ago.
town. You know, I think it's turned the village into a town and eventually into a city, because really all it was a village until that legend. You know,
Right,
and
right.
there were some cool castles around it, and there's some other stuff that goes along with Loch Ness. There is there's a house that I believe Jimmy Page owned that I think was pretty close to the loch, and he
Yep.
supposedly did a lot of like
He did
spirit
a
cook
ton.
magic and stuff like that. And then after that, I believe Aleister Crowley might have
Yep.
bought it. I can't remember. I might
Yeah,
be
Balmoral, the
misremembering.
castle of Balmoral. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, that whole place has had some sort of legend or another going for it for, you know, a long damn time. And
Right.
at this point, I think it's more just a tourist trap than anything.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything left in there that might have been there. It had to have died by now, unless it
Right.
had a
Up here,
breeding mate. Unless it
up
had
here
a
in Lake
breeding
Ponderay,
mate,
we got the
right?
Ponderay Paddler, and it's been known to breach at nighttime and right around dusk, and looks like real similar to Loch Ness stuff, where it's got the ripples behind it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's
I
like
was just in Idaho a few
Canada
months
with
ago. You know
Champy at
where?
Lake Champlain,
You know,
right?
I
Lake
was just there with
Champlain
my
has
wife.
Champy, right?
I was just in Idaho a few months ago with my wife, and we stopped by like Liberty Lake, just on the border, right? We were visiting family in Western Washington, and we decided to travel out that way because we had like there's the hotels there are nice, things are cheaper, and dude, like Liberty Lake and that whole area, like what is
Coeur
it
d'Alene?
called? Coeur d'Alene, yeah,
That's where I'm at,
Coeur
bro.
d'Alene, bro.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's a
I was
beautiful
like,
area. That's where Fatty is. I'm a
Yeah.
Seattle guy, and I moved to Vegas. But yeah, that whole area. Yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
couldn't, hey, Uncle Fatty, we couldn't believe how big that lake was. We drove around the whole thing. It took us like 2.5 hours.
Oh, just Coeur d'Alene Lake?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you got to go
Yeah.
slow, but it was like about
Oh,
two hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
get to the California Nevada border and drive around Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really big. Yeah,
Similar to
but
Tahoe
there's
back in
something
the day.
about Idaho
Yeah.
and like Oregon and Washington and like Colorado and Montana where I don't know how to like words can't describe it, guys, but there's just something about those like deep natural areas where civilization still hasn't really infected it. And you can feel like you're lucky you have a nice car and you know it's not going to break down because fuck if you're stuck out there like that's what you feel out there in the remote areas. And
There are
that's the vibe
lakes.
I got in Idaho. I got that vibe heavy there, bro.
There are lakes in Idaho and also Montana where you can be in 40, 50, 60 feet of water and you can see all the rocks and all the trees on the lake floor, on the lake bed. The water is so clear. It's fantastic.
That's so crazy though that there's stories about a similar type of like thing in Lake Penn. That's so crazy.
Yeah, we
And
got all
then
kinds of
everyone's bringing up Aleister Crowley in the chat. Like I don't know what the relation with the sex magic ritual is, but yeah, dude, he got kicked out of England, man. His at the Lima Abbey in Sicily, it was like full of this.
Elron
From what I've heard, after he died, the Sicilian police discovered like hundreds of skeletons that would be considered in the fetus like stage of human life, and that's dark. But like that's just the stories I hear about. He was a dark dude, bro.
L. Ron Hubbard and what's the guy's name? Parker? Is it Parker or Patterson or
Scientology?
Pattern? The guy from Rocket Propulsion.
Yeah, you're talking about
guy,
that creepy
Patterson,
scientist
maybe?
that was a Satanist.
Yeah, those guys were all in with Crowley for a while. Crowley.
Yeah.
Jack
I've heard it
Parsons.
pronounced both ways.
Parsons.
Jack Parsons. That was the name I was
Yeah,
looking
they were all
Yeah,
under the Madame Helena
Crowley
Blavatsky
was a
cult.
dark
the
motherfucker, bro.
Scientologist guy ended up stealing Parsons' girlfriend in those days and
Ron
running
Hubbard?
off and
Dude.
beginning Scientology and all that shit. But yeah, those guys were all interlinked for a while.
Nah, they did weird shit for sure. Uncle Fatty, I put up a screen share. If you want to share, that'd be dope.
Yeah. Here.
That's
Be over
crazy,
there.
bro. All connected motherfuckers, man.
No, for sure. AJ, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
it gets real sick though. You know, it gets super sick. Wait till Uncle Fatty put up the screen share. I'm finna show
It's
you.
fun.
I
It's
be doing my
funny
little
that
homework gang. You know, this
Hey,
is the book of
RIP
the
to Nip.
law.
my bad, Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you good. You
Oh
good. Give me
shit.
grace for sure. The book of
I
the
just think
law.
it's funny that L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction author, and then he was quoted by one of his former friends and an ex-girlfriend of them all being drunk one night, and he said, "You know what? I'll bet I could start a damn religion with this stuff."
Yeah. Yeah.
He was quoted as saying that.
Exactly. So they got a lot of like, you know, bro, there's a lot of celebrities that, believe in that whole little concept like do as thou wilt or whatever. Or they repeat
Right,
that,
Jay-Z,
they
the
regurgitate
Beatles.
that. Yeah, yeah. And there are a lot, so many. Ozzy Osbourne, Mr. Crowley. That's like exhibit A right there. This guy though, I read this book. I was like, man, I'm not sure. There was a guy, his name is what was his name? It was a guy that's a part of TDE, Top Dog Entertainment. And I was listening to him talk. And he was like, man, I wanted to read some shit about Aleister Crowley, the book of the law, this, that, and the third. I'm like, all right, for sure. ASAP, I think it was ASAP Ferg, some shit like that. Anyways, I got to looking off into it. And I read this book. It's actually not that long. I think it's like 34, 35 pages, some shit like that. It's actually not that long. I read the whole book on a live stream that I did. And this is some of the shit that I read though. The first half of the book, I'm not gonna lie, I was fucking with the first half of the book. I'm like, okay, this shit actually makes sense. But then we got into the second half of the book. And this is some of the things that are inside of Aleister Crowley's The Book of the Law. For perfume, mix meal and honey and thick leavings of red wine, then oil of bromelain and olive oil, and afterwards soften and smooth down with rich, fresh blood. I'm like, oh shit, fool, what? Like it starts to get weird at this point. The
I'm like,
best blood,
fuck
the
yeah.
best
Fuck
blood, the best blood is of the moon monthly. The fresh blood of a child or dropping from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priest or of the worshipers, last of some beast, no matter what. I'm like, wait a minute, fool. What the fuck? Well, like, hold on, fool. You know, like I said,
Fucking
like I was
crazy.
telling you, AJ, I've been down this rabbit hole, bro, and I'm not mad at none of your concepts, but I like to like take people through a journey where they can actually see something that's tangible to be like, hold the fuck up, fool. That is
Right.
fucked up. Because
Hey,
there's a
Kev.
lot of us that have been down that rabbit hole, bro. And I was at the same point at one point in time where I was like, anybody that challenged like something that I had to say about things that were like adverse, or like anybody that hadn't taken the fucking red pill, I'm just all spurted out edition. You know what I mean? I'm all like, yeah, fuck you. You ain't done this, that, and the third. You ain't done this, that, and the third. And that
Right.
doesn't work, bro. You know what I mean? Respectfully, humbly. That doesn't work. But we can take people down these type of journeys, and we can talk about this shit right here. And then, especially with this shit that's being provided by Aleister Crowley in the Book of the Law, then we can revert it back to like, we can start having some conversations about Hillary Clinton. You know what I mean? We can take it to
Trilateral Commission.
Right.
we could take it
The
there.
Bilderberg Group. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bilderberg Group, but not just that. You know what I mean? We can talk about the Podestas. You know what I mean? We can talk about
Oh
the
yeah,
Podestas.
let's talk
Oh yeah,
Podesta. Hell yeah.
Epstein,
Hell
Ghislaine
yeah.
Talk about the
Maxwell.
Podestas.
By the
You
way,
know?
Kev, KDK has a question for you in chat, brother.
Oh, What's going on, sister? I missed it. I'm sorry. I missed it.
She wants to know if you have the aforementioned stream still available to her for her to find in your chan. And is it okay if I drop Kev's link, Uncle Fatty?
Absolutely.
Right on. Thanks, buddy.
I'm not sure what she's talking about with the stream that I did on this.
The most frustrating part is the amount of people that will look at this stuff and just say, "Yeah, it was a crazy person that got people behind him. So what?" Like, doesn't mean any of it's real, and that's the most frustrating part for me.
Well, no, exactly, and that's what I'm saying, bro. And that's why we have to walk people through it that haven't been here before. You know what I mean? So you got this best blood shit and the monthly shit and all the whole little shit. And Uncle Fatty, let me know if I can, like, if we go into the depths, if I can pull up the videos and all the whole little shit about Marina Abramovich.
Yeah, hook it up.
Perfect. And I think that this right here
I will
is
let
great.
you guys get more into this conversation because this is getting a little bit more outside of my realm. But Fatty, good to see you and talk to you. Ruck, always
Absolutely.
a pleasure. I will let you. I'll keep listening, but yeah, I don't have a lot to add on some of this. So
no, I think you might have something to add, Bjorn, and I think it would be great if you stuck around.
I'll stick around.
You might
yeah, I'm just sitting here like, wow, this is not my wheelhouse.
This Abramovich shit is pretty interesting, brother.
Yeah,
Stick
it's
around for the
fascinating.
spirit cooking.
I mean, she's the modern day Helena Blavatsky. She's like the modern day witch for all these people, right?
No, but look, because I think at this point, like Bjorn, you might be the voice of reason. You know what I mean? Because
I don't know. I'm called a lot of things, but not you.
Yeah, we need somebody normal on the panel, Bjorn.
No, you might be that.
Oh, you don't know me, my friend.
Yeah,
I am
exactly.
far from
You
normal.
might be the voice of reason, my brother. Because myself, AJ, Fatty, Rug, like we all been down this rabbit hole to a certain extent. You know what I mean? So somebody that's like not necessarily like fucked around with this and found out.
Yeah, no, like not my wheelhouse.
Yeah, exactly. So we might need you. You know what I mean? We need your perspective, bro. So we got this.
You need a
So
gauge of how far out there it really is. You know, is it this far out there, or just like way out there?
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I will chase rabbit holes and different theories and stuff like that. But the flat Earth one's never been one. Like that's stuff that I've never really gotten into.
Right.
Yeah, I've never looked at it as like the truth, but I've always looked at it as like another indication of so many lies that need to be addressed. And I think it's just one of the many examples, right? Like, why is there even an argument for it to this day? It's because of the loss of trust in the establishments.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's something that you can find enough things that contradict themselves throughout history that gives you just questions, you know.
I still got Y2K food out in the woods, bro.
Yep.
Okay. So like,
I mean, about stash houses. Oh yeah.
like caches all over the place, just in case, right?
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I'll be right back. I'm gonna listen on my phone though. I'm gonna listen on my phone though, because this is some deep shit. God bless y'all, man. This is a great Happy New Year's. God bless you.
A minivan completely packed full of red wheat.
You take care of yourself, brother.
Wait. Is AJ leaving?
No. I just gotta go do some shit real quick. I'm listening on my phone though, so I won't be able to talk. I'm gonna listen on my phone.
Oh, that's dark.
Right. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I'm gonna be back in like 8 minutes. Give me 8 minutes. I just won't be able to talk if you ask me something. That's why I said that.
Okay, Kevin's an ally.
I got the tablet. I got the tablet.
Kevin's definitely an ally. I can go now.
No, come on, bro. No.
Never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit, you'll want to go home. Just never quit.
Oh, yeah, come on, y'all.
You look like you were trying so hard to be cross-eyed.
No, come on, y'all. No, real shit. I just gotta grab a snack real quick, take my dog out. But I was just saying I can't engage for like 8 minutes.
Cool, you're good.
But I'm trying to listen. I'm still here.
I went in for a doctor's appointment recently, and I was unfortunately diagnosed with being sexy, and it's terminal.
What the fuck? No. The only person kicking me out of here, bro. You guys are gonna have to kick me out because I'm not leaving, bro. Keep going, keep cooking.
I bet. So this a lot of people are familiar with the WikiLeaks shit, you know. And if you don't know about it, and I'm not finna walk y'all through that, but run a lap in your own time. But Tony Podesta, Okay. This is a lobbyist or whatever the case may be for Mrs. Hillary Clinton. She had a private email server where she was communicating with people that she shouldn't have been communicating with on this private email server. And that's why the Freedom of Information Act request was able to reveal some of these emails. So this is one that she had on her server from Marina Abramovich that was addressed to Mr. Tony Podesta. And like I said, this is a private email server, so all the emails didn't necessarily go to Miss Clinton, but they were exchanged on her private server. So the subject matter was a dinner. As a dear Tony, I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place. Do you think you will be able to let me know if your brother is joining? And she's talking about Anthony Podesta. There are two of them, Tony Podesta and Anthony Podesta. All my love, Marina Abramovich.
Hang on, Kev. Question: isn't there a
Yeah.
John Podesta too? Is that just the middle name of one of these two guys?
I think it might be the middle name. I know we got an
Okay,
Anthony.
because here for the Vegas
No, I think
shooting
you're right.
at the concert, when they had the shooting at the concert, the outdoor concert, and they had that guy shooting apparently from supposedly one shooter, apparently from one of the hotels. There was one of the big law enforcement guys here was a Podesta.
Oh, you're right.
And
You're right.
after this whole thing came down, he and some of his staff left Vegas, where I am, and went to Maui.
Yes.
And then that whole Maui fire shit happened. So
Oh, yeah,
there's like links upon links upon links about how deep this shit could go, man.
Oh, yeah. It gets dark, bro. And you're right. You're right.
Supposedly Oprah is into that spirit cooking, and along with Lady Gaga and Hillary and all
I
them people.
mean, if you start looking off into them damn WikiLeaks emails, for sure. And you are right. It is Tony Podesta and John Podesta. And that is John Podesta right there with Miss Hillary Clinton. So his brother is Anthony Podesta, right? And Anthony, give me 2 ticks. Okay, let me show y'all a picture of Mr. Anthony Podesta, who is this guy's brother. That is Anthony Podesta right there.
Yep.
The dark side of this right here. And I'm not gonna pull it up because we not finna risk Fatty's channel or whatever the case may be. But the dark side of this shit right here is that this motherfucker has literally, he has a, I don't know, a chandelier, I don't know, art fixture. This is if you Google on your own time, family, just Google Jeffrey Dahmer victim in bathtub and then take off the safe search. And you're going to see that this is the exact position that one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims were inside of a fucking bathtub. This is this is like it gets tricky. You know what I'm saying? It gets real fucking dark. You know, so if we want to, take it a couple steps back, 2 ticks, to where we're talking about Aleister Crowley and the Book of the Law, and just showed y'all the WikiLeaks email between Mrs. Marina Abramovich, okay, and talking about all this shit here. For perfume mix the meal and honey and thick leavings of red wine, and then the oil of ambromelin and olive oil, and afterwards softened and smoothed down with rich, fresh blood. The best blood is of the moon monthly. Then the fresh blood of a child, or droppings from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priests or of the worshipers. So we can just go, we'll just take a trip over to YouTube real quick, family. And y'all bear with me. And what
You know what I just did?
I'm gonna mute this out. I'm gonna mute. Go ahead, Ruck. I'm sorry.
Ordered a hardcover copy of the Book of the Law. I also have a hardcover copy of the Satanic Verses. So I'm going to put those two right next to each other on my bookshelf, brother.
Look at her, bro.
Okay, perfect.
She's like the male version of Grigory Rasputin.
Yeah, nah, she's on some other shit for sure. You know, she's like somebody that I would not put my trust in at all. It gets a little dark, you know?
Yeah, but the elite worship her. The elite invite her.
She did a living art piece. I think it was in France or Paris or someplace. I think it was her. She did a living art piece where she basically let anybody do anything they wanted to her.
Yeah, dudes were like sexually assaulting her. Some chick came up and stabbed her with a knife.
Yeah, she got stabbed. I think somebody tried to burn her. I mean,
somebody tried to actually grape her, but it didn't go that far.
Yeah, because the audience wasn't about to let that happen. But
yeah, she did that shit in front of bro, if there ever was like a ritualistic type shit that was going on, like it seemed like that might have been something along them lines.
So just
like
real
a
quick,
humiliation ritual.
Bajoran, if you're still here, what do you think? Like, how do you explain this behavior? And especially, how do you explain the people that we look up to as like upper echelon, sophisticated individuals?
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Fatty, share that share. Share that share one more time so we can show everybody what's going on. So this, if everybody can see, this is Marina Abramovich. This is her spirit cooking ritual that she likes to do. She likes to write shit on the walls that says shit like mix fresh breast milk with fresh sperm.
It's verbatim from the Book of the Law.
Isn't
it? Ain't that a trip, my boy?
Hey, Kev, did you see what you see what Lionel posted, Kev? Forgive me.
But that was my question. Like, as somebody with a brain,
one second. Let me land this plane real quick.
Yeah.
You could spin around until you lose consciousness and then try to eat all of the questions of the day. Fantastic. What is she writing this shit with? Let's be clear about that.
They claim it's food coloring.
That is a vat of blood. And you can see right here, you will watch it, the coagulation of the blood. That is real blood.
Yeah, and they claim it's not
shit on the blood with on the wall with.
And they claim it's not. The key word,
she never claimed it wasn't. She never claimed it wasn't.
Her lawyers do. Her lawyers do say it's not real, and if it is, it's animal blood.
I don't give a fuck if it's human blood or animal
blood. Oh, it's
blood.
definitely
that's
human
what
blood.
That's what I don't care about. This right here is the effigy of a child. That is like what looks to be like a mummified child. Whether or not there is a child inside of that, I doubt it. Maybe though. I don't fucking know. It's weird though. Either way, I know normal people are not doing shit like this, throwing blood on the effigy of a child while all this weird shit is written on the wall with this same shit that Aleister Crowley has written in the Book of the Law, telling everybody that if you believe in these certain rituals and this, that, and the third, that you will reach a different state of enlightenment.
For sure.
Do as thou wilt. That is the type of shit I'm like, let's have a conversation about that.
And that was the question I wanted to ask.
Hold on 1 second, brother. Let me land my plane real quick, and then I'll give you the floor.
Yeah.
These are the type of people that we have to be looking at. Marina Abramovich sending fucking secret emails over Hillary Clinton's private server to the Podestas, inviting them to a spirit cooking ritual where shit like this is taking place. This bitch ran for the president of the United States. Her husband was the president of the United States. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. What part of the game is this? This is not cool at all. You know what I'm saying? So anybody can call us like conspiracy theories. You're you got your tinfoil hats on, Kev. You're fucking crazy. AJ, you're fucking crazy. Ruck, you're crazy. Uncle Fatty, you're fucking crazy. Are we crazy? Honestly, run a lap and look at this. These are the people that are fucking literally zero degrees of separation away from the leaders of the free world. And this is the type of shit that they fucking doing.
And did you see what Lionel posted? Take a look at the let's run through those pictures again. He's right. She doesn't age.
Yeah, no, she doesn't.
She doesn't get any older.
Yeah,
she doesn't age.
Yeah, it's from Elizabeth Bathory, Countess Bathory from the times of Vlad Dracul. It goes back to adrenochrome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She used to bathe in the blood of her victim servants and shit.
You know who that is?
Lord Dandy said, "Why are you surprised, Kip?" I'm not surprised, bro. I've been on this type of time for over 20 years, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna refute my question because you said what I was trying to say. Like, how is it that all these smart people we look up to as the leaders and architects of society and the the inspiration of motivational like potential in humans, how is it that these people are up to this weird shit? Like, how we can't just say they're crazy. Like, there's something going on here. How can they be so smart and so into this?
They're part of a club you're not a part of.
George Carlin. George Carlin. It's all a big club and you're not in it.
You're not
in it. Are you guys familiar with the Kathy O'Brien story? The girl that
that one right there.
Former 3-letter agency deprogrammer has spent years with trying to help her through her story of how she was kidnapped and sold into, and she was bought by Bob Hope, supposedly.
Right.
And she has the stories of a certain royal family in Europe. I think it was the Dutch or the Danish. I think it was the Dutch or maybe Holland, where a royal family would like literally hunt and kill children and do all this graping and stuff. I don't know if you guys buy into that, but look into the Kathy O'Brien story. That shit goes deep, and she talks about how the business worked through the 70s and some of the people that were like big rock stars and shit that were way involved into that stuff. So take a look at Kathy O'Brien if you guys have some spare time.
Oh yeah, it gets real dark. Bro, scroll up to the top of that with the Jay-Z shit. Yes.
I got to tell you, Fatty, it's funny, Fatty, because you're sitting there nodding your head and shaking your head, and we can never tell if you're listening or reading or reacting to both.
Fatty, no, you like, okay, I know Kev cooking.
Yeah.
So that's the Jigga Man. It's your boy, Hove.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, to the OV.
Hey, Locksmith. Good to see you, Jeremy.
He has a lot of fucking interesting lyrics. Jay-Z has a song called Freemason. I would implore everybody to take a listen to that song. We will not be listening to that up here. But right there, boom. Boom. We talking about Marina Abramovich, the spirit cooking shit, and all the whole little shit. Now give me that share. Share that share for me one more time, bro.
She's got her hands all up in everybody's shit, dude.
The worst part is she looks
anybody is talking to her.
The worst part is she looks seducible. She looks like if she went after you at a party, you would have a hard time saying no.
100%.
And I'm not saying that because she's magnificently gorgeous. I'm just saying there is this energy that emanates off of her that, like, this bitch could hypnotize a brother.
Bro, she got a whole like camp about that shit. Where, bro? All right, we not. Yeah, I will. What are we? 118. I'm gonna forward to 118. So this is I don't know if Fatty shared that share yet.
Yeah, here. Get back over there.
Okay, boom. So this is
I just
Jay-Z
gained a whole new
and
appreciation for Angry Casper. I can fix her.
Give me 90
doubt
days,
it,
I'll bring her
fool.
back to the right side.
Yeah, best of luck to you, fool. So this is
Hey, what do we say when a cute boy walks by?
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Oh, is that Fatty versus Taylor Swift? I love that. Nah, this is
Anyway.
So this is actually this is the recording of Jay-Z's 99 Problems with Rick Rubin. You know, and it just so happens that Rick Rubin has this 8 and 9 foot tall polar bear. I call it actually Shriner bear myself. This is a Shriner bear. This guy, you know, the Shriner hat or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, okay, Rick, no problem. And then they cut over to this. Magic, white and black. I went ahead and I'm like, oh, let me grab that book. Like, let me see what that book is about right there. So I grabbed that book and I read that book too. And there's some dark ass shit in that book as well.
Should I
It's
add
all
that to
du-
my collection with the satanic verses and what I just ordered from Crowley? Should I add that to it, Kev? Is it worth it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can get it
Right
for
on,
free.
bro. Right
Yeah,
on.
you can get it for free. And the thing about it, there's some like there's some beautiful things inside of this book, but it's all duality edition though. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some great things that you can take away and like actually apply to your life if you like a decent human being. But it's all about duality and like the toxic side of duality. Where once you get into the latter half of that book, they're like, oh yeah, you know, the black magic shit is how you can it's like manipulating people and casting spells like through words, you know, how you spell words and like word spells and this, that, and the third, and like just doing this shit to like try to manipulate people for like your own personal benefit. It gets fucking dark, bro. It gets real dark. But inside of this shit, I'm like, ooh, if you know about Rick Rubin and like, you know what I'm saying, some of the shit that he's about, like I said, this the Jiggy Man. It's your boy, Hove. Take a listen to that song, Freemason by Jay-Z, and keep some of this shit in mind. And don't forget that the Jigga Man, Jay-Z, was like #1 supporter for Miss Hillary Clinton on her little campaign to become the president.
Oh, wow. Nice tag. Nice tag, Kev. I got a quick question
yes.
for you, though. I got a quick question for you. Can you verify the name of the author's name for that Magic Black and White? I just want to make sure I'm buying the right book.
Give me 2 ticks.
Yeah, fuck that duck Java.
I don't think there is. Hold on. Let me see. I do have it in
Magic
my, hold on.
White and Black. All right. I just want to make sure I search and buy the right book.
I think it's Franz Hartman. Let me double check though. Yeah. I'll put it in the chat. It's Franz Hartman.
Yep. All right. Yep. I see it here. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Uncle Fatty. I'm like cousin Fatty right now. I'm telling you, I just had a corned beef special, French fries, half a cheesesteak, a couple of latkes, a couple pickles, a can of Doc Brown's root beer, and a can of Doc Brown's cream soda. I'm cousin Fatty. If you're Uncle Fatty.
Oh yeah, that's right. But no, I'm gonna land my plane right there. You know what I mean? But long story short, bro, I just you know, it's a lot. You guys might hear people talking about shit, and it might sound sporadic, it might sound crazy as fuck. But when people tell you like, man, do your fucking research, honestly, do your research though, because sometimes it might be worth it. You know, it might be worth it, or tap in with somebody that maybe has done their research, and they can give you like a couple like easy plays to look at this shit where it's like, oh, that's actually crazy right there. That looks fucking crazy right there. And there's a whole lot of data points that like make that shit make sense. And we seen, you know what I'm saying? We seen Hillary Clinton get questioned over this, and not to get political, you know what I'm saying? But Trump did ask her some questions about the shit, and she didn't have no responses, Miss Clinton. It's like, damn. And I'm pretty sure Snowden is still over there in like Europe somewhere.
Yeah, where the fuck is he at? Is he still
Russia, I believe.
Sweden?
Yeah. Bro, still over there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he can't come back. Yeah.
Now there was something new that happened a couple weeks ago.
You tighten out with KDK in Finland. Don't lie.
Yeah, KDK hiding bro out. All right, let me get that out of here. Hopefully, I don't get your channel canceled. If I do though, Fatty, I got you.
What a pal.
Yeah, whatever.
What a pal.
Yeah.
Fuck all that. Get to the user.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty weird shit, bro.
It's super weird. And this shit, bro, type in your browser, and Marina Abramovich, Lady Gaga.
Oh, that's the one I was looking for.
Yeah, Gaga's a huge Abramovich fan.
Yeah. Sick bitch right there, bro. Come on. Yeah. That is sick right there. I don't know if y'all can see it. There we go. Bro, this is the type of time that these people on. Let me not say bro, but everybody that's listening, this is the type of time that these people are on. They're at this like prestigious event. You know what I mean? It's the
Silver Spoon event.
Yeah, Silver Spoon, right. You could call it an elitist event because you have to be a little bit elite to be a part of this. But they have like this coffin looking thing with this human effigy that is a cake where they can like literally dip their silver spoons and take a piece out of it. And the syrup that's all around looks like blood and this, that, and the third. And there's Lady Gaga, looking like a goddamn vampire or something. Eating fucking pieces off this human effigy. Like, dude, this shit is fucking weird as fuck. It's weird. It is weird as shit.
Well, I mean, you can go to Japan and eat sushi off of a human effigy.
I got a question about this shit. These
crazy,
elites have to have somebody serve this program to them, right?
Yeah.
Like there are waiters and waitresses roaming around. There are people that put this together. Now, is this like one crew that they bring from twisted event to twisted event, or is this just like, oh hey, I work for this elite resort and I just have to do this sometimes and I don't talk about it?
I'm not
sure, I mean, how
bro.
the hell are you gonna keep your wait staff shut the fuck up, right? I don't know which one of you is snorting lines, but at least you could do is fucking mute yourself, all right?
Well, you ever seen the Clinton like suicide list?
It's like 50 something people.
Yeah, it's fucking fascinating. Like how many people were just like a day away from testifying against them that wound up like dying in plane crashes and shit like that.
Yeah, it's not the.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
it's like
there's like, weird things about them.
Yeah, it's like, dude, okay. Now maybe you didn't have anything to do with them people dying in plane crashes, but there's like fucking it's like,
or maybe you did.
I think that fucking list is like 50 to 60 people long. that just had like mysterious things happen to them. And it was like 30 of them that were on that list that died in plane crashes the day before they had to fulfill their subpoena to testify against the Clintons. It is crazy. It's like, dude, all right, well, like I'm cool with like, all right, some shit happens, like, all right, you know, like there's some accidents that happen, but 30 fucking times, my nigga, 30 times. That is crazy. That's fucking crazy. That Clinton suicide list is sick. It's like, oh. And then when you look off into the stories of like what them people might have had to say and shit, it's like, oh wow.
Pretty trippy, man.
Yeah. That's dark. It gets real dark. You know, and Miss Marina with all this spirit cooking. I don't know what the fuck these people be doing in Hollywood, you know? And what's that tape? It's called Frazzle Drip. Bro. Man. I think it was like 2000. Ooh, it might have been 2011. Some shit like that. A buddy of mine was telling me about this like fucking Frazzle Drip tape. And it was supposed to be Hillary Clinton and damn, what was her fucking assistant's name?
Monica Lewinsky?
No, it wasn't Monica Lewinsky. It was like some like Indian type chick. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, though, my buddy told me, he was like, bro, I got this fucking tape, like, bro. I mean, he's like, I'm telling you, like, this bitch fucking Hillary Clinton. He like Hillary Clinton's like eating the face off this little girl with her fucking assistant. I'm like,
you're
bro,
talking. You're talking about like what was her name? Huma, like
Abedin. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Bro was like, bro, I'm telling you, like this bitch like doing this crazy shit. I'm like, all right, let me see this shit, fool. This one dark web was like in full effect. BME Pain Olympics was just like on YouTube, no problem. You know, that's the two bitches like shitting in cups and fucking two girls, one cup. Like it was all like, you know what I mean? The internet was like a free for all at that point.
I could have gone the rest of my life without thinking about that.
Yeah.
Again.
Bro, sick, dog, sick. Well, bro, like I'm pretty telling you, like fucking Hillary Clinton's with this bitch, Huma Abedin, like eating the face off this little girl and shit. I'm like, oh, motherfucker, like, let me see this shit. So I watched this shit. I'm like, damn near ready to fucking puke, you know? This is
what would Admiral Byrd have to say about all this?
Bro, this is long before the days of AI, when that shit was like, you know what I mean? You could just,
yeah,
you know, long before. I don't know. I know I saw that shit, and I know you can't find nothing about that on the internet anymore. I know that, you know? I know that for sure.
Let's go to Copilot and see what Copilot says. I've got a bunch of stuff out of them that's been pretty good.
Okay.
Let's see. It's not going to go.
And contain it and follow it. Manage those expectations, boundaries with consequences. Own your shit, be real, no playing. Communication to avoid complications.
Spent trillions of dollars to try to manage those kinds of expectations. I don't know how they could make that claim this quickly, but I can understand why they would want to try to manage those kinds of expectations this quickly, but I can understand why they would want to try to manage
expectations.
Try to manage those kinds of expectations. But the bottom line is manage those
Motherfuckers timing me out in the chat, man. I said Uma Abedin way early, bro.
Trillions of dollars.
Expectations must be managed.
Spent trillions of dollars to try to manage those kinds of expectations. I don't know how they could make that claim this quickly, but I can understand why they would want to try to manage those kinds of expectations this quickly, but I can understand why they would want to try to manage those kinds of expectations.
Expectations must be managed.
And I was away from the man cave while I got rudely timed out in the chat. But I wanted to just add to you guys, right? If you go up to the Anti-Defamation League, the case is officially closed as that video there's no evidence for it ever existing. And it's just
You serious?
and conspiracy theorists have used it as a long-standing supporting argument for all the conspiracies around Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton. But this is the kind of power these people wield, man. Like, it's just the mainstream narrative is it doesn't exist, it's all lies.
Well, it's not even that. It's just not even mentioned. And then it's explained away when it is, but
yeah, like you can Google Frazzle Drip right now. You can Google it, and the first thing that pops up is the Anti-Defamation League's case summary on it.
Shit's wild.
Yeah, so like anybody that, like Kev was telling me earlier, you gotta walk people into it. Anybody that just Googles it and sees that, they're gonna think you're stupid for trying to tell them otherwise, right? And that's the most frustrating part about trying to wake people up.
Yeah.
Well,
it is very fucking frustrating, bro. Exactly. And respectfully, humbly, you know what I'm saying? I hope that you know now where I was coming from, bro, from a place of love and respect, because I understand it. I've been down the rabbit hole too, but I want you to slow down when you're talking to people in the future, because you're talking to guys up here that already we understand where the fuck you coming from, bro. But the research that you've done, it's finna get dismissed, dog, unless you can make it make sense. So you have to dumb it down. You understand? Respectfully to anybody that's like
mad
this y'all
respect,
first
mad
time hearing
respect.
this shit.
Yeah, mad respect, bro. And
dumb
that's
it
why I'm
down,
saying,
bro.
like, I really respect how you handle that so gracefully. But it's like I said in the chat earlier, I deal with this wall when I'm talking to people, and this is the first time. It's kind of crazy how we all met. This is the first time, like, I've actually had co-hosts on the panel come up with the heat, and I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. And it's great to have, like, Bajorn on the panel too, because you got to have a devil's advocate for this stuff, because there are people that are heavily interested. You try to wake them up, and instead of being repelled by it, they get consumed by it. The next thing you know, they're trying to sell their soul to the devil. They're writing on sheepskin, so you got to be careful with who you're, giving pearls to swine.
It can be so overwhelming, dog, because it's a lot to it. You know what I mean? But if you, just like you said earlier, KISS, right? If you keep it simple, stupid, you know what I mean? Not to call you stupid, but the whole like philosophy of that, like KISS, keep it simple. Give people some shit that's like tangible. You know what I mean? Here you go. This is some shit that's going on. So let me tie it into some shit for you where you can run a lap and you can go see that this shit is actually factual. Like, this is what's going on. This is what these people is doing.
So, Kev, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm. Of course, bro.
What do you feel like? How do you feel about, like, for example, Bajorn was saying, this is the book. Who's the author? I can order. Anybody can order these books. Anybody can, like, you showed us the book of the law. They can practice these things as you can with, religions and whatnot with those books. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But how do you feel about how, like, in jails or like,
hang on. Bjorn didn't ask that. I did, and I just don't want Bjorn to feel offended. So I'm not trying to trip you up, brother. But no, I asked that question. I don't want Bjorn to be saying, "Hey, God damn it, I didn't say that."
Wait, was that you the whole time talking about buying the book?
It was Ruck that
that was me. That was,
oh my God,
bro! That was on me. That was on me. No, you're good. I just don't want Bjorn to feel.
I know you were
dude, that was a total blonde moment on my part. Bjorn, I was trolling you in the chat, bro. I'm so sorry. I love you, bro.
No worries.
Maybe this would be a good point since we asked, know, Bjorn,
But it's like, you know,
since I begged you to stay here, Bjorn, can you give us like
but
a little bit of like,
yeah,
where are you at? Like, you know what I mean? How are you?
It's one of those things that I've always kind of looked at, and I just go, yep, there's a world that I just don't have privy to. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it does. You know, is it rituals? Is it this? Is it that? I just don't have the answers. All we can do is sit here and guess, theorize, you know. But yeah, I mean, do I think that there are absolutely people out there who have more information, more knowledge, and more power? Yeah, 100%. You know, that's kind of what everybody tries to do, is figure out a way to get a little bit more power.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, even the bum needs a little bit more power than the other guy so he can keep his shit.
right.
You know, that is just kind of the way of the world.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about that though? Like, there's a Bible available to you in jail, or like any basic hotel room you check into. Like, should there also be, you know, the Quran, or like the Book of the Law? Like that.
Well, that's only if you're in the United
humans,
States. If you go to another country, it's not, probably ain't going to be the Bible. If you go to the Middle East, I'm sure if it's going to be a Quran, right? Like, it's all perspective. We talked about this earlier. Like, overwhelmingly, people in the United States have a very narrow perspective of the rest of the world.
Yeah,
bigger shit.
I've been in jail before, and I know if you know, it's primarily like the book that's available is the Bible, but if you're Muslim, you can request the Quran. You know, if you feel like you're a Pastafarian, if there is like a text of the Pastafarians out there, you can request that, and they are required to give that to you.
Yeah, you can request any religious writings you want.
Exactly. Yep. So, you know, if the Book of the Law, like,
but in the United States, you are in a Christian-based country, whether you yourself are a Christian or not. So
yeah, like,
overwhelmingly, you're going to find the Bible.
Like, it'd be interesting to see how they deal with Chinese people, right, that are incarcerated. Like, do you even get to ask for that? Because they don't, you know, like, they almost.
Absolutely. Yes, you get to ask for that, and they have to provide that. You know, whatever the respectfully, I don't know. Respectfully, if anybody's just like Chinese is listening.
Did you hear the news, Kev? Did you hear the good news?
No.
The Prince of Pasta has been born.
No, fuck yeah.
It's been prophesied.
Okay, you with this Pastafarian shit, Uncle Fatty, I'm not sure if you trolling me or you being serious. Just to be honest, I'm like,
it's
trolling me.
All right, new rule. If Kev's gonna smoke on camera, he has to change on camera, because we all know Kev changes after every cigarette.
Yeah, I do.
So, like, I had to look this up because I had heard it before, but like, it's not legal to buy Bibles online in China, and like they have restrictions on people like practicing religion over there, right? Like, they don't, like, Muslims are, you know, the internment camps over there and stuff. Like, they don't really mess with people that are super faithful, bro.
Well, they have a culture, and they don't want anything coming in and eroding their culture.
Right.
Which is fucking crazy. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Doesn't that just provide like a breeding ground for questions? At a certain point, you're like,
well, I mean, is it crazy that people in China want to keep China and Chinese? Like, if I go to China, I don't want to see a bunch of French people. Right? Like,
yeah,
just like I don't want to go to France to see a bunch of Muslims, right?
Well, it's like Taoism,
going
right?
to France for.
Yeah, it's like Taoism,
I can understand the perspective of wanting to keep their country and their culture their way.
Yeah, and I gotta tag on with that. Like, I was talking about Indian culture and reincarnation and how it's been removed from like the oldest testaments of the Bible. Like, you can actually find evidence for that. I believe that the Taoism and like the Buddhism and, you know, these kind of spiritual religions and ideas of faith that aren't necessarily institutionalized religion really keep these people comfortable with how they think and view their cultures and their governments. So I agree with that.
Yeah, but that and respectfully to everybody else's cultures, like internationally, I think it's great to like question things. You know, I think it's great.
I love questioning things. Doesn't mean I want to change somebody else's culture, though.
No, I don't want to change anybody else's cultures at all, but it becomes like it's like, damn, that might be a little bit of like, okay, you're going towards like indoctrination, you know, versus giving the people to like give the people the opportunity to like seek. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
mean, well,
Isn't that the
go
beauty
look
of
at your own
American
answers.
privilege, though? That's the beauty of Western privilege. Like, how blessed are we to be in a part of the world where we can debate about this stuff, right? Like, isn't that crazy?
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's
Yes,
definitely why
because
I
a lot
love
of
my
places
country.
you couldn't have
Sure.
this opportunity. Absolutely.
No, you can't have these type of conversations, you know, in different, and that's sick. That's sick. But okay, the flying.
Bro, this
Fatty,
is like, I don't know if you guys know about the potato
are you
cult on
trolling
YouTube. This
people?
is like the potato cult, bro. This Pastafarian shit, this is like the potato
No,
cult, bro.
no,
Yes.
it's not Tim
Don't
Dooley
even
shit
talk to me
at
about the
all.
fucking potato cult. I've already been
Bro,
through
those
that
guys
shit with
are
them.
so
Don't start with
weird,
me.
bro. So
Yeah.
weird, bro.
But
I'm a mud
Pastafarians
dweller.
not.
I'm a mud dweller. I'm gonna get a fucking new rugby jersey that says mud dweller on the back.
Yeah, dude, I'm down. Yeah, it's kind of that's a different one.
So break down the tenets of Pastafarianism and then the Antichrist of the pasta ways.
Well, so the Great Flying Spaghetti Monster welcomes all religions into the fold of Pastafarianism, and he will reach out with his newly appendage to touch our souls. And the
What
Prince
the
of Pasta
fuck?
has
Damn,
recently
dude.
been born, so we're in for a treat, of noodly goodness.
I'm a sucker for spaghetti too. I could eat it all day forever. So this is bad for me, bro. I might convert.
Pull this up. 8. Please do not.
Yeah, Lionel and Katie, get your asses up here on panel. Come on
Yeah.
now,
Yeah,
fam. Let's get up here.
Katie's
Come
been
on.
cooking in the chat.
We all in a safe exploratory space. Let's get up here, fam. We good?
Yes.
Katie, Dandy, you guys have been cooking in the chat, bro. A lot of valuable information in the chat, bro.
So it's all
Angry
about the
Oh,
characteristics of the. I really wish
Dandy's
you
in
didn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fatty. My bad.
So
Oh,
the
we
8.
lost AJ.
I rather the really rather you didn't. I really rather you didn't act like a sanctuous, holier than thou ass when describing my noodly goodness. If some good people don't believe in me, that's okay. Really, I'm not that vain. Besides, it isn't about them, so let's change the subject. I'd really rather you didn't use my existence as a means to oppress, subjugate, punish, eviscerate, or, be mean to others. Sounds pretty base to me, right? Instead of starting wars in my name, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'd really rather you didn't judge people for how they look and how they dress and the way they talk, and just play nice. It's pretty based, right? I'd really rather you did not indulge in conduct that offends yourself or your willing, conscious partner of legal age and mental maturity. Anyone who might object, I think the expression of "go fuck yourself," unless they find that offensive, which of course, then I say "go fuck yourself" twice. In reality, I really rather you didn't challenge the bigoted, misogynist, hateful ideas of others in an empty stomach. So, eat before you go out. Fast fatigue is hard. Yeah. I'd really rather you did not build multi-million-dollar churches and temples and mosques and shrine to my noodly goodness when the money can be put to better use. That's pretty based. But then again, Joel Osteen needs a new house and Kenny Copeland needs a new jet. I'd really rather you didn't go around telling people I talk to you. You're not that interesting. Yeah, I don't think the spaghetti monster really talks to people, and I have a hard time believing in a lot of these prophecies and prophesayers that are coming out lately. So, yeah, really rather you didn't do unto others as you would have done to you. If you're into stuff like that I'm into, you know, leather, lubrication, Las Vegas, if other persons is into, however, you know, have at it. Take pictures. And for the love of Mike, wear a condom.
Fatty, you were there when the potato dude came after me, right?
Oh yeah, dude, I've been on his panel.
If I remember correctly, you were actually like being the best friend you could possibly be, and kind of like trying to pull him off of me into a different conversation. But I'm not gonna lie, you know I still struggle with my booze demon. So I was about a couple bourbons into. I'm not even gonna play this shit because I'm gonna say stuff that Mel will not forgive me for. You know?
Oh, alcohol gets the blame for a lot of shit it's not actually responsible for.
It's me. It's me. But when I'm sober,
that's all there is
I
to it.
handle it better. When I'm under the influence, I want to fight back, and when I fight back, I fight dirty. And I don't want to embarrass the people that entrust me to be part of their channel by doing that. So that's when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna click off before.
AJ,
I can understand.
One second, everybody. AJ is in the back chat. Fatty.
Oh hey, yeah. Let me check that out.
Okay.
Just seeing here real quick if no, Potato Man's not live right now. Yeah, he's a weird motherfucker, dude. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. No, he to be honest, bro was making
I was laughing the whole time in backstage.
It wasn't the actual Potato Man that came after me. I guess it was one of his representatives.
Oh, the first guy that came up
Marty,
was
right?
Yeah, Marty's he's the Jewish guy.
Yeah, the one that Potato Man went after the other night and got
anti-Jewish. He was like anti-Jewish.
Yeah,
that's I mean, if you're familiar with like the zebras,
he was pretty anti-Semitic. He was very anti-Semitic.
Hell yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I grew up Muslim, and I'm not like as nearly as biased as you. This is fucked up.
Yeah, Dooley, he's got like a whole group of dudes that just troll him and follow him, like like a Telcott thing, you know, where like it's these guys' main mission in life to like.
Oh, Jack Talcott, bro, he's a legend,
down, you know?
bro.
Like, yeah, I mean, it's almost like Tommy and the Zebras on Conspiracy. Well, I don't know how you put it, but fucking weird. I don't know that much.
Oh man, there's a lot of characters, bro. It's crazy. And then you got this like weird cult behind Andrew Wilson now because he went on Piers Morgan, so they all want to suck his D. It's like, oh my god, bro.
Piers Morgan's a fucking hack. And anybody that goes on that fucking show is pretty much.
I mean, it's just like the whole thing is a hack. The whole thing is a hack, and they call it the panel verse, like we're in a Marvel comic book.
Well, they call his show Uncensored, and I'm like, that's pretty censored for being uncensored.
Yeah. I don't know. I learned a lot of shit from watching Piers Morgan.
I like watching. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll still watch some of it, but I don't watch.
I mean, he's been around for a reason. He's been around for a reason. He gets people with two different opinions on, and nobody else does it better than him. But the guy, bro, he's been juicing issues for years. He just juices them, you know.
Okay, here we go.
Dude,
something
take
about
my card, buy some groceries. And
wait, what are you saying, sir?
Take my
fuck off with the something about he is sleeping. Oh. Yeah, Monkey is fucked up. Did you hear that?
He's from Norway, right?
Something like that. I forget.
They were having
Denmark. Yeah, Denmark.
In a cult.
What the hell are you looking at?
Who is this?
It's the potato dude, Tim Dooley.
He's like trying to start his own religion, and he uses the philosophy of the potato to recruit people to his religion.
Yeah, and if you don't fall in line, you're a mud dweller like me.
How about you?
I prefer bottom feeder, but that's okay.
That is absurd. Bro, they were.
Oh no!
Did you
See,
not hear
mud
he was
dweller, I
calling?
will live with.
Did you
Bottom
not hear
feeder,
there's like a
them's
woman in the
fighting words.
background? And they were trying to brag about it. That woman,
What's crazy is like Denmark and Norway have some of the
they
best
were
economic
bullying in the
systems.
cult
Like
the other
people can
day.
retire by 35 and shit.
And she said she
And it's
was
like
sick
this
of
is
their
literally
garbage
this guy.
cult
He
and
has
everything.
nothing better to do. He's
That's
got a
what she
great
said. She
technological
said that they were
setup,
just
and
abusive
he's
and
just
so and
started
so
a
and so on.
religion on
So she
YouTube.
left the
It's
cult.
crazy.
Hey, Uncle Fatty, welcome. So she left the cult, only to find that a couple of days later she's sleeping around with the monkey.
No, I'm
Spice.
staying on good terms with Homeboy.
Remember that if you go look up
Yeah, he's a cool
on
dude. Like he's never said anything mean to me, but he's just kind of out there.
Definitely got
what's
a
it called?
different way of.
He's never said
Whatever.
anything really out there. He just
Impreza, yeah,
accused
Impreza
the
channel.
girl of
You can
leaving the
see
cult
Spice
and
was
going
talking
and
with Monkey,
fucking
and
monkeys.
No.
like,
I'm saying he.
Said
No,
stuff
no.
that's out there. Okay.
No, Ruck. I said he's never said anything mean to me or like anyone in my like viewing of him, but he says shit that's very
he's
out there.
nice to me, so he's not an idiot or a jerk or a manipulator or an asshole or any of those only things because he's nice to me. I get it, bro.
No,
we're good.
dude,
Good, I hear you.
Ruck. The way my parents raised me is unless you insult me, I'm not gonna say a negative thing about you. But if you're batshit crazy, I'll mention it. Like I think the guy's out there, but I think you misheard me. I'm not saying he's, a good dude or like someone we should look up
I
to.
was just trying to be funny, buddy. I didn't mishear you.
Oh,
and
okay, sorry. Sometimes the sarcasm goes right over my head. I don't know what it is.
I was just trying to be funny. My bad.
No, you're good, bro. I get it. He's definitely giving off like G-rated Charles Manson vibes in the form of a potato.
Yeah. Weird dude, to say the least.
That guy was trying to get him, trying to loosen him up a little bit last night when Tim showed up. That guy's like, yeah, but aren't you really just kind of a troll?
Yeah.
It definitely gets. I feel like it gets to him. Like when it gets to him, you can tell he's just like, it's hopeless, it's pointless. Well, it's like you're starting to get it now. You created a religion based on a vegetable. Like, what'd you expect?
Yeah, bro.
It
Starts
couldn't have
getting
been a
emotional.
carrot. It couldn't have been a carrot or broccoli. Like I have this this friend that is known as Broccoli Man because he's a gay substitute teacher and he started showing up to sports events and getting himself on the jumbotrons by dancing with broccoli. And like now he's like a Seattle kind of a local celebrity kind of thing, and now he goes to Seahawks games or Mariners games.
But
and all
it
these
just
college
shows
games.
how
And like he just like he shows up and he gets on the jumbotron for dancing with broccoli. I'm
That's so crazy.
Brock, we
if
made
this
a
guy's
woman
gonna have a
famous
potato
for
cult,
saying
why doesn't James have a broccoli cult? If this guy's got a potato cult, right?
Right.
we made
That's
a woman
such a
famous
Seattle
for
thing,
saying
though. Like
hot
that's such a
Tua.
Seattle thing.
It kind
Yo,
of is a very
bro, she's
Seattle
cooked.
thing. Kind of is a very Seattle thing.
Right.
Man, dancing with broccoli. Put me on the jumbotron. Oh,
Right. Yeah, they love it in the Northwest, bro. It's goofy people, but I love the people in the Northwest, man. They're awesome. I got a lot of family there. But what was I gonna say? Fucking that Hawktua girl, bro. She disappeared after all this controversy about the money and shit.
Well,
yeah,
that's because she
everything
listened
wrong. She was
she
dumb
fucked
and
up.
she was misled. Let's
Yep.
be honest.
That
She
is
was dumb as
100%.
fuck, and she was misled about how to proceed.
Yep. She had the wrong people around her.
So crazy, right? Like these people call them industry plants, but these people that are like famous for a week or a month.
They just get in their 15 minutes.
I saw the video about 3 weeks. Don't lie. 3 weeks before like it all popped. And there are guys in cities that like their whole thing is just interviewing people on the street with awkward questions.
And
they're
the drunker they
doing
can find
those
you, the better.
and I know one of the guys that does it here in town. And he's like, "Oh yeah, some of the shit I get is crazy," but he says he says you never know what's going to pop on YouTube. You never know what's going to pop on Twitch or on the various forums that they do this on. And like all they do all day is sit around and think about what questions they're going to ask on the strip that night. And they just do this all night and they share the best of them with us. So Haktua Girl, I think the only reason she became bigger than a lot of the other interviews is because this chick was young enough to be dumb and she was still halfway attractive. She's not the prettiest girl on the strip.
She was the girl next door.
She's not the cutest girl you want to.
Well, the same thing happened to that chick with Drake, right? She kind of disappeared too. You know the white girl that was interviewing Drake or whatever, and a bunch of rappers. She was all awkward.
And you know what? The two guys that run the thing that interviewed her, she fucked them off and never gave them a penny of what she made over this.
That's crazy.
Honestly, I think it's a good thing. It sucks that she has to be the sacrificial lamb, but like all these fucking kids, they need to understand like there's real world consequences and all this money.
She do it to herself? Didn't she do it to herself?
Yeah, but it's like all these kids trying to document their lives, getting doxxed and all this shit. Like, bro, I don't know. I'm a '93 baby, dude. Like when I grew up, this shit wasn't a reality. So it's like these kids need to know, like, your life could be turned upside down over some dumb shit.
Are you
If
talking
you
about
drunk
the
on
Bobby
camera
chick?
doing something that would like humiliate everybody that cared about me, I would not try to capitalize on it without taking care of all those people that made it happen.
Fucking move to LA and start a podcast. Like, what was she thinking?
She tried to say, I'm a superstar now. So that's where she lost me. I'm like, no, you're not. You're just another dumbass blonde.
Yeah, you're just
You
a
talking
dumb
about
drunk
the Bobby chick?
The Haktua girl. The Haktua
No,
girl.
the Haktua girl, the Haktua girl is Bobby 2.0, right? Like she got famous off the viral like drunk interview, Haley Welch. But the girl you're talking about, the Bobby girl, she was like the first kind of blew up for just being an average looking girl that like interviews big names and shit. But she disappeared too. Like these girls, they don't have a long lifespan on their career or whatever the fuck they think is a career. It's just weird. And you know what's crazy about that chick too? The one you just brought up, Kev, the Bobby girl. She was married, and apparently after that interview with Drake, her husband filed for divorce with her, bro.
Yes.
Like some shit happened that night, bro, and it all just fell apart.
Yeah, bro was not fucking with that at all.
Oh yeah, and it was on her baby's birthday. Drake even called her out. He was like, "You flew here on your baby's birthday to interview me? Like, what the fuck?"
You got me fucked up. Okay, I get it. You doing your content shit or whatever the case may be. That's cool. This is what you not finna do. You not finna fucking embarrass me by hopping inside of a bed.
Yeah, like it wasn't even a real interview, bro. Drake be on some freaky shit like that. It was in a bed with like drinks in their hand on some weird shit, bro.
Fucked up. That's what you not doing. You know what I'm saying? As my like respectfully, humbly, but truthfully,
I'd be
that's
like,
what you
that's the
not
end of
doing.
this.
Breakup.
Yeah, that's how.
Get drunk like we're doing right now.
Oh my god, this is what happened.
You're gonna get the
Get
ghetto
over
side of
one
me
is get
coming
under
out.
another. Amen.
So you got a side piece.
Maybe I got 3. Maybe I got 7.
How many is on your roster?
There's only one I want, but till he's serious, I'm a boo.
So how many you got on your roster right now?
Maybe 4. 1. She said 1.
Maybe 4. How many you got on your roster?
None.
You trying to add one to it?
Add 1?
Yeah, you trying to add one more to it?
This is so crazy. Like it's such a basic ass interview until that moment,
So I can
right?
get your
Until
number?
that moment,
Yeah, you
and then it changes.
There you go.
You got it.
There you go.
I got one more. I got one more for
Good
you.
question. Like, you gotta make it good.
Leave a message to your last body.
My last body.
Yeah.
I miss you. Come back.
You missed
What the fuck?
Yeah. But,
You doing it
Oh
today?
hell
Yeah.
no!
What's your type?
like me. Like me, but a boy version, pretty much.
Explain.
The
What does that
fuck?
even mean?
I can. Go
That
ahead.
guy's calling now.
You leave a message to your last. Leave a message to your last body.
I love you, Pookie, forever.
They must have been doing the right thing.
What can I say?
Okay.
Make the cobwebs off this thing.
Are you posting
What
this?
the
I
fuck?
love that. I love that. What's your type?
She'll be back.
Spoiled,
Like, I'm
undereducated,
not into
and
it.
braggadocious.
Like,
That's
my
your
type,
type.
I don't have
He
a type.
said, like me.
You know what?
Yeah, I
You
think
know
she'd
what
be
makes
like
you wife
working in
material?
some.
Me, wifey,
Yeah.
everything.
Where's the part where she
Okay.
says "How
Yeah.
to it"? You gotta spit
Explain.
on
What's
that thing.
everything?
I'm
This is
loyal.
not the same interview.
This is my wife. What makes me
Shut
wifey?
the fuck
What
up! Are you
makes-
serious?
That fat
Is that her?
you got.
Is that her?
Hurry up, turn around. Let me see.
Fucking lying.
No, that's not
Dude,
her.
I think it is the same interview,
It
bro.
is.
Oh,
I
man.
think it is.
100% it's the same interview.
They give us a
Okay.
360.
But that's what we're saying. Like, it was a
This
20-minute average ass video, and like Ruck was saying, it was that little moment,
Come on.
and it
Yeah,
blew up.
there's only a 3
Yeah,
second
one
slice that
moment,
matter.
all of a sudden, this
What's
dumbass
one
blonde
move in bed
chick,
that make a man go crazy every time?
One what?
She's a college
What's one move in
junior
bed
or a
that
college
makes a man go
dropout, some
crazy every
shit
time?
like that.
That you do.
All of a sudden, she's gonna
That I
retire and
do.
get famous on
That
it
makes
now,
a man go
right?
crazy every time.
That's
Just
today's
not for
society.
mom.
Oh, here we go. Here we
Get
go. It's right here.
there, Kayla.
Oh, hog to it.
This is for her.
What?
You
What's-
know how to answer this. You got it.
What's one move
This
in
is
bed
the
that
moment her
makes a
life
man go
changed for the
crazy every
worse.
time?
Oh,
That
you
do.
gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Wow.
You gotta give him that
We're
huck
living in a simulation,
You
bro.
gotta give him that huck
And you
to
know
it.
her
You gotta
redneck
give him that
daddy is
that
so proud of her.
that thing.
You know her southern father who
Crazy every time.
hangs
Oh,
out
you gotta
at
give
the
him that
Elks
huck
Club
to
or
Crazy every
at
time.
the
Oh, you gotta give him
whichever
that
club
You gotta give him that
is
huck
just
God.
embarrassed now. He doesn't even show up anymore.
to and spit on that
What happened to Leon? Oh, he ain't here since his
gotta give
daughter
him that
got
huck
famous.
to and spit on that thing. You get me?
I'll bet
Crazy every
Daddy's so
time.
Oh,
proud.
you gotta give him that huck
Oh, all right, man.
and
Stop
spit on that
it,
thing.
Maddie.
You get me?
Stop
Hey,
it.
To and spit on that thing. You get me?
ring
And that
dick.
was it. That was it. And in a few months, she was on top of the world, trending, and then a few months later, she'd become a criminal. What the fuck, guys?
And I guess
What
she put
the
all of
fuck?
her all of her money into some bullshit crypto scam, and now she's already broke.
Fucking Maddie.
Yeah.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
AI is
Think
crazy,
about
bro.
that.
AI
Think
is
about that.
fucking
If
crazy.
you're a girl from the South, where family is still a huge tradition, can she go back to Thanksgiving dinner
Oh yeah. Okay, I got another one for y'all.
with
Yeah.
aunts
Okay, I
and
got another one
uncles
for
No,
and
fuck
grandma
no.
and grandpa and nieces and
Oh,
nephews?
I don't
the
be
Or does
embarrassed,
he
you gotta
have that
embarrass him
weird
and
uncle that, like, well, yeah,
You
he's
gotta
just,
answer
he
this.
just
You got
has a
it.
roommate?
What's one move in bed that makes
You
a
know,
man go
I mean,
crazy every
what
time?
what is
Oh,
the
you
rest
gotta
of
give
her
him that huck
family life
to
gonna
and
look
spit
like?
on that thing.
yeah, the embarrassment of her father has got to be unreal.
Pretty proud papa there. You know. He's,
Oh, I mean, I can, as a father, I would just be like,
I mean, we all know who we are. We're human beings. We do this stuff. We have this fun. But there has to be a
there's a
little
time
bit
and
of
a
a,
place.
I'm not going to.
Good morning. Here's your daily reminder that people suck and you're going to get pissed off today. Don't cuss nobody out, don't fist fight, and don't go to jail. You got this, bitch. Good luck.
Well, that
That
took
gets away
all
with
the
being
fun out of it.
legendary. Because, you know, that's a legendary moment. I played college football and shit. I remember doing stupid ass shit just so everybody would tell the story about me doing stupid ass shit. And I feel like this is kind of one of those same moments. You know, she's like, I just want to be legendary for a second, not really realizing that Legendary
They're
is
they're all
legendary.
narcissists, bro. They're all narcissists. Like, did you notice just the psychology of when her friend was getting asked questions, and she turns the other way and starts waving at some person across the street? It's all about her. So, like, people like that are the
Oh
perfect kind
yeah,
of people
it
to,
was totally. Look
you
at
know.
me, I'm on camera. Look at me, I'm on camera.
Right, right. And it's like you said, the scam thing, she was probably too stupid, but I think where I have a hard time empathizing for her or having sympathy is she probably knew exactly what the fuck was going on. Like, when you can smell something's fishy, you can smell it. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell a scam's happening. And the way she pumped that shit up and then just disappeared, like, she knows there's probably the laws after her, people are pissed, they're gonna try to sue her, right? So it's like, damn, dude, like you got turned into being a scapegoat for a huge Ponzi scheme.
I kind of think she got rolled. I mean, she said
Yeah.
something, and as soon as everybody noticed, somebody jumped in at her and on her and said, I can make you rich, but I can make myself even richer.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened to her.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, hey,
Yeah, I
Because
think,
the
like I
next
said,
thing
I
you
think
did
know,
you
she
watch
had
the
bad.
interview with
you know,
did you
she's
did you
on
watch
stage
hold on one
and
second guys, one second guys.
Go ahead, yeah, my
Did
bad.
anybody see the interview with her and Bill Maher?
Yeah, the
Oh,
podcast they
fuck
did
no.
together.
I gotta go
Yeah.
watch that now. I'm a huge Bill
Yeah.
Maher guy. I
Yeah,
gotta go
it's
watch
on Bill
that.
Maher's
No.
podcast. You know, the After
Yeah.
Hours
Oh,
podcast
the
he does?
after hours? All right, thank you.
It
I will check
definitely
that
like
out.
it,
Thank
it
you.
definitely like gives you know how Bill Maher is like. I fuck with Bill Maher like the long way. You know, bro's like
Yeah, he
highly
cool, bro.
intelligent
He OG.
and
He
super
OG
like
for sure.
logical, you know? And
They
he
saying
broke
he's
her
liberal
down from like
now,
the
but
bottom
he's
up.
been.
Well,
They saying
the
he's
thing with
conservative now. But just
Who
real
gives
quick,
a
they
shit?
saying he's conservative now. But what pisses me off is he stood true for weed when it was taboo, and now he's still saying the same shit. But things have gotten so crazy far, they're calling him a centrist now, and it's like, but y'all are tripping. Bill Maher's Bill Maher. Like, hate
Well,
him
the
or love him,
reason they're calling him that is because he started calling the Democratic National Committee on their bullshit. He's like,
Yeah.
look, do we want to win? Do we want to make the country better? Or do you want to pick and choose who you're going to offer
What
us?
are we doing?
So as
Well, and
soon
not
as
just
he
that.
started
Plain
going
and
after
simple,
them,
he's
as
not
soon
for
as
the insane. Plain and simple,
did
he's
I
not for the
interrupt
insanity of
you?
women in men's
You let
skirts.
anybody interrupt you? So why do you interrupt everybody else? Okay, let me land my fucking plane. He went after the Democratic National Convention, and that's when they started going after him and calling him a centralist. Now,
Yes.
if you want to re-educate me, go ahead, but don't interrupt me to do it. Thank you very much.
Love you, Ginger Prince. Okay. Well, I will interrupt you at this point in time, just now that you are no longer talking. But no, there was a documentary that Bill Maher did. It was called Religulous. And I was like, oh, this fool's like he's much more than just like a late night talk show host or whatever. I'm like, bro, really has like a point to make, you know, and I really fucked with his perspective on things. And then when I saw that interview with him and the Hawk Tua chick, you know, I was like, okay, respectfully to the Hawk Tua shit, Haley Welsh or whatever her name is. I'm like, you know, she's a baby, man. She's like what, 22 maybe at this point, you know?
Yeah,
To
she's
me,
what, like a college junior,
yeah,
you know,
she's
or
a
a senior,
she's a
barely graduated.
she's a baby, bro, you know? And I'm like, I really saw that when he, you know, during that interview, you know? And it's like,
Paw
okay,
or
she's a
nothing, but
kid.
hey, I'm trying to throw something
Yeah,
together.
absolutely. You learned that thing about spitting from.
So usually when somebody goes massively viral or becomes a social
Okay. Let's give a little bit of context to this Uncle Fatty
You
before you
straight up
play
asked
this.
her, like,
Can we give a
where
little
did
bit
you
of
learn that
context to
from?
this? All
And
right. So
yeah,
again,
please.
you have to, if you watch this entire interview, then it's gonna make a little bit more sense. If you just watch this clip, you're like, oh my god, Bill Maher's like a creep. He's just trying to like put his cock in her mouth and like fuck her the long way. If you watch the entirety of the interview, like it makes a whole lot more sense.
It's a
You
good
know,
interview.
He does say some like inappropriate shit to her, but in context, though, like if you watch the
It's good.
entirety of the interview, like how the lead up happens, it makes more sense.
Well,
He's not like I will
what's he
fuck you for a
saying?
fucking position. I would, you know what I'm saying? If you want to suck this dick for a little bit, I got a podcast for you. It's the
love
lead
the
up.
way
It's the lead
Bill
up.
Maher will sometimes make fun of you to your face with people that
Yes.
are too stupid to realize he's
Exactly.
making fun of you to your face.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, they
She's
took
definitely
this.
dumb, dude. She's gonna get taken advantage of in so many ways.
100%.
It's sad.
That's all I'm saying. If you watch the entirety of this interview and then
good.
then you watch all the
Chris
clips that have been posted on the internet, like Bill Maher's trying to take advantage of this 20-year-old girl or what this, that, and the third. When you watch like the lead up to that, then you're like, okay, I get it. Like that is not the case, like at all.
It was good.
If
He was pretty
he's taking
respectful.
advantage of her, he's just helping her at the same time. If he's taking advantage of her, it's financially, meaning this chick is hot, she's a topic, people want to know this story. Like I said, a lot of us saw this shit before it broke. And
Yeah.
I was already over it before it broke, but now the whole world is like, oh my God, this is a big thing. So everybody's going to jump on and try to make their bank off of it. But at the same time, they're giving her more bank off of it, right?
Well, I would say if she would have listened to Bill Maher, if she would have listened to what bro was saying, she never would have wound up in that cryptocurrency debacle that she's in now.
Right. Well, that goes back to my first thought where somebody got a hold of her as soon as they suspected that this was popping big. They got a
Exactly.
hold of her and they said, you know what? I'm going to make you rich, little girl, but I'm going to make myself a little bit richer.
Yeah, I think pretty much that's how it went down. Pretty much, though.
Adam in chat. No, she did not get spit on. Did you watch what they just shared with her? What they just shared with us. She was being interviewed about sexual stuff. And she said, sometimes you just got to hawk two on that thing. No,
Yeah.
she did not get spit on. I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm barking at you. I don't mean to. My bad. My bad. My bad.
I know you good.
Actually, now that I think about it, she might like getting spit on. That might be a whole thing for her.
The Reverend Uncle Fat Ass.
Where you grab her by the neck, spit in her mouth.
Happy Monday. All you sexy mother.
Is it Monday?
Close.
It ain't even Friday yet.
Fucking holidays in the middle of the week suck ass, dude. We should make every holiday on a fucking Saturday and have 5-day weekends.
Yes, Uncle Fatty.
Okay, yeah, 5 is pushing it. I'm down with 4. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
4 is good.
I've been thinking it was Monday for like 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
No, me either. They're just,
Cab, you let your problem child have his Christmas gifts yet?
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie. You confess. One of my kids might not get his presents.
Yeah, I'll be talking that shit, you know? Yeah, but, I need a little atonement or whatever the case may be. I'm like, cool. Like, bro, be decent to your mother. You got me fucked up. I'm like, oof.
Oh, it wasn't just beating up a sibling. It was about mom. Yeah, dude.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
let him have shit till his birthday.
Right?
Yeah, that's where my trip. I'll be like, oh, bro, you are so lucky. This ain't like 1992. I would whoop the dog shit out you for the way that you talk to your mother.
I was born in 63. I got whooping so bad the sheriff came to my house after my junior high school phys ed coach called the police.
No
Like, this
shit.
boy got strap marks on him. This boy got strap marks. I got home from school one day. There were 2 sheriff cars at my house. When I walked in the door, my stepdad just gave me that look that said, "I will kill you, child." And I lied and I said other kids did it to me in a fight at school because I was afraid he was going to murder me if I told the truth. So, yeah, I understand that shit, dude.
Yeah, I miss those days, to be honest. Or you could just terrify them, you know?
No, I literally thought he was going to kill me. So I lied to the police. I'm like, no, he didn't do it. It was some other kids at school. Like, which other kids at school? So I'm thinking, who do I hate? Who do I want to get in trouble?
Who am I throwing under the bus right now at this point?
Exactly. And then I had to fight him, but I won the fight. So it was okay.
Oh, yeah, it buffs out. It buffs out for sure.
That should buff out.
Yeah. Now, my boy, he's not really that bad. He's not really that bad. He's not a bad kid at all. I'm just like, damn, what the fuck? Can't put the paws on him, you know? What's like like what's the best? How do I fucking curb this fool's enthusiasm? You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I be looking at him, so I'm like, you got me fucked up, fool. You don't know how good you got it. You know? I think a good ass whooping might do you correct. You know?
Isn't that the worst though? When you've actually become a man and you realize what this kid needs is a good whooping, and you're not allowed to put it on him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do then, man?
I don't know. I just threaten him, to be honest. You know,
it's a hard dilemma. It's a hard dilemma you're in. It is because at my time we didn't have this problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty shitty how you can't even discipline your kids anymore. God forbid.
Crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
Especially when it comes to young boys or men, like they need to learn where limits are.
Yeah, and
I love the old Bill Cosby joke where Cosby's dad looked at him and he said, "I brought you into this world, kid. I'll take you out.
Take you the fuck out. I will take your ass out."
How long does a joke threat like that last? I mean, what, till 15, 16 before the kid is smart enough to go, "Yeah, y'all ain't gonna kill me, Dad."
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'll be threatening my son.
It's not that point. It's the respect level that you have to maintain.
Nah, for me, just to be honest, like I'm willing to go to jail to make sure that he doesn't in the future. You know, so I'm cool. Like, you know, with the threats. And
I am
shit.
so
Like,
glad you did not adopt me that night. I was drunk and asked you to.
I'm cool. Like, no, in all honesty, like when my son, I'll tell y'all a short story. Like last year sometime, you know, he doesn't live with me, but we live in the same community. So he decided to try his mom and just stay out overnight. He stayed out overnight at some kid's place that's just like a fucking, I don't know, mental health case or whatever. He's got like some weird cases on him and shit. Like,
wait a minute, without permission? I mean, did he ask, "Hey, Dad, can I stay over?" Or he just like
no, he lives with his mom, like, you know what I mean? He's at mom's house.
I got you.
He's at mom's house all the time. So he's like, man, fuck what she
And
talking
he did
about.
not get mom's permission. He just stayed out.
Nah, he just decided to go out. So, you know, she called me. She like, man, I don't know where the fuck Tyson is, this, that, and the third. I'm like, all right, for sure. I'm calling law enforcement off top. You know what I mean? Like, that's when I'm like, I'm about to call the police. She's like, don't call the police. Don't do this, that, and that. I'm like, fuck what you talking about at this point in time. Like, we calling the police. So I called them, you know. We trying to figure it out. My son is missing. You know, he didn't stay out overnight. He not supposed to be doing this. Long story short, we wound up finding him at this kid's place that is like a problem child. He's like a weirdo. You know, like I said, he got some weird cases on him from this motherfucker's house. Fool named Jacob. He got a case on him for like sneaking into his neighbor's house and stealing her panties. Like, he's a weirdo, you know? He's
And
all
that's
mental
your
health
kid hanging
edition.
out with? Damn.
Yeah, and that's where he stayed overnight. And then and I told Tyson, I'm like, bro, get your ass outside. And I told that fool Jacob, I said, like this time, my boy, he's 18, I said, this time I call the police. Next time, you finna call the police.
I don't know with my kids.
Here's the next time, motherfucker.
I'm calling the
Tyson,
police
that's my
this
son.
time, like you're calling the police this time for his own protection.
Yeah, this is for you. Yeah, next time you call them for you. Next time
I taught my
and
kids when they were
Right
very
on,
young
dude.
that people
was
have
upset with
frag
that, but-
radiuses like a grenade. Like you have to determine how big a person's frag radius is and whether or not you want to be within it.
Yeah, my shit is deep when it comes to my kids, bro. I'll get you up out of here. Just to be honest, I'll get you up out of here. But you can't put the hands on them, So I'm all scare tactic edition with my son. But long story short, like I said, I be threatening him with certain shit,
Shit, we's different. My kid's 25 and I'll still put hands on him.
Yeah, mine's about to be 14 in like just a couple days. But I'm cool like with doing the threats. But as soon as you call me on my bluff, I got something for you though.
I love that. Kev.
Well, see, and
I love that.
The kids don't understand too, because like your kid thinks he can win. You have to look at it with the perspective of you can't lose, because if you lose, you now have lost your dynamic. Like that's why it's like, oh yeah, no, I will fuck you up and I will cheat to do it because you will not win. Not
but
yet.
also kids, unless
you will, but it ain't
also
today.
unless you have like a really badass kid that is probably already lost, for a lack of a better way to phrase it.
Yeah, then it shouldn't be an issue.
The dad knows how to hurt you and potentially break you and potentially kill you. The kid has seen a whole bunch of movies and thinks he's gonna one punch Papa, right? Unless the kid is already so much of a fighter to where you've been dealing with this for a while.
Yeah, and it all depends on the dynamic of the family, right? Like kids usually in that position probably didn't have a strong male role model or dad to help them out. That's how they got that way. Right? The dad should be able to balance them out.
I knew I could not one punch Papa. So when my fight with my stepdad came down, I made sure I was higher on the stairs than he was. I was an all-state offensive lineman. I just drove him down the stairs and into the ground, and broke a couple of his ribs when we hit the ground. And then, I climbed up on him and I took him out. And this was before we had MMA. I just climbed up on him and I just started swinging and I started letting go. And my mom had to drag me off. And he never,
let me ask you a question.
he never fucked with me
that
again.
situation, were you wrong in that situation or were you right?
At the time, mom and dad were separated, and I had helped him move his shit to his new girlfriend's house, which I resented. I never liked him in the first place. He was alcoholic abusive. He used to beat the shit out of me as a kid. He brought his son that was 3 years older than me into the family, and he tried to bully me and intimidate me until I got into sports. And I kind of like leveled the playing fields with the older brother. It's like, I'm a captain of the freshman football team and you're nobody. You get your ears flicked on the bus. You're never going to fuck with me again. I had to stick up for him on the school bus one time against a girl my freshman year. And that kind of broke the relationship for he and I. All of a sudden, there was no longer a pretending that we were friends. He just hated me and I hated him. And we had to live in the house together and he could no longer try to bully me because he knew I could take him. I saved his ass from a girl on the bus. He was a junior when I was a freshman. Okay, so this like reset the whole damn dynamic and that kind of fucked stuff up. And then I got really good at football and wrestling because my whole thing was every day when I went home, I got my ass beat. So I didn't want to go home anymore. I joined the choir. I joined the debate team. I joined the Spanish club. I tried out for every fucking sport I could just so I didn't have to go home.
God
So
damn.
by the time this happened with my dad and I, he and my mom had been separated for a year and a half. And when I came home from I think it was debate club, I came home and he was back in town and he and mom were arguing and fighting and he called her a bitch and I lost my shit. After
Oh
all
yeah,
the years of
I got
abuse and
something for you.
stuff, I lost my fucking shit. And I ran up to the top of the stairs where it turned and I'm like, get your fucking ass up here, you motherfucking asshole. I've been putting up with your goddamn shit for blah, blah, blah. I lost my shit at the age of 17 and a half on
Roger's
this
like, today
motherfucker.
I got time. Today I got time, motherfucker.
Right. And when he started coming up those stairs at me, I just made sure I hit him with everything I had with my body weight. And by this time, I'm an all-state football player. I'm an all-state wrestler. I know where to hit you when we hit the ground. So I
Yeah.
just made the perfect fucking tackle. When I hit him on the ground, I heard it all come out of him. I felt it all come out of it. I knew I had won the fight right there. So I just went off on the motherfucker until my mom literally pulled me off by my hair. She literally pulled me off by my hair. And that
Well,
changed
your
everything.
defiance was justified, though. Your defiance was justified.
You know what? You know what? Many years later, the motherfucker had a stroke, and I spent 18 years wiping that cripple's ass and his nose and spoon feeding him. Because you know what? I don't even believe in God, but I want to go to heaven if there is one. So I felt like I had karma I had to try to fix. I'm sorry. I got to get off my pedestal. I'm going to shut the fuck up for a minute.
Nah, you good, bro. I
You're
love this
good.
side of you,
Yeah,
bro. When you get to chopping it up, when you get to like revealing and talking about these stories, pause, these intimate stories or whatever the case may be. I love that, bro. You know?
Shit,
That's
my
that's what we
dad
here
dotted
for.
me a couple of times, but I
I
always
beat the
deserved
shit
it.
out of that
I ain't gonna lie.
motherfucker, and he never
Like, I
he
deserved
never
it.
rose his voice to me again. In fact, I never heard him raise his voice to anybody again. Not my mom, not me, and not his own son, my older stepbrother. I never heard him raise his voice to anybody again after that. Shit, I gotta take a bong hit and shut up.
I was just about to grab my bong too. I'm not even lying to you, fool. I packed the oneie. I took a hit off my oneie. I'm like, this ain't doing it. I should grab my bong over there on the fucking. But I love that though. But that was a warranted adjustment. You know what I mean? That was warranted.
Oh, I love. Wait a minute. I love the fact that you use
motherfucker! All right, I'm grabbing mine.
I love
only
the
got
fact
me the
that
one
you use
one
the
scrap
term
with my dad, but man,
adjustment.
it was
I
a bad
love
one
the
too.
fact that you use the term adjustment. I saw one of my drill instructors administer an adjustment one day. I'm like, damn, this shit still happens.
Oh, 4-wall counselings, yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Or go back behind the Connex, have a little meet Jesus meeting.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. You're gonna come talk to Jesus, boy. Oh my God. When I was in MP school, and back then I think they shifted it to a different base now, but when I went through MP school, it was Fort McClellan, Alabama. And I remember one of our instructors saying, "Are you Christian?" And this kid saying, "No." And he says, "Come here, boy, you will meet Jesus." And that boy got his ass so whooped and smoked. It was crazy.
Yeah,
But
we
yeah,
at
you
the
gonna
Flying
learn
Spaghetti
today.
Monster Church, we don't condone that. We don't like to beat our children in the name of the Lord.
Oh no, I'm kind of a believer and tear you down and build you back up stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, to a certain extent, for sure. To a certain extent. Yeah.
I want to ask you the questions that I honestly believe you should be asking yourself.
Yeah.
That's where I come at it at this point in my life. I mean, after the Marine Corps, I was very, very much. There are three ways to do things: the right way, the wrong way, and the Marine Corps way. And now I have kind of grown into. I got to ask you where you are in order to help you find out where you want to be, or maybe even potentially to help you figure out where you are. But I got to ask questions. I can't just beat it into you. You know, that is not the right answer for everything. It might be the right answer for some
Oh,
stuff,
for not
but I
everything.
no longer believe that's the right answer for everything. I don't think I have to break you to rebuild you, but I did believe in that for the longest time.
Well, it depends on what it is, right? If you have
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
have an ideology that you believe in that's wrong, right? Then you have to figure out how to break that ideology and build it back into what you're trying to
Yeah.
do. So, yeah, I mean, in a way, you're always doing that. It's kind of an evolution.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, it definitely is an evolution for sure. For sure.
You know,
It's
I
difficult
look at
though.
it.
You might
For all of us vets up here using military terminology, like, and the poor chat's going,
You're like, wait, what?
evolution? Like, is that the dinosaurs?
Well, I
And
mean,
like,
I think all
yeah,
of
no.
throughout life you evolve, right? And you
Yeah.
look at, if you actually look at like a human's patterns, it's about every 15 years. At age 15, you are at that point evolving into an adult male. At age 30, right? That's usually when we're evolving into our career. At age 45, what does everybody call it? A midlife crisis, because you went out and bought a Corvette. Yet it's probably the first time in your life you've evolved high enough to afford a Corvette. You know, so it's that's just kind of how I look at things.
I agree. I don't disagree. Well,
Yeah.
the only
No, I'm
thing
not
the only
mad at
thing
that.
I would gently challenge is I think it's more of a 7-year cycle in the
Yeah.
fact that I realize within myself my opinions change
Well, that's part of the
faster than every
evolution.
15 years. You know, it's like about every 7 year. I have gone from Republican to Democrat to independent. And if I look back, it's usually been like a 7-year period that
Yeah,
forced the
that's where
change.
the evolution is, right? That's why I say it's
Yeah,
an
right.
evolution
No,
of 15
I'm not.
years.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
it's
yes,
just a
you can.
perspective. Yeah. Because it's like we look, I think it's funny how we look at adults, right? At the age of 18, we look at our kids that, oh, you're an adult now, go be an adult. But you didn't start teaching them to be an adult until they turned 18. You treated them like a child until they were 18 years
Right.
old. And then at
Yeah.
18, you went, hey, congratulations, you're a fucking adult. Now go adult. Well, you should have started that shit when they were 15.
Exactly. You didn't
Yeah.
prep them. You didn't. You
Mhm.
weren't ahead
You
of the
set them
game.
up for failure.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of, yeah. And something I wanted
Yeah.
to go back and reinforce because when I'm a mod, I'm trying to teach myself to shut the fuck up and just be a mod. But now that that feed is over, I wanted to echo what I can't remember. I might have been God is good, AJ that said it. I'm not. It might have been you that said it, but somebody brought up the fact that it's really kind of weird that I can enlist in service and I can go be trained and I can go kill others and or die and I'm not allowed to have a beer.
Yeah, that was me.
To me,
Yeah,
to me
that's
that is
crazy.
fucking nuts. That
That's
has
sick.
always been crazy to me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I can go out
I mean,
there and I
since I
can
joined
do
the military, we've
horrific
talked about that.
things or I can see horrific things or experience horrific things, and I'm not allowed to have a beer. Really? A fucking beer?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
shit
that's
drives me crazy.
Bro, you can go overseas and experience a lifetime of shit, horrendous, beautiful at the same.
Oh yeah,
Experience
dude.
like this
I've seen the
duality of
most
like
You can
beautiful
be
places on
broken
the
love
forever.
Yep.
You can be
and be
broken forever at
exactly
the age
and
of
come back
19 and never
19
have had a beer yet.
exactly. Go overseas at 18 years old and see all this shit that a fucking 45, 50, 75-year-old would never fucking imagine in their life, dog, ever. Expect to be normal and then tell them kids that they can't have a fucking beer.
Right.
Like, you know
Not
what I
one.
mean?
Not
Yeah,
one.
this,
And it,
this
Well,
and,
is
it's
and if
part
you
of the
catch them
problem
with if
with
you catch them with one, if you catch them with one, it's what, office hours or charges, right?
oh yeah,
well,
exactly.
it's that's the same reason as to why there's such a hard time of reintegrating back into society, right? Like when you get out of the military, a lot of people don't really think about it, but you spent your entire life for somebody like me, right? But even somebody who does 6 years or 10 years, even, right? You spent the big portion of your life getting to an apex of what you do, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get out and you've lost your community, your title, your identity, your purpose. Everything goes away literally with the signature on a piece of paper.
The grass is always greener. Right?
And then you get out
Yeah.
and you try to reintegrate back into a society that you have absolutely nothing in common with.
Yeah.
You don't see anything the same way as everybody else does because you have seen things nobody else has seen, or you have done things nobody else has done. So you have
Yeah.
these perspectives and the way you view things, it becomes difficult. So
Yeah,
and that's coming
it's
from a person
completely
who
different.
I just retired in 2019. I still struggle with it. Right?
Yeah.
I do
It's
not see the
PTSD edition.
world
Come on.
the same way as everybody else does.
You're a lifer, Bjorn?
I did total time in service was 23 years. Full active duty was 18.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you
my
so
privilege.
much, my man. I
Appreciate you,
your
Battles.
support.
Come on. Love, dog. You already know.
Yeah, started in the Navy and finished in the Army.
That's different. Let me ask you a question, bro. Like a serious question. Have you gone through a RT program since you've been out?
The reintegration stuff?
Yeah.
No.
Or just have you been through the program that the VA offers?
I've been through some of them, yeah, but my retirement was medical for TBI.
So listen, whether or not you feel like a certain way, like you're good or you're not good.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
If you ever listen,
I have a very positive outlook on things.
No. I love that, bro. And I trust me, I did too, but if you ever feel like it's getting away from you, check out like a resident. The RTP program is a residential rehabilitation treatment program. It's for like PTSD.
Yeah, we have
symptoms.
For where I'm at, and for my community, we have the EOD Warrior Foundation, and same concepts. Yep, I work with them. So
no, this is definitely different. This is this is a program that you can slide into for like 90 days, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's very beneficial. It gets you like kind of back into the same.
I don't want to look at
the
the
same
world the
like
same way everybody else
mode.
does.
No, you might. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, bro. If you ever feel like you're in a place where you're like, damn, I'm missing it, or
Fair,
like
I appreciate
getting
it.
away from me a little bit, check out the RTP program, and I would highly recommend the one in St. Cloud, Minnesota, through that VA. It is like the one that veterans like,
Oh yeah,
they promote that one the most, and it's a good little program, whatever the case may be.
Oh yeah, no, it's just like I said, I work a lot with veterans and I talk with a lot of guys, and it's just one of the things I've realized. And even when I went through it, I realized it. Right? It's like, oh wow, all of a sudden, my purpose has changed. Everything's gone.
Yeah.
What I did is no longer
different.
And the skills you have when you get to certain jobs, they don't exactly cross over to the civilian world very well.
Yeah, not at all. What was your MLS?
89 Delta EOD.
Okay, got you. Yeah, that's not really good luck finding something that's like transferable.
And it's different, right? Like, because like people go, oh, you can go to police departments, and that doesn't really work out like people think it does.
Just gonna say that. Yeah,
they're not trying to hire us like everybody thinks when you get to certain job levels, because they understand we're going to come in with a completely different level of experience. Like I worked with FBI guys for the FBI bomb squad guys, and it's like you've seen 5 devices your entire career.
Yeah,
I've done that in 2 hours.
Saw that on one push.
Some
You know, like
he sounds like a bunch of stolen valor.
As shit, right?
Well, I mean, we did
that's
a
cute.
training event when I was at Fort Riley. We brought in the Kansas City, some of the Kansas City bomb squads and everything, and I couldn't stop laughing when one of their guys came over. We were doing a cleanup shot at the end of the day just to get rid of everything. And one of their guys came over and he's like, the cleanup shot's more than I have ever used in my entire career. And it's just like, well, that's nothing. Like it's just a completely different
next time, private.
Yeah, it's just it's just a completely different thought process. Like
it is though.
They don't deal with that on a regular. Well, when you deploy, you're dealing with that on hourly.
Yeah.
So it's just a different world.
If you're outside the wire on mission, for sure.
So what you wind up getting is guys that come in and go, you guys are way behind the curve on shit. You're not even thinking about things that are already out there. So yeah, just different thought processes.
Yeah, we don't see the same. We don't see it all the same. But I was my platoon Sergeant Wood, when I came home. That was one of the things that he was like trying to encourage me to do. He's like, bro, go police force. You know what I mean? Like, go to the academy. We have like a little program where it's like easy entry for y'all. You get to skip a couple steps or whatever the case may be. He's like, that'd be a good look for you. And I'm like, might have been. I just had too many friends that were like selling weed though. Like doing shit like that. Like that was something for me. I was like, that was a barrier. I think it might have been a good look, but I'm like, damn, I definitely have some friends that be breaking the law.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not exactly sure like how that's going to work out for me.
No, and the biggest thing I can tell anybody is you need to find a new community and you need to recreate a new purpose.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, you got to start from scratch.
You do. You really do. Yeah. And the hard part is starting at that point with not being able to understand why people have such a small perspective on things.
Yeah.
It gets frustrating. Very frustrating.
It's super frustrating too. Like one of the most like still to this day, bro. I'm like, if we're doing something, with a group of people, whatever the case may be, and I'm like, and I give you some instruction, I'm like, it's already thought out. I'm not needing no pushback from that. Like, just execute. You know what I mean? Like, make it happen. That's always been like one of my biggest problems, like trying to integrate in the civilian world. It's like, bro, if I give you some instruction, just fucking execute the instruction.
Right?
Not a fucking problem after that. Like, ask me after you get it done. Yes, let's get this shit done. You can ask me them questions like, we'll powwow after the mission is done. We'll all have a fucking sit down and
we'll do an AAR.
Thank you. Yes. I'm like, I be having to remind myself, bro, they don't understand that.
Like, it's a completely different mindset.
It is, Doc. That is one of the things that I really appreciated with the military was like the structure of it. Okay, bless. We got 12 guys that's on mission. If everybody got a fucking plan right now, it's not gonna work. Everybody shut up. I got a plan. Let's execute the plan. Then when we get back off mission, then we'll sit down. That's always been the hardest thing for me in the civilian world is like everybody not being able to just get on the same page immediately. Let's just handle business. And then
and it doesn't help too that the higher levels you become, the more ego you wind up having. Which is just a reality. It is. You wind up having more ego. I've watched guys create God complexes.
That's 100%. No lie right there.
100%.
And I'm not
Maverick. I saw one of my guys ended up going Maverick, where like they pulled him up into OCS and shit. And he was a changed man. When he came back, he was no longer one of my guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and you do you do get this ego complex, especially the longer you do it, the more successful you are at it, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to understand, like we do something that like less than 1% of the entire world population does.
Yeah.
Like we're talking fractions of a percentage at that point.
And that's a different thing right there too. Like the ego complex in the military, like how guys like are just more authoritative. Like the more that they rank up, is actually how it's supposed to be.
And it's a no bullshit game, right? Like in the
Yeah.
military, we're abrasive. Like that was my title.
Yeah.
I was always told I was very
Absolutely.
abrasive, right? And it's because, like, yes, when you fuck up, I'm going to shame you and let you know you fucked up. And then I'm going to show you how to do it right so we don't die. Right?
So get your
So get your head out of your ass and let's do it. Get the emotions out. We don't care about that.
Fuck your
Right?
emotions, fool.
So,
Been there,
but then when
done
you
that.
come out into the civilian world, you can't do that because when you do, you're sitting down at HR catching a fucking lawsuit.
Yeah, you got to coddle everybody's feelings.
You got to
and that's
treat,
a
and it's hard because it's like now it's like I got to treat everybody with kid gloves. I'm not here to baby you.
You got to figure out how to talk to people.
It's a weird way to do shit.
You got to figure out how to talk to people, Even if you knew about that beforehand, where you're like, okay, I know how to have a conversation with somebody just to get my point across, that like we're on the same level or whatever the case may be. After you're out of the military, man, it's like, man, what? This is a difficult conversation to have. Trying to coddle somebody.
It is, and this is the stuff most people don't want to talk about too. Like these are conversations most people don't even want to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. And that's all PTSD edition, just to be honest, Yeah. Yeah. That's difficult to get past. That's a tough one. You're like, damn, I gotta be a civilian again, man. How does this shit work? It's tough for us to get to that point. It's damn near impossible.
Watching all these people walking around the block like they got no self-respect. They don't know how to carry themselves. I remember when I got out, it was such a mental fuck. It was such a brain
for me,
fuck.
I'm lucky, right?
All these undisciplined goddamn civilians. Yeah, it was a mind fuck for me, man.
Yeah, for me, I'm lucky, right? Like I literally consider myself blessed. One, because I never actually planned on making it to retirement. Never thought I would. I kind of look at everything like I've been on borrowed time for a little while. But I was also very lucky that when I retired in a position to where I more than comfortably live on my retirement. So
do you have a rating? Do you have a rating besides your retirement?
Oh, I'm 100% permanent total. Yeah.
P&T?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, myself as well. Let's go.
My TBI alone was they did the TBI PTSD at 70% by itself.
Yeah. I had a TBI as well. It was only rated at like fucking what was that, like 30% or something? It was crazy, but the PTSD was
so you're pathetic as fuck, is what you're saying, Kev.
Yeah. Like, I was hopeless as far as like trying to integrate. No, you're not lying though. It's funny, but I was hopeless as far as like trying to integrate. But
yeah, like it is hard. Like you kind of recreate yourself. I don't do normal jobs. Everything I do is through networking now.
Come on. Exactly.
So it's side stuff, investments, networking. But I told myself when I retired, I'd never answer to anybody else again.
You're wicked smart.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
AJ, you good?
He's wicked smart. This guy's wicked smart.
Oh, got you.
Oh, not even a little. Very lucky is what I am.
No, you have to figure it out though.
You do.
You have to. And it doesn't work though, like just the regular.
And everybody's got different ways to figure it out too.
Absolutely. Yep.
You know what I did when I got out? Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to talk over you.
I was going to say a lot. The other thing you have to look at is a lot of people don't want to do it because it requires you to take accountability for things
Yeah.
that you might struggle with. Like so everywhere you turn, it's a roadblock, right?
Yeah.
So I know a lot of guys that just struggle with it, and it's just because they don't want to face certain things.
Hell no. Who the fuck does? Once you get comfortable, for
Mm.
sure. But
You
that's
are your
that's
own
the
worst
importance of
enemy,
like
right?
Yeah. At some point, you have to.
100%. Yeah,
At
you
some point,
got
you have
to.
to.
Yep.
Right?
Face
Like for
that shit.
me, it became easy, right? I make the joke all the time, like I don't have time to let the darkness in. I'm too busy being everybody else's light.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, for sure. Well, you a better man than me. I still don't have time for bullshit.
Oh, I don't deal with stupid. Like, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong. Like, I have
I
zero
can't.
tolerance for stupid.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
But
It's like,
like,
damn.
If you need help, obviously, like I'll help, but don't be stupid.
Oh, that's crazy, right? Because I think the majority of us do have empathy to a certain extent, but we just not. Yeah, we not. It's just we not playing no games.
Well, I mean, I'm probably a little bit older than you, but I'm also at the point now where it's like, it's time for me to start passing my knowledge down or my experiences down, right? I keep learning from the guys in front of me, but I'm trying to inspire the people behind me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the highest human experience. The highest human experience. Or I think the best thing that humans can do for other humans is just to inspire. You know what I mean?
It's definitely a good feeling, like when you're talking to little kids and they give you that look where they're really listening,
Yeah.
Or
you're like
or
that
even
cool, you know what I mean? Like you're that cool to them, you know what I mean? Like that's a good vibe.
But even young men, when I'm talking, I get a better. I feel better when I'm talking to young men and I see the light bulb come on.
That was the
that is
thing
my
that really
favorite time.
inspired me when I was coaching. I used to coach high school football and wrestling, and yeah, seeing the light go on over a kid's head and seeing the change in how they approached what it was they were trying to do within that
Yeah.
environment was what really inspired me. And that's what made me feel like when I went home to my girlfriend at the time, I'm like, some of these kids are getting it. I realized I had the opportunity to positively influence younger people because I had what they wanted. I have your playing time. I decide who gets on the field when. And
Yeah, see, but
because of that power, kids would listen. And I took football as an opportunity and wrestling as an opportunity to teach them as much as I could about life with all these hokey little slogans and shit. But honestly, just being honest with kids, it's like, what do you want from this game? Do you want him to feel like he bullied you all day? Or do you want to feel like you bullied him all day? So being a coach gave me the opportunity to get into kids' heads. And that's what I loved about it because I could see these kids grow.
yeah, and
We had
for
some
me, it's
kids that came to the programs that, were drug kids or discipline problems. And when you had what they wanted, they would listen to you. That's what I recognized. And I'm like, you know what? I could possibly be a positive influence on this young individual.
yeah, and for me, it's helping them realize there's more than one perspective.
Yeah, man.
When you start looking at things from a macro level instead of a micro level, there's a lot more moves on the chessboard.
And we talk about landing planes. Everybody's got a different, takeoff departure time. Like some kids are going to take off at their own pace. And it's so key to make them realize that, like, just because you're not keeping up with the jock or whoever doesn't mean you're not going to have a good life. Like, don't give up before you even got a shot, bro. Like,
oh yeah,
I agree with you 1,000%, AJ. One of the things I learned at the third college I went to. Not that I'm a great. Not that I'm a great like student or anything. I mean, I dropped out of the first one, barely got through the second one. So when I went back again, it was a conservatory type program, and the whole thing was, don't compare yourself to him, don't compare yourself to her. This is about your development, and your development has to be about you. You can't.
Yeah, I'm
be in
only competing against
competition.
myself.
You
Yeah.
can't. Exactly. Thank you. You said it better. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was Michael B. Jordan, the actor, and Cristiano Ronaldo. They both like kind of said that they always competed with themselves, and look at where they ended up. Like Michael B. Jordan is a pretty successful actor, and Ronaldo's one of the best athletes in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Like for me, it's like you learn something new every day, right? Doesn't matter how small it is, but you should go out of your way to learn 1%, right? Just be 1% better each day, and imagine how fast you grow. And it's not hard.
One of my favorite football coaches in high school said, "In every day, in every way, get a little better."
Yeah. And that's something that's kind of gone away, right? Like when I look at society as a whole, I don't really see an overwhelming amount of people trying very hard. They're trying to survive.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I can go to every intersection and have a bum asking for money and look in that intersection and see half a dozen stores that have help wanted signs. And it's like, so you just want a handout. You don't want to actually do anything to get fucking money. You don't want to better yourself. You just want somebody to fucking take care of you.
A lot of that.
There is, unfortunately. It's the entitlement of the new younger generations.
I think it's just a byproduct of the commercial state of being that we're in, with the overinflated prices and underinflated profits and no profit sharing for the people that are actually doing the work. It's kind of hard to be motivated to go work for Walmart when homeboy's on his 12th fucking super yacht, and
Well, yeah, but let's be honest about the people working at Walmart. They don't even do anything anymore. Hell, I don't know why they don't pay me to go there. I'm doing all the fucking work. I got to get the buggy.
Oh my god, it's like a world's different.
Myself out because nobody's doing that. I'm like, what the fuck are they even doing there? Hell,
you ask them for where things are, and they can't even help you find stuff.
It's
like what the fuck?
You get what you're worth in life,
guys. It's a big monopoly game, right? And Elon knows how to play it best. It's the way it is right now.
Yeah, but I would also argue you get what you're worth in life. Like if you can't make a cheeseburger without fucking messing up the order, then maybe you're just not built to make more fucking money than the guy that makes the cheeseburger.
Fuck, dude, I know carpenters that have quit the game to go work for food industry.
Oh, 100%. Yep.
It's a service-based economy that we're in. It's a service-based society. We don't make anything anymore because it pollutes our fucking situation, and we don't want to pollute ourselves when we're making these things. So we move the pollution elsewhere. It has nothing to do with jobs or anything else. It has to do with pollution.
Yeah, like we're the only people that care about that.
Because we realized finally that we were killing ourselves by making the things that we were making and dumping all the shit into our waters.
Yeah, but what's frustrating about that, Uncle Fatty, is like you look at over 2 billion people in India and China, and they don't follow those. Like they're so far behind on that, and that's the frustrating part.
So dumping shit into their freshwater systems and killing a bunch of their own people every year just from their own industry. And the industry pays off the system, right? Through their oligarchy of corporations, And here we are in an oligarchy of corporations and, on both sides, straight up, both sides have billionaires controlling everything that they do.
Yeah.
And we're sitting back
like, well,
they
say they're two wings of the same.
God, I wish we could all be a billionaire. We're just all we're gonna just strive and we're gonna make it and it's gonna be all great. And yeah, fucking bullshit. We're a bunch of fucking peons that could be stomped out and crushed. We're just numbers on paper to these motherfuckers.
Oh, 100%.
Well, yeah, the greatest trick the government ever pulled was
Uncle Fatty with the mic drop.
Yeah, definitely with the mic drop. I mean, there was that TED talk in 2019, maybe 2020 by Bill Gates when he was explaining like there might be a high level like pandemic situation that might like wipe out a significant portion of the population. And inside of that TED talk, he was also talking about like, the benefits for human society for women to sterilize themselves and men to do the same thing. Like, it's like, oh shit, there might be some guys that are fucking around in the world that might have some agendas, whether or not you want to call that, again, just to relate back to call people like tinfoil hatters or whatever the case may be. You can just look at these guys like Bill Gates that had that conversation.
Well, I
Go
mean, he
look at
does release a bunch of mosquitoes over
one
Florida.
second.
Florida
Let me
has an
finish.
issue with mosquitoes.
Let me finish. Let me land my plane real quick. Bill Gates is a very influential and powerful motherfucker. You have a Windows computer at your house? That's all Bill Gates edition. And he was actually having these conversations. You can Google this shit. Just go to your YouTube and look up the TED Talk that Bill Gates gave. And then look up Event 201. October of, I think it was 2020 or something like, no, I think it was October of 2019, actually. Or he's matter of fact, hold on. Give me 2 ticks, Sammy.
Okay, Kev, while you're looking at that, I want to share this with you. When I was still living in Seattle, we had very good friends that were what we call liveaboards. They had a yacht and they lived on it. It was a big, beautiful boat. And it was harbored or moored on Lake Union. Now, Lake Union in Seattle has a path where you can like flow through on the water and get around an area that is called Mercer Island. Mercer Island is where the rich of the rich live in Seattle. Bill Gates lives on Mercer Island. And if you catch it at the right time of night and you're looking for binoculars, have you ever seen the old TV series Battlestar Galactica? They used to have air bases where the Cylon, the alien spacecraft, would fly out of this landing area that was in a mountain. They would have to fly into a mountain to land, right? If you're on a boat from the right angle with binoculars, you can look up at his bunker and it looks literally like the opening of one of those Cylon bases. And you can see guys in little carts cruising around with like Mac 9s and shit. He's got a whole security team, but it looks like a Cylon base from the old show Battlestar Galactica when you look up at the shit he has done at the top of the hill on Mercer Island. Fatty, have you ever looked into this? I mean, it's crazy,
There's a bunch of
man.
clips about Mercer.
It literally looks like a Cylon air base coming out of that bunker in his mountain.
Whidbey Island's got a bunch of the same shit going on too.
Yeah, I don't trust that fool like Bill Gates. I don't,
Whidbey is getting to the point to where like there's certain angles of the island where they kind of chase you off of if they see certain lenses. It's like, oh no, you're looking a little too close. We're gonna chase you away. Whidbey's getting crazy.
I did a lot of work around there in Shoreline and Port Angeles. I mean, there's a lot of bunkers over there. There's a lot of concrete foundations over there that are really big and really strong.
Oh yeah, and nobody knows about it. We used to have a rugby tournament at I can't remember. Shit. There's a sub.
Ruck, 1 second. Let me cut you off for 1 second, Ruck.
Go ahead, bro. I was just filling time till you got back.
Oh, you good? You good? Share that for me, and then go ahead, Ruck.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, the nuke sub base is up there. Banger. That's it. Bangor. Banger. There's a nuclear sub base up there, and we used to have rugby tournaments and shit up there. But after 9/11 happened, they shut that shit down. There was no longer, oh, you're an American with an ID, so you can get on base and play rugby and drink. No, it became, yeah, no, you don't have military ID, you ain't getting in.
Oh yeah,
That shit shut
you
the
ain't
hell down.
participating in this. So this is what I was talking about. This is a tabletop exercise from the John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. This is called Event 201. It was a training tabletop exercise that is based on a fictional scenario. The inputs experts use for modeling the potential impact were fictional. It is a teaching and training resource for public health and government officials. Not to go too tinfoil hat, but if you look at like the 9/11 reports, it was like something very similar to this with the planes flying around. Anyways,
this is like Kev's sex life. It's a psyop as a teaching tutorial.
No, it is. I love this shit. You know what I mean? Just like when AJ was up here, man, I love this shit. You know, I'm not like I've been down this rabbit
I
hole
love it too.
so
I love
much,
it too.
but I love like now that I have like a different outtake or take on life and like trying to like reach people. I'm like, let me get some tangible shit. You know what I mean? So I love like being able to talk about this when we got some tangible shit to talk about. You know, like some realistic shit, like this shit that comes from the John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, the Center for Health Security. Okay, so let's talk about this.
Yeah, John
John
Hopkins. I mean, joke.
They
That's
do.
Now
no
listen,
joke.
listen, y'all. Listen. The John Hopkins Center for Health and Security, in partnership with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, hosted Event 201, a high level, pandemic exercise on October 18th of 2019 in New York, New York. The exercise illustrated areas where public/private partnerships will overstand this, family. Please overstand this. The exercise overstand it. The exercise illustrated areas where public/private partnerships will be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish large-scale economic and societal consequences. This shit here, boy. In recent years, the world has seen growing numbers of epidemic events, amounting to approximately 200 events annually. These events are increasing and they are disruptive to health, economies, and society. Managing these events already strains global capacity, even absent a pandemic threat. Experts agree that it is only a matter of time before one of these epidemics becomes global. A pandemic with potentially catastrophic consequences. A severe pandemic, which becomes Event 201 and would require reliable cooperation among several industries, national governments, and key international institutions. Now, about the Event 201 exercise, Event 201 was a 3.5-hour pandemic tabletop exercise, much like 9/11. Little had a tabletop exercise for 9/11. Dark. Much like, 3.5-hour pandemic tabletop exercise that stimulated a series of dramatic, scenario-based, facilitated discussions confronting difficult, true-to-life dilemmas associated with response to a hypothetical but scientifically plausible pandemic.
Why were they doing the hypothetical testing? What were they trying to figure out? What were they doing at the time?
What day was that on again, Fatty? What day was that?
October of 19.
October 18th, 2019.
Which is, that's like 7 months into the rest of the world and China being freaked out about COVID-19 from 2019.
Yeah, 2 months before the first case, which was in December.
This is 2 months before.
It was
2 months.
It was like 7 months into China knowing that they had this virus going on, and they were doing these scenario drills.
Let's go.
As kind of generic ways to try to figure out how to deal with the situation that was upcoming. Right. This is a public document that I don't know. I can't see this one as being anything nefarious. I think when John Hopkins got involved in this one, it was
a preparation.
We're talking, from spring of 19. They knew this shit was around in 18. In late 18 in China, right?
Exactly.
So by the time we get into like early, probably by about February, March of 19, China was already starting to say that they knew it was something else, right? And they had it contained. And then by 19, shit we'd gone through. I got a bunch of shit I could pull up on this. My dates are getting off in my head right now. Early 19, we knew that China was hiding something. By middle of 19, we were sure that it was coming up on something. And by October, which is when this came out, it would be that they're running hypotheticals on trying to figure it out because Gates wanted to get in on the manufacturing of the jabs, right, of the vaccines. So he wanted to get in with the big farm, and that didn't end up happening. I don't know, how did that? He didn't. Well, between Pfizer and Moderna, there's no way that. I don't know. I can't see the.
Bro, the writing is on the wall. This is no guys.
Oh yeah, I know.
Let me scroll down to the bottom of the shit.
I can see where there's
this is from John Hopkins.
A lot of motivation and a lot of money.
Listen to me. This is from the John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, the World Economic Forum, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Yeah.
Right? Remember those three, right? There's this woman. Her name is Janet Gruber.
Oh yeah. We talked about her.
Give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah.
Janet Gruber. All right. I want to show everybody her LinkedIn profile. I learned about her through looking into like what was going on with Nipsey's death. So I wound up running into Janet Gruber, independent health, gender, and social development consultant. About Janet Gruber, 30 years experience, clientele profile includes all this shit. Here we just gonna get to the there we go. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the European Union, NORAD, the Gavi Alliance, all kind of shit. So when I started looking into like what the Gavi Alliance was, the Gavi Alliance, they provide the majority of the world's vaccines. One second. Let's go to their page right here, Gavi.org. So since Gavi was established in the year 2000 with a mission to save lives, reduce poverty, and protect the world against the threat of epidemics and pandemics, it has helped vaccinate more than 1.1 billion children in 78 countries, blah, 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 since 2020, through the end of 2023, averting more than 18.8 million future deaths. So the Gavi Alliance is something that I don't know. It could, could be like some dark, nefarious shit. It could be like something that is good or whatever the case may be. But when you start looking into these figures, and these people that were around this shit, that were a part of these different organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that also have ties to the Gavi Alliance, which makes money off of vaccines. They make a lot of money off that. These what do they call them? NGOs, these non-government organizations. Y'all pay attention to that when you hear these statements made about these NGOs, these non-government organizations that have influence in politics and like world relations.
Private contracts, baby.
Exactly, bro.
There's no public declaration.
Dark,
you don't gotta, dude. You don't gotta you don't gotta declare shit. Nobody knows nothing.
You don't have nobody to fucking answer to. You just operating as this fucking entity that gets to do whatever the fuck you want to do. And
you create your own bids for your own jobs, even.
100%, bro. You get
just
to
create
be Anthony Podesta, don't you? And just be a billionaire or whatever, and like throw some money at Hillary Clinton for her to fucking get elected or whatever, or whoever fucking politician. Trump probably has them. You know what I mean? All these motherfuckers, they have them.
How much did Elon spend?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
oh, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but like, I mean, I hate Trump and everything, but I fucking despise Elon. I mean, the guy is just a fucking creep,
I'm not
dude.
thrilled about Elon. I love his intellect. I know he's a brilliant human being from what we've seen him do, but
buy a bunch of companies and claim to create them? Buy a bunch of ideas and claim to create them?
Well, I mean, he caught a 20-story building with a pair of chopsticks.
I think you're a brilliant
right out of the air.
So.
I could be a little biased though, because he has blocked 29 by Twitter.
And I'm not mad about your bias, but the thing is, though, bro, you are too fucking close to Trump, to our president. Respectfully, humbly,
100%.
I agree that we should be able to have, like, you know what I mean, like brilliant minds that the president should be able to talk to, or this, that, and the third. But I don't believe that if you're not a fucking citizen, you should be able to hold a, like, you know what I mean? A cat. I don't believe
you're trying to nominate him to be Speaker of the House, bro.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like,
I mean,
dude, no, that's out.
But we got to maintain some tradition here. I'm all for burning shit down and starting over, but it's a lot easier usually to just fix it rather than burn it down and fix it.
Yeah, can we do that in house though? Can we do that in house?
I mean,
why you want to burn down a cheeseburger McDonald eating president?
No, not just that, but just as far as it goes, establishment shit. But there's
I'm just trying to be funny. My bad.
There's something to the whole thing of like this whole thing being a fucking psyop,
Yeah,
with all the double speak and all that, all the entendre shit that's going. There's just so much like. There's some serious tactics being pulled, and everybody can see right through the shit. I think right now. I think now is the time when maybe humanity gets some sort of enlightenment, out of this whole situation that both sides are fucking us straight up from the rear, and they're going, "Hey, look over there, the drones! Oh my God, there's some drones!" Well, they got their hands so far up our ass that they're fucking stealing our fucking guts, and we don't even fucking know. We don't even know better. We're standing there looking at the drones like, oh my God, drones.
That part.
We're getting double fucking fisted from both ends. And it's fucking everybody, I think, can see it at least now that,
I disagree. I actually don't think
we got a
everybody
cabinet.
sees it.
We got a cabinet being nominated that's worth over $500 billion fucking dollars. And we got one man who's worth all that amount as all of those cabinet members as well, being a part of this new administration. When did being a fucking upper class billionaire become so fucking cool that we lost our fucking respect for ourselves?
You make it sound like money hasn't been running the country since it began.
Yeah, that's why we need to eliminate the fucking bullshit of Citizens United and get corporations out of fucking government.
Yeah, but see, my argument would be I'm not worried about the guy who made $1 billion and then got into government. I'm more worried about the person who got into government and then made $100 billion.
$140 billion in the last fucking 6 weeks.
Yep, good for him.
Yeah, good for him for securing all those government contracts, right?
Yeah.
For
like
sure.
I said, I'm more worried about the politician who was broke when he got into office and made $100 billion.
To basically buy his way in.
You don't worry about, but it's interesting that you don't worry about them.
You know what I do? Yeah.
I don't care about how he made his money before he got into politics. I worry about how he's making his money while he's in politics.
Why would we not want to worry about that? Why would we not want to worry about the fact that Elon
Why
has
would we not put the other one in a higher concern?
Over 100,000 employees in China.
Okay.
Why would we want to worry about that?
I'm not advocating for him to be in office. I'm advocating your argument on his money. I don't care.
But why would we not? Why wouldn't we want to do the due diligence of knowing everything about somebody who's injecting themselves into our lives?
But again, my argument goes back to why aren't you more worried about the people who are already there? The ones that are actually already.
They're both fair arguments, though. They're both fair arguments.
Yeah, I agree.
Your assumption is that I'm not.
Yeah.
But I am.
My presumption is that you're more worried about one than the other.
Okay, so again, your presumption is wrong. Okay, so.
But you're putting all your focus in one.
Okay, so your perspective of my perspective is wrong.
Okay, explain.
So now what?
How's it wrong? Just because you say it is?
That's not how I feel.
So...
how I think about it.
I'm not saying that's how you feel. Like I said, I'm just showing a different perspective.
Sure, but what I'm saying is like we can all see through the bullshit. We don't have to rationalize and justify anything, right? We don't have to fucking cop out. We don't have to fucking pull punches, okay? No sides. All sides for fucking humanity. Not for fucking this side or the other side, okay?
Bro,
all sides are fucking us, is what I'm saying. All sides. The Clintons, fucking crooked as fuck. The fucking...
Agreed. Not arguing with you.
Don't even get me started on that shit.
Yeah, I'm
fucking go for fucking hours on both sides, on either side. Right. What we got right now is a pretty decent fucking economy going. If you really look at the fucking numbers, okay, we're pumping more oil than ever. We don't produce our own fucking oil. We don't produce our own oil. If we did, we'd be in a lot better situation. But the corporations that own those production companies, right?
No, listen, bro. Listen, Fatty. Listen.
We have the whole OPEC thing to deal with, but you know what?
Listen, me, brother.
Inflation's down. Interest rates were on their way down. The fucking stock market's been at all-time highs for the past fucking year. Okay. Bidenomics worked. Okay. We signed a bunch of bills.
You still have less spending power.
Infrastructure, and what we got coming in right now, to me, it's really fucking scary. It's really fucking scary.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second.
Let me fucking get my nut off for a second.
Well, I just want to tell you this one thing before you continue.
I'll land my fucking plane when I fucking want to.
We can produce oil. This is a picture of myself working in the oil field.
Yes, we do. We don't refine our own oil, though, right? We produce light oil. We want the heavy shit.
Hell, we
right?
replenish
We produce
our
free shit.
reserves.
We don't refine our own gasoline, right? Our shit goes to OPEC and we buy the hard, raw, dirty oil, the thick oil, right? And we sell our lightweight shit. Because that's what our refineries in America can refine into fuel. That's the way they've always been. We've never refined our own gasoline. You know, we got fucking natural gas. You know, most of that's coming out of the Kansas and the shit going up into Wyoming. You're still muted up, brother.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to interrupt you anymore.
Cool, but we do have, you know, we do have a major fucking problem when we have corporations that are willing to do that to the place that they're mining from. International corporations are running all of this shit. There's no president's fucking switch. There's no fucking speaker of the house's switch. There's no senator's switch. There's no
it's all
mayor's switch for gasoline and shit.
Respectfully, Fatty.
But what we do have, we have a fucking fear-based economy. And we have a fear-based voting system, and it's been that way since the fucking 80s. We vote against what we don't want. We vote against what's bad. We vote against what's always the worst case scenario. Okay.
Yeah.
And Trump played the better fear game. That's all there is to it. He played the better fear game this time.
Listen,
that's all.
I want to take it back. I want to take it back to the oil shit that you were talking about, right? Because that is a thing, and respectfully, bro, that is a misconception that you think that we don't refine our own oil. We have some of the purest fucking oil, bro, that comes up out of the ground. That's why I pulled up this picture of myself. This is when I was working for Syndicate. Y'all can all run a lap, you know. Look up Syndicate Energy. It's actually a Canadian company that operates out of North Dakota. And I was working.
How come you look like unapologetically QI in that picture? What's up with that, Kev?
Yeah, bro, I was real happy with the fucking money that was coming up out of that ground. I'll tell you.
Hey, you could. Hey, I did roughnecking for a couple of years. You can make some good money doing some roughnecking.
Yeah, you can make some great fucking money. But this oil came up out of the
ground. Isn't that even better than we made fishing? Isn't that even better money than we made in Alaska fishing? That's damn good money, dude.
Oh, 100%, bro. I was pulling for like $6,000 every 2 weeks after
I'm about to say I was making six figures working 6 months.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had like 7 days on, 14 off, 7 days
I
on.
was in the wrong business.
We did 7 on, 7 off. Yeah.
I was in the wrong business. Nice. Damn.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's picking back up now, you know, just to be honest. But like I said, though, I actually worked out in the oil fields, Fatty, you know, and we pulled up some of the cleanest fucking oil, bro. I was a pressure tester. That's what I did. That was my job. And I was the guy that literally put the fucking plumbing in, more or less.
Yeah, pause.
No, I was the guy that put the plumbing into the fucking ground. You know, it's all plumbing. And just made sure that the pressure was like to a certain level, you know, so we can actually like get it out the ground. And then I was also the guy that ran the plumbing so that the natural gas can be collected. Bro, this fucking oil that comes up out of the ground here is so pure. And we do have refineries here in the United States. We just haven't been using them. And that has been the problem, is like a lot of people like the Bushes, respectfully, you know, to anybody's political and all that. I'm not even talking politics. I'm just talking truth. Like the Bushes had a lot of contracts with people like the Bin Ladens.
Well, I mean, just look at the Gulf War and look at the Gulf War dictating.
Doesn't this come back to the conspiracies we're talking about? We're not using.
It's not even a conspirasi, bro. It's just
because we don't
story.
have to yet, right? We don't have to.
Everybody can see.
It's
just out there in the open.
The Iraq War.
You know, it's not
like we know we can live off of what we got between us and Canada, but we don't have to yet. So we're just developing the ability to survive and subsist on our own if we necessarily have to in the future. But as long as we can buy it from somebody else and play that game, we're going to do that instead. Am I misunderstanding this? Damn, Kev, where'd you go? I wasn't trying to shut you down, brother. I was asking you a question.
Oh man. I'm like, did he lose his connection?
I know.
I don't know. Maybe he might have
There
just
he
needed
is.
a cigarette and not wanted to hear my voice. I don't know.
That's
But
always a
I have an
possibility
honest,
too.
I
I'm
have an
listening.
honest question about this, Kev.
Yeah.
I mean, my thought process is we have the stability to sustain ourselves through North America for
Yeah.
quite a long period of time, but that's like the last resort thing, right? It's like,
No.
why should we tap our shit when we can sit on our shit and just buy everybody else's
Well, I mean, over
until
time,
we
you
have
like
to tap our shit? Am I
We're
misunderstanding
fucking,
this?
you know.
you
No,
you could
that's
also
it.
look at it from the concept of oils being produced under us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week,
At
365
all
days a year.
times.
Always.
Yeah, at all times. Bro, they love to say like Brazil has like the you know some of the largest oil reserves in the world. Nobody
No.
talks about the fucking oil reserves that are in America, bro. That are
Oh yeah,
the
they're huge.
cleanest ones, that are the easiest to refine.
Yeah.
When that shit,
Right.
I'm
I
telling
think
you,
that's our
bro, when we
secret.
tapped
I
out,
think that's our secret, dude.
listen, bro, when we tapped out wells, the oil was coming up so clean. A lot of people think it's gonna come up out of the ground like all black and shit. Ours was coming out like a lime green, like if you had some mucus you had to spit up. It was coming out so clean. It was that color, like that lime green color. We could literally take the oil that was coming up and put it in certain mowers and they would fucking run with no problem. No problem at all. Like it was gasoline, but it had like it wasn't refined yet, but it was like perfectly non-refined. So the oil, that was inside what we traditionally know as oil, it would still lubricate the fucking engine while the gasoline was burning. It's nice, dog. Like up in Minot, North Dakota, look up some pictures of that shit. That oil that comes out of that ground is fucking quality, bro. And it
Light,
is
sweet oil.
everywhere. Yeah,
It's pronounced Mino or Minot. The T is silent, bro.
No, it's not. It's Minot.
Minot.
The T is
Yeah,
silent.
Minot, North Dakota.
Unless you're from North Dakota, then it's me not.
Let me see.
Yeah,
the crude
sweet light oil.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But many
It does. It
refineries are
smells
designed
fucking
to
sweet,
process
too.
the heavy sour oil that is imported. It's cheaper and more profitable to them to import heavy oil to refine in the U.S. as a finished product. Yeah, we got killer oil. We just don't have the fucking refineries to really fucking refine it. We sell most of that killer oil off into OPEC, and we shouldn't
It
be.
goes somewhere else. Exactly. Exactly.
Because the fucking tycoons, the four big ones, name not need be spoken, got everybody by the balls.
Yes, like the Bush fucking, like the Bush families.
Yeah. I mean, didn't the Saudis just give Jared and Ivanka
business
$2 billion?
agreements with the Bin Ladens, right?
Okay, you guys, let's go back into the Bush family about 100 years, or maybe not even 100, but
2 generations.
like 80, 85 years. The Bush family was huge in a conspiracy to try to make a military coup in the United States, and they tried to employ a Marine Corps general by the name of Smedley Butker to do it for them. All right? I mean,
Come on.
The goddamn Bush family has been part of a conspiracy to undermine America for 100 years. And they got it done. He was even quoted. Who was it? The dumbass, the second one, GW, was quoted. He was caught in a conversation saying, "Yeah, the Confederacy finally won the war." He was quoted as saying the Confederacy finally won the war.
Oh, that's a crazy Bushism right there.
Yeah, this shit is nuts. What the Bush? No, look back at what the Bush family tried to do with Harriman and a couple other guys, Walker family, the Harriman family, the Bush family. They literally tried to orchestrate a coup in America. They got shut down. Their banks got shut down because they were fucking laundering Nazi money.
Oh
That's
yeah.
how bad these people really were. Okay.
Did you know? Let me ask you a question. Did you know that the Bushes, little George, grew up in Compton, California?
Compton. I
That's
would
a
beat that.
fact.
I would beat that brother up on the street in Compton. What the
Listen,
fuck?
yeah, it's a crazy fact, but a lot of people don't know this about California, especially South Central and especially Compton. There are I forget what you call them, oil easels, you know, them pumps, them like pump jacks that just be pumping shit out the
Oh
ground like
yeah,
pellet
I
thing.
used to drive by them every day. I used to
Bro,
see those
all
things.
over in Compton. They're
People
every
used to paint.
fucking
People
where.
used to paint like tiger stripes on them and shark
Yes.
mouths and paint them like
Mhm.
dinosaurs and shit. I
South
remember those
Central
fuckers.
California is a very oil rich county. You know, it's very oil rich. And it's like, I think within like the last 20, 30 years, they started like you can own property, but that doesn't mean you own the mineral rights. So you can own a property and you only own like so deep. You own like the dirt that's like 12 like 12 to 18 inches underneath of that property, and anything else underneath of that property until it goes to the center of the earth or China, you know, you don't own
Well,
that.
that's one.
That's
That's one
because
of the things.
you don't own
Nestle.
you don't own the mineral rights to that property. And the reason why they started doing that is because there's so much fucking oil underground.
That's one of
they
the things Nestle is trying to take advantage of.
Yeah,
Is like he has
100%.
dug shit under like state lines, crossing state lines to suck
Yes.
the oil out of the state next door, and to
Yeah.
suck the water out of the state next door.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's fucking
I don't know if you know
crazy what
about
they're
this,
doing.
but like in Portland, like in 2016, 2017, Nestle kept trying to build like a factory that was like posted right on the gorge to siphon out the fucking water to use it. You know what I mean? To like sell their fucking water products like Aquafina and all this other
Yeah, I
shit.
remember when that shit was going on. I was living
Remember
in
the residents
Seattle,
kept
and it was
burning
in the
that
news.
shit down. Bro, they kept burning that shit down. Like the Portland residents or people that were around Portland, they could not catch the people. They're still like,
Lawsuit was filed against
yeah, they
Nestle
kept
alleging
burning the
company
fucking.
played
Anytime they attempted to build that shit, it was burnt to the fucking ground. They're like, fuck it. Eventually, it's like, fuck it.
And you know what, Kev? They tried to hide that from the rest of the country. If you were not in the Pacific
yeah, they did.
Northwest when that was happening, you did not hear about it.
You didn't know a fucking
They
thing
hid
about
that
that.
shit.
100%. 100%. I was like, damn, it was right during the time when the Bull Run Gorge got threatened by the natural wildfires.
Yeah, Nestle's been in a ton of trouble for water rights and shit. They're one of the big companies that's trying to buy up all the water rights around these different, outlying areas and shit too around here where I'm at. That same thing. You can go out and just claim land. Like I've got mining claims, right? But I've also got mining claims that are patented claims, like old Homestead Act type stuff where you
probably have the mineral rights to your property too.
Yeah, all the mineral rights. That's I mean, even down in the valley, down in here, there's no mineral. There's nothing worth mining. But somebody in the day came through and claimed all the mineral rights, and to this day, there's an actual person that owns the mineral rights underneath my house.
Yeah,
and yours.
See, that's bullshit.
And almost every house in America, for real. It's fucked up.
This is the thing. You know why that fucking happened? You know why that happened? There was somebody within Congress that wrote a fucking bill that snuck some shit in the fine print and made that shit legal.
It's the Mining Act.
And it was all in order to help someone he knew
Exactly.
Gain property and gain money and set their family up later.
Oh,
It's
100%.
like, yeah, sure, I'll introduce this bill because you see the future and nobody else does. So I'm going to help set the future up golden for you, brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do that. And
That's what
I'll get a
fracking,
cut
like
from it.
fracking.
So
It was
I signed
when
my
the
name on a piece of paper. You get rich. I get rich. Everybody gets rich. And nobody knows
yeah.
what the hell we did.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when fracking became like a little bit more lucrative here, you know? You could do it was horizontal though. And fracking, I don't know if anybody knows these terms or whatever the case may be. I know Bjorn, I think you said
Yeah, we do the directional drilling and yep.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
You send
that
a
and
charge down in the earth.
they will pump oxygen and or water and or other stuff into a hole to see what comes back out.
Yes.
And when it comes back out oil, yay, we won.
Yeah.
When it comes back out water, it's like, yeah, we just robbed humanity of a gajillion gallons of water.
No,
You know?
it is a little crazy. And what happens with that, with fracking is like fracturing. That's what it's short for anybody that doesn't know about fracking. Like, and what happens is they take this huge drill, right? Just like you had a DeWalt drill and you drilled like into some sheetrock or whatever the case may be, that just imagine that times 100. And then they just drill straight down. And they go like 100 feet underground, and then they put a plug in there and a charge. And a charge is like basically some dynamite. And then they keep drilling down further. They do it further, I don't know, up to like 600-700 feet. But they put all these charges in like after 100 feet or so. And then when they pull that drill back up, then they start detonating these charges, and that fractures the earth. And what that does, when all these fractures occur, just imagine like a lightning strike, what a lightning strike looks like. You get all these like branches off of it, or like a tree or whatever the case may be, with all these branches off of it. Those branches that are off that lightning strike or that tree, they eventually, one of them with all these charges in the earth will reach like this pit, like an underground lake, basically, that is oil, and it's pressurized. It has natural gas in it. And so at the top of the shit, you have this let me put it in layman's terms. You have this this little device that prevents the pressure from just blowing the fucking ground up from it being released. But once you start to get pressure from the ground underneath, this device tells you, and then that's when you start collecting oil. But man, that fracking shit fucks shit up. Once you start doing the horizontal shit, like once you find this point where all this pressure is released and you found this oil, then you start to drill like horizontally. And once you drain all that oil, if it's underneath somebody's property, there's this gap in the earth now where you just took all this, you relieved all this pressure from the earth, and this, this lake of underground oil.
And you have created a potential sinkhole, right?
You do. Yes, for sure. So people's properties start sinking in.
Yeah, it'll create a dip. It creates a dip. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It gets a little crazy. And sometimes too, it fucks with the water, depending on where they're getting their water from. It could be, oh, there you go. Yep, fatty, exactly. Boom. Yep. Pull up that black and white one. Top left. Yep, right there. Yep, exactly. That shit right there. That's exactly what it looks like. It creates all these fractures in the earth. You know, so when them fractures like tap into something that is there, it's like, ooh. If your house is on top of that and you don't own the mineral rights, I don't know. Your house might you might have like some structural damages and this, that, and the third. Like there's some other shit that goes along with that fracking shit.
Still there?
Yeah.
Shit locked up on me for a sec. There we go. Yeah, dude. How deep are you going down before they turn?
I don't know. Sometimes it'd be like 600, 700 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It goes deep, but then like once they take that turn, bro, it goes for miles.
Yeah.
5, 10 miles, dog.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
I would argue the average hole that we would dig in Northern California was usually between 10 to 15,000 feet.
God damn. That's just straight down?
No, straight down with directional drilling. I didn't do fracking.
Okay. Okay, got you.
So you'd drill straight down and then kick it off in a direction and then drill, kick it back down.
Yeah.
You know.
I think that's to be honest, like I think that's a safer way to do it, you know?
I think they were drilling for lizard people and not oil.
Well, I can officially tell you we never found them. At least not during my time.
Lizard people.
You think the lizard people are real?
Yeah.
You think
yeah,
so?
Kevs, and I think you're one of them. But it's okay. I still love you, bro.
So the silver mines up here in North Idaho are 2.5 miles deep.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's like okay.
These guys are fucking nuts. They're core drilled down. Let's see here. It's good. This main shaft.
Yeah, we can
they've core drilled
people
down to where
no
basically we can like tell the world what silver is going to cost for the next, at least 20 years or something as a commodity.
Yeah.
There's so many old mines up here and old shafts and tons of freaking silver ore all over the place. A lot of gold flake, a bunch of gold flake in the creeks and placer stuff that's alluvial gold, they say, but shit like that. Willow Creek, some big old fucking chunks of jasper and even like emeralds and some weird, they're not rubies. They're the other things, the agates.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
A lot of crystals. Fuck, it's the gem state, bro. There's so much shit up here that nobody even knows about.
Yeah,
we got these old mines up here that were all pre-World War I that had this type of shit on them. Old wooden workings and shit.
Oh,
they had over 300 miles, dude, of hand-dug tunnels up here. Pre-World War I.
That's crazy.
No shit, dude. It's all Chinese labor.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, who dug that? The Chinese? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're finding all kinds of relics and stuff with the metal detectors and shit. But yeah, this one is still standing to this day. There's a bunch of these old buildings and shafts and shit that didn't get hit by the fire that are still around. Yeah, fuck off with all that shit. They had the Great Fire in 1910 that came through the entire Pacific Northwest. Basically burnt everything from Michigan to Seattle, all the way up through, southern Canada and and the northern states of the Dakotas and Idaho and Montana. Gnarly. 30,000 to 50,000 person villages, with basically no laws and a lot of prostitution and stuff, but a lot of debauchery. But for years, all the mountains looked like this. And they came through in the late 90s and did the Superfund Act and brought topsoil in from across over the pass in the farmlands and spread topsoil over millions of acres up here to try to contain all the lead. And they had rubber plants up here, but they mainly had silver plants where they would open pit burn the raw ore to get it to crack and do what it needed to burn the sulfur out of it.
Hang on, Fatty. Were those rubber plants were they were brought in, right? They are not indigenous to the area.
Nope. But they had when they cracked the ore and they set off these smelters in Smelterville, right? And gaseously smoked out everybody in the city and across the valley and the two neighboring valleys, and all of that soot fell into the land and everything else. They had the infrastructure there and the heat that they needed to import rubber and make their own tires and make all of their own rubber equipment. And it's like one of the first rubber producing places because they had the heat and the infrastructure off this cracked ore that they could utilize. Dude, this place is so fucking contaminated, bro.
That surprises the hell out of me because that surprises the hell out of me, Fatty. I would have thought that
everywhere you go up here is just pristine and beautiful, but if you really kind of dig into it, there's so much old history of this old shit that went on up here that.
Fatty, I would have thought that they would have introduced the rubber plantations or the rubber plant into the deep south where it was more humid.
They did.
And stuff like that. Yep. How did it survive in the Pacific Northwest?
Yep. That's exactly why it didn't work out. So they were trading railroad time to get the silver ore and the silver bars over to Seattle to get them onto the ships, to get them down through the frickin' South America Traverse, the pre-Panama Canal, right? The Southern Passage, to get them to the East Coast. Because it was easier to do that than to have them robbed on stagecoach going from Idaho back all the way to frickin' the East Coast to wherever, Boston or Pennsylvania, where the mints were. So they finally put in the San Francisco mint in just barely pre-World War I, enough to where it was better off to get the shit, from there. So by the time we were sending all our silver to San Francisco, then they were trading and bringing rubber back up here and trying to do the rubber plant shit. And
that makes a lot more sense.
It never worked out, dude. Here's our winters right here. That's what our freaking winters.
No, I get it now, Matt. I get it now.
8 to 10 feet of snow and all that shit.
That math adds up.
So they would stockpile ore through the wintertime and process and do what they had to get the silver out of the rocks during the summers. But, half the year it looks freaking... it looks like that right there. Is buried. No, ain't nobody doing shit but going down underground. No. And then World War II came along, and the government came in and said, "Yeah, we're taking all your rights. We're taking all your minerals for the war effort." All these old boys up here just dynamited the shafts in and never came back to them. Never made it back. There's patented land all over the place up here where you've got, like a trapezoid up in this valley. It's maybe like a 5 to 10 acre kind of claim that was patented originally and is passed down through whatever hands that are now for sale as real estate. So you got these beautiful, nice overlooking properties and shafts even on your property that you can't access because you don't own the mineral rights.
Uncle Fatty, maybe you've heard about this. Maybe it's bullshit. But I read a few years ago about a mountain range that it's not quite the Sierra Nevadas, but there's supposedly a mountain range that part of it is in California, part of it is in Nevada, and the government basically bought the whole thing so nobody could mine it because it was so gold rich. And they're just sitting on that. Have you heard anything about that, or am I just too conspiracy theorist now?
That's kind of the part of the thing around Cheyenne Mountain, I think, too, is that there's a lot of mineral source there.
Shit, there's still a lot of Sierra Nevadas.
Would be, that would be like Tahoe and
that goes all the way through California.
There's so much fucking. This shit's
There's
all over the
still
place.
so much gold out here. I mean, I
like
stumbled
diamonds,
over gold and not realized it was gold until 10 years later when I was looking and shit on YouTube. It was like, oh, that piece of shit I threw away was gold. God
There's
damn
an
it.
old boy up here. This old guy has been up there for probably 20, 30 years, dude. He's just a fucking crusty old fucking badass motherfucker. But he's got so many of these piles on his freaking properties that he crushes it up into 3/4 crush and sells it to the people for base rock. And his slogan on the side of his truck is "an ounce of gold in every load," because there probably is. But it takes more to get the shit out of the rock than it does than what you get back out of it, right? So it depends on the rock, depends on the ore. There's minerals and shit all over the place. It's like diamonds. They tell us that the shit's rare. The shit's not rare. They tell us it's rare, so it'll inflate the price. Shit ain't rare. It's everywhere.
It's not that it's rare. It's just it's hard to come by. Hard to get.
Right. These mountain ranges we have in the West are so rich in that stuff. Dude. It's just who has the money to get it out of it and make money from it, right?
So I got 4 silver mines for sale if anybody's interested. Because silver mines are always for sale.
Where's that guy when I need him? That guy, get here. Buy this.
Yeah, it's nuts, dude. They're basically core drilled down into the 4 or 5 mile range. And where's that cross section at?
See, yeah, but isn't ore mining or mineral mining or any kind of mining like that, isn't it so financially costly that if you don't have any money, you don't stand any chance of making any money?
And it's the same thing with oil. There's only so many people refining the rocks. There's only so many folks that are actually extracting the mineral out of the rocks, and having a monopoly on that, so to say, having the freaking the oligarchy that rules the system, a part of the processing of all these minerals is pretty fucked up. That we have international companies. We're dependent upon international companies to refine what we mine out of our own lands. Whether it's oil, whether it's silver, whether it's gold, we've got two of the biggest producing silver mines in the world up here where I'm at, and we refine maybe about 25 to 33% of what we actually produce. It's a money game. It's a shell game. We're all being fucking duped.
Well, yeah, if you put too much of it into the market, it lowers the value of it.
It's okay, fatty. 3 out of 4 white chicks under the age of 21 are already pregnant. So you guys are solving humanity's problems.
Fair. On that note, Fatty, I do have to take off. I got a couple things I got to take care of. I've appreciated allowing me up here. I've had a great time listening and having a conversation. Ruck, always good to see you. Kev,
I learned a hell of a lot from you tonight, bro. I really appreciated you, man.
Oh, no worries, man. And I'm an encyclopedia of stupid shit.
Right? I hear that.
Need that.
You guys have a good day, though.
For sure.
You too, brother.
Be well, brother. Be well. I know I try to make a lot of stupid jokes and shit, Fatty, but both of us being from the Pacific Northwest and having so much of the I know about that thing, and like I kind of feel like there's that
Let's be
I
clear. Let's
really
be
have a
clear.
huge
All three
appreciation
of
for
us, all three of us being from the Pacific
right.
Northwest.
Kev's from Portland too,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I forget you from Portland, Kev. My
That's
bad.
okay.
For some
I got you.
reason, I want to put you on the East Coast. For
Yeah,
some reason, I
Midwest.
want to place you on the East Coast. That's my bad.
I live in Minnesota now, but I'm from Portland though.
Right. I mean, there is so much rich history and rich, interesting stuff up there that has not been overexposed to the rest of the world yet historically. That I love it when we get into a conversation about stuff about there. I love it because like, oh yeah, I know that. Where somebody from Australia doesn't know any of the rich history they have, you know?
It's pretty insane.
100%.
Really, most of our ski resorts in America are all old silver mines.
Well, wasn't that the reason that the area was built up to get to and maintain a way to get there?
Yeah.
Right? In the first place? That makes
Exactly.
sense, man. If you think about it, that makes sense.
Yeah, all of them. I mean, 90% of them are freaking old mining claims. And that's another thing too, where you get these sections of the map. You're looking at your exterior map and you see like these weird trapezoids out there that are like a different color. Those are private property. Those are mining claims that have been patented land. So you own the real estate, all the mineral rights, all the rights to the water, to the easements. It's an actual piece of real estate. What we're buying for real estate down in the valley is not. I mean, old Mom Nature could just come up to us and be like, we've been here that long, right?
Yeah.
We're living in these wooden houses and shit.
I'm curious, Fatty, are you from your area or did you relocate there?
No, I grew up there, yeah.
Okay.
Born and raised, Hayden Lake, Idaho.
Right on.
Fun times.
I bet it was fun times though. I bet it was though.
Oh, it was fucking great. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He got to grow up doing stuff that we didn't get to grow up doing, right?
Everybody did though too, right? Everybody had an awesome, unique experience from where they're at, and didn't get to do the shit that I got to do, and you know how it is. Like, yeah, but was definitely blessed in the fact that I'm adopted. I was adopted when I was an infant, and I've always kind of taken that with me as a fucking every day is a second chance. Every day is a new day. Every day is going to be the best day ever.
Did you get good folks? Were you one of the lucky adoptees? Did you get you had a good fam? Right on, man.
Yeah. Fucking just had their 60-something fucking wedding anniversary. Yeah, great.
That
folks.
Is cool, Fatty.
Good times.
60 years in a relationship. That is really cool.
Yeah. And after they adopted me, of course, which happens a lot, they ended up having my little brother, who's my little brother, and whatever, naturally after the hormones kick in of having adopted, which is super cool. And met my birth mom when I was.
Wait a minute. Can we
32nd.
backtrack?
Oh,
Can we backtrack? You're an adopted child with a little brother that you let live? I'm sorry that joke fails. My bad.
Let live?
You let live? You have an adopted little brother and you let
got
him
you now.
live?
All right. I'm fucking
bad joke. My bad.
No, I got you now. Yeah, I did a couple times. Yeah, we got into a couple ones. Pulled guns on each other and shit. You know how it goes.
Oh no, bro!
Brother stuff. You know.
I was trying to be funny. I
No,
didn't do that.
I got you though. That's totally fair because that does happen a lot. Yeah, jealousy stuff. You know, kid stuff. Yeah, no, it was stoked, dude. We had.
Oh shit! Beetlejuice. Apparently, somebody said that guy's name 3 times, and he's hiding in chant now. Get up here, that guy! Come on up, bro. If you're awake, I shouldn't say that, Fatty. It's your channel. Do you want that guy up here? I can step down to make room. Whatever. I don't know.
There's plenty of room.
Beetlejuice, that guy. But I didn't mean to cut you off. But I really wanted to hear that, Fatty. Please go on.
No, it's badass, dude. There's no better place in the world. I'm telling you, it's fucking Pacific Northwest. Anywhere you want to go, it's only an hour away. You'd be doing world class anything. You know. Trying to find this freaking overhead.
Yeah, that's one of the things I loved about living in the PNW was we had friends that were liveaboards on a big boat, and they had friends and they were partners on a catamaran, little boat. So at the right season, because I had done a couple summers in Alaska, I got invited to do all this shit with these people that had so much more than I have because I knew how to tie a knot. I knew how to captain the boat while they took a shit or went and got stoned down below or whatever it was they chose to do. You know, so I really got to enjoy myself in the marine aspect of living in the Pacific Northwest. Being an old Marine, I have guns. I used to challenge myself. I would go snow camping alone for 6 days just to prove to myself that I could do it.
I still do.
Shit. So, I love the Pacific Northwest. I miss it terribly. So every time you come up and you share something with us, you're just taking me back home, bro. I really appreciate it. Especially, dude, I have had rocks thrown. I have seen eyes shine. And you were there the night I told the story about the stump that disappeared, right? Mel was like calling me on the carpet. She's like, there's no such thing as Bigfoot. I'm like, Mel, myself and 7 other military veterans were camping together, getting ready to blow off thousands of rounds the next day. And this stump that just looked funny was not there an hour later when we looked back out over the clear cut. And you know what a clear cut is. So you know what you're looking at. You're looking at a bunch of fucking stumps.
Features.
It's like, where the fuck did that stump go? My buddy Delian was like, hey guys, where the fuck did that stump go? And we're like, which stump? He's like, the far northwest stump. Well, sorry, Smoker Zach. Take another ball hit. But he's like, where the fuck did that stump go? And we're like, yeah, you're right. That stump literally disappeared.
I've had plenty, at least a dozen fucking encounters out in the woods hunting. Lots of weird noises, lots of shit being thrown at us.
Yeah, the rocks being thrown into camp was the thing where we all looked at each other and it's like, all right, we all got shotties, right? So everybody put the ARs down, 308s, and everybody bragging about how special their bullshit was. We'll just grab shotties. You know, okay, I got a shotty, you got a shotty, I got a shotty, you got a, everybody got a handgun. Okay, everybody got a shotty, everybody got a handgun. Let's just chill by the campfire until we get drunk enough to pass out and not be scared.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. Straight up, dude. A couple times. Yeah. No.
Yeah,
Rocks always get
we
thrown
had the one
when you're not
thing.
ready, though. It's like
We
when
had
the shot's laying against this, and you got one leaning over here, and everybody's halfway around. And now you got your belt off, and it's almost bedtime. That's when the big ass rocks start coming into camp. Yeah, dude. We've had two of them down by Avery that let out some, I mean, just blood curdling fucking screams, dude. Like straight rape fucking screams, dude. Like blood curdling. That ain't no fox. That ain't no fucking porcupine. Ain't no cougar.
We did not hear that. What we did get though, my dude had one of those tents. He worked for OSR, so they make they make a bunch of tents and shit. Basically, his claim to fame was he designed the cook stove that Navy SEALs and Marine Force Recon use.
Yeah.
Okay, that was his thing. You know,
That's
he
fucking
was
cool.
an engineer like that, right? So he had all the tents and stuff and all that crap, and he had the tent with the stove, you know, the cutout and the stove it and all that stuff. So the night that we had the problem with the rocks being thrown, once we did all get drunk enough to just go fuck it and pile back into that tent with the stove, we still heard rocks hitting all around us, and rocks kept hitting the tent. It was not a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
There were rocks hitting the whole fucking tent all night. Now, you got 7 veterans. We all know our shit with our firearms, and we just give up and go in to go to sleep because we can't see what's pissing us off. And we even did, you know, we were fucked up enough.
Yeah.
Kev, if you're still here, we were
Walking
fucked
into
up.
the dark.
We were still doing fire team shit. You know, it's like, all right, let's sweep the camp. Nothing. We all go back into the tent and rocks start flying again. Let's sweep again. Nothing. Rocks started flying again. It was fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah. Finally got my cable guy to tell me about a couple things that he had too, like rocks coming through his windows and shit, and you know the closest pile of rocks that's big, the closest
rocks
rock
coming through the windows. That's
yeah.
accuracy.
Yeah,
that's accuracy right there.
He lives up in Hoodoo, but they were hitting the wall, you know, but then actually having one break a window and having straight up pictures on his shit, like showing me what was up. Because, dude, there's so much just this shit that, I mean, fuck, our brain, our genetics, our whatever it is, our humanity only lets us see like 1/13 of the fucking light spectrum, and can only, you know, halfway capable of understanding maybe 1% of the shit that's going on around us. And here we are thinking we're the center of the fucking universe.
I have a plaster cast footprint that a friend of mine gifted me that he had cast. He made like 5 casts of this thing. And he gave me one of them. So I have a plaster cast footprint. And
nice.
I love that shit. But when he talks about his encounter, you know how when someone is talking and you're like, okay, this might not be true because we all have a sensor about each other. When we're in each other's presence, it's easier to tell if they're telling the truth or maybe telling a truth, to be kind. Okay. I felt like he was telling me the truth when he said, I was laying there in the tent with not me. I'm telling his story. I was laying there in the tent with my bestie and his son when this face imprint and this exhalation of breath kind of came through, and you felt it warm the air briefly. He said for a second when that thing exhaled into the tent from outside, you could feel a temperature difference for like a half a second. And he said, the only vibe I got was, I want the child. I want the boy. Was the vibe he got. And when he talked to his buddy after the encounter, before he told his buddy what he got, he asked his buddy, what did you get? He said, the only thing I felt was fear for my son. So I don't know what that adds up to. I'm not even going to try to do that fucking math. But when people I trust say my feeling was it wanted the boy, I'm like, holy shit, what is that? Have you ever heard of any shit like that? How do you feel about that? I don't know what to think.
Yep.
Why would it want the child?
I don't know. There's some commonality in a lot of stories with that. I think too, there's quite a bit of correlation with children that can telepathically communicate with them.
There are a lot of people that think they have that thing that tigers, like the ultrasound thing, where they can like make a rumble that just kind of disorientates you. I've heard about some of that too. What do you think about that?
I'm trying to find the new. Man, I can't remember the frickin' name of this joint that's putting out. It's like mindful exposures, but it's encounters. Something encounters. There's a lot of stories coming out here the past couple of years of firsthand accounts and stuff through this mindful encounters. Is that it? Pretty badass stuff, dude. I mean, I know what I've heard and what I've seen and what I've had happen. We stayed that night. We got screamed at. We ended up staying up all night and had rocks coming in.
Yeah, tell me more about that night.
Probably at least five or six different directions. I was figuring it was maybe 3 directions, but the more we've thought about it over the years, it was definitely multiple. And we were sitting in this fucking top of this clear cut that had just kind of a kick out. You could see where they pulled like three rows of trees out. And
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
we were just sitting up there squawking on the boxes all night long, sitting by the just squawk boxing with the friggin' the cow calls, and we had a fucking herd down below us, and we were kind of hearing they were coming uphill. And we'd seen the day before where they basically kind of went down up this way, and so we knew where they were. We were just sitting up there, just squawking all night long. It kept getting closer and kept getting closer, and then we started hearing like just big thuds, right? Like a deer jumped and just went boom, like that kind of boom, 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 but just one, just like which is odd, and no brush or anything moving. A couple of pebbles came in, like what I would figure pebbles, like smaller than a golf ball, but still something like across the way, but like didn't really think about that until later. I mean, like a good piece of basalt, small football, small basketball sized, which is 25, 30 pounds. That's a big fucking rock. And followed by a couple of more rocks in the screams, dude. The first time we got screamed at was fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, tell me about the screams.
Everybody was.
But before I
Basically, everybody
interrupt
was in
further,
bed.
before I
It's like
interrupt further, I just dropped the link because I think that guy wanted to come up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did drop the link, but please go on. I'm intrigued.
Is he still? Oh, he's not on anymore. Anyways, yeah, there's just a good amount of cow calls coming in. We really only kind of figured on the one rock. And the more we've thought about it and the more we really kind of psychoanalyzed the whole fucking thing, there was multiples coming from multiple places. There were 6 of us standing around the fire, right? And we kept hearing stuff. But
You got somebody backstage, bro. You got somebody backstage, bro.
I don't see it.
That guy is saying he's backstage.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, he doesn't have a fucking thing on. There we go.
Hey, bro.
Hey.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Gotcha.
My camera settings got screwed up, so when I
Nice.
tried to turn on my camera, it just dropped me backstage.
Check it.
Forgive me for interrupting, Fatty. I want to hear this, bro.
It was fucked up, dude. Like, I've heard cougar calls. I've heard the weirdest shit. Cougars make the weirdest fucking noises in the woods, dude. Come here. Come here. Right? They'll do stuff like, wah, wah. Right? And when they do screech at you, they'll do like what you would typically think of like as a cat call, like a rah, 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 type of thing, right? They're not loud enough.
I've heard cougars.
Even close enough to.
I'm
to
not.
Make the
I'm
sounds
not
just
sure
being
if
made.
I've seen wolves. I'm not sure if I've seen. I've heard cougars.
Wolves
in
are
the Pacific
they're loud,
Northwest.
but they'll growl and stuff. But they'll more than likely we're going to run into a fucking coyote, right? So
Well, the cool thing about a cat is like when you hear it at night, you can hear it across a canyon from
yeah, dude,
one
they'll-
mountain to another.
they'll
It's
sit up on
pretty
the ridge
cool.
lines and call and
Oh, yeah.
everyone a couple of 2-3 miles away calling back. And yeah, cats are fucking weird, but they don't make these. They don't scream. They don't scream like bloody murder scream and a deep roaring like
Nothing
blood
out there does.
screeching, like, I mean, there's
I-
nothing. Nothing saying
You've heard
that it
an
wasn't
elk call. You've heard an elk call, right?
I've heard every fucking noise in the woods, dude.
Right.
Every
They
fucking
don't
noise.
do that. It's not like that.
And this was before we'd even really like put a lot of thought into any of this bullshit. That like, I was probably in my fucking early 20s, so whatever, 20 something fucking years ago. And oh yeah, dude, I was definitely fucking probably 23 or 24 because that's when Scruffy lost his fucking moose.
All right, you're in the PNW. I'm talking 8 years ago, 9 years ago. The boys and I were out, and I wandered away from camp because I was on mushrooms and I was doing my thing, and I heard a growl. And when I turned and I looked, I caught just a flash of eye shine. And I just kind of turned and made my way back to camp. Okay, back to the fire because I was on mushrooms and I was about 100 yards out of camp and I heard a growl and I saw eye shine. So I slowly made my way back to camp. Of course, I was armed because I'm an old redneck idiot like that. I'm not going to be out there without a firearm. And I had a headlamp, but I chose not to turn my headlamp on just because if I'm going to walk away from something, I don't want to light myself up to do it. I don't know what I was thinking. It's not like it didn't know exactly where I was or anything like that. I was just in my stupid high as fuck mind. But I heard a growl. I heard an eye shine. And when I went back to camp and I was sharing it with my boys, And we were trying to figure out, well, as high up as we are, there should not be coyotes up here. And as long as it's been as they released wolves back into the Pacific Northwest, they might have made it here by now.
Oh, they
So
have.
I have never been able to answer that question to myself. It's like, was that just a coyote?
Depends.
3,000 feet higher.
Yeah, they're out there. They're going way higher than that, even still around here.
The coyotes or the wolves?
Both.
Okay, so it's probably you think a wolf or a coyote? I always wanted to think it was a wolf, but because I grew up in SoCal, I'm like, yeah, it was probably a coyote. It was probably a yote. It was a fucking yote.
They pretty much make
But
the same
I
freaking
want to
noises, too.
believe it might have been a wolf.
Could have been. The wolves will howl, but they'll still do the same yip 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 fucking snappy shit
and they do growl.
Yeah,
I've met a wolf. I've met 2 different wolf dogs, and they will growl.
Oh yeah.
Not even out of anger, just as a hello. They're like, that means like, hey, how you doing?
Dude, we ran into a fucking coyote like last summer on the freaking Frisbee golf course, and fucking dude, scraggly ass piece of shit. Fucking.
They are scraggly as
They're all
fuck.
over the place,
We used
dude.
to get
Yeah,
them in
they're.
Seattle. I lived really close to the zoo in Seattle, and there was more than one night when I would be sitting out on our upstairs deck, just smoking a bowl or doing what you do at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I would see a fucking coyote come tripping down the street, just looking for cats. And that was downtown Seattle, within a half mile of the zoo, which is close to Capitol Hill. You're on Finney Ridge.
There's 3 tribes, Umatilla.
This gal is in Seattle, I believe. Pendleton.
You talking Pendleton, Oregon, or Camp Pendleton?
Yeah,
I've
Pendleton,
done time
Oregon,
in
yeah.
both.
Yeah, she's right down there by Kev. Yeah, so yeah, her story's about that area too.
Walla Walla Cayuse. I'm a Cayuse and half Nez Spurs from my father's side, but I'm enrolled Cayuse. Hi, I'm Elaine Miles. You might recognize me from Northern Exposure or Smoke Signals, or
Oh,
even
that's why
Basilisk.
she looks familiar.
I grew
Okay.
up kind of off and on the res, and
I auditioned for
we
that
did
show. I
have
didn't get the part.
stories about Bigfoot, especially like when we drive in the mountains, So I think it's almost in every culture, especially around the trees, the mountainous areas, the waters, like the rivers, the
You know the
lakes.
Portlock
We
story,
heard
right,
stories like
Betty?
don't go outside after dark, because and don't whistle. We couldn't whistle because when you whistle, Bigfoot whistles back, so it's it used to scare us, and then always close your curtain, because might be peeking in at you. So I keep my curtains closed, even now today, I live in a city.
Yeah, they definitely like windows. That's for sure. After that thing screamed at us that night, we had 6 guys up there. 4 of them were in the trailer already, pretty much passed out. They heard it from inside the trailer with the heaters running and shit. Enough to come outside, and we're, like you said, there's 6 shotties laying around, and we're standing out there like with nothing on our hips. Like we're 15, 20 feet away from anything we could get to real quick, and that thing threw rocks at us.
That's not a position I want to be in, brother. I want the shotty in hand.
That first night though, that thing was pissed, dude. Like it sounded like a freaking bull elk scraping around or something, but like it was not the same. It's just wasn't the same fucking noises. It just wasn't the same sounds. Like,
Right.
and the next day, dude, like you said, there's overturned stumps and a fucking tree planted upside down.
Now that is impressive.
I mean,
that
it's
is
fucked up.
impressive. I mean,
Fucked up.
my experience was a stump was missing, which kind of like our thought
Yeah, man.
process was that wasn't a stump.
And like loggers have
You
a
know,
tendency too with
But
their machinery
you
to
see
take a
him
big rock and put it on a
overturned the
stump.
next day. That's badass.
But finding stuff like that where there's never been any logging, you know, where there's never been any, not even selective logging and shit. Like it's old growth
that's
cedar
great,
shit, and like
dude. That's
getting in
great.
some spots where finding this type of shit. Like nobody's been here. People don't come here. This isn't somewhere that any man in his right mind would ever like climb this trail. Probably me once a year, right?
And storms do not plant trees upside down.
They don't put rocks on top of stumps either.
Right.
You know, and that's or like strategically placed,
especially three rocks like right next to each other on top of
yeah,
a stump.
cairns and stuff. And
a storm is not going to do that.
Yeah, no, there's definitely, I don't know, but that's that first time, dude. We stayed up all night and just like the more we think about it, there was that one. I think there was two directions. The third or fourth year after that, we went and camped in that same spot again. We camped in the same spot every year. Never really told that story. Never really talked about it. Never really kind of analyzed it or anything. It was just some weird noise and some weird thing that happened. And then no shit, like sure as shit, there's only four of us. The second time, the other two guys were up the road, and we went down. They were doing all the fucking remediation on the side of the hill that year, and we went down. And they had all these fucking hay bales, dude, at the end of the road, and we made a fort out of hay bales. Went down, picked up, they were just going to rot. Forest Service said we could have them, so we stacked up a big ring and put our tarps over the top and had like a fully insulated hay bale house going. And there's nothing strong enough that could have pushed that wall in that wouldn't have made any other sign or disturbance or whatever. But we had rocks coming in on the tarps. He said kind of hitting the roof lines and shit. But that night is the night we figured. I thought there was maybe three directions that the stones were coming from. I think there was more than that. The more we think about it, and just the way the things were kind of happening that night, it was definitely a fucking not close encounter. What do they call it? Whatever, close encounter. But there was like they were baiting us to come outside, like straight up, like psychoactively.
I do not doubt that. I've listened to a fair few stories and stuff, and two of the things that seem to really stick out is I forget what it's called when like that there's like a vibration that the tigers do it where it kind of it fucks with your head. There's a vibration like a thing in the sound wave thing where when it hits us it kind of changes our state. I've heard more than a couple experts talk about the tigers having that power. And yeah, as far as Bigfoot or Sasquatch or a potential native historical thing, right? Let's just call it a thing. As far as them potentially having something like that, Why not? We still have animals that have it that we know about. So why not something that we don't want to admit or know about also being able to do that? I mean, I've been able to hypnotize a woman with my voice. I'm sure we have all at moments felt like I have my sexual partner or my sexual target hypnotized. You know, I can make the move right now. Oh, why not have a creature
No
out there that
comment.
can do that, right?
No comment.
So glad I made you laugh, Fatty. I'm so glad. Yeah, it's been what, 7 months, and I finally fucking made Fatty laugh. I'm
Oh,
gonna
you
take
fucking
this
make
as
me
a
laugh all the time,
W.
motherfucker.
I'm gonna take this as the W. I made Fatty laugh.
Yeah, we all like to think we got him hypnotized, don't we? I'll smoke to that. Fucking awesome.
Come on now, we've been watching QI try to hypnotize Mel on chat for months now.
Oh, well,
We
yeah.
all know we have that hypnotization power.
Yep. Just gotta fucking give it the old 1-2. If you're not getting smacked, you're not trying hard enough.
What about you, that guy? You ever hypnotize anybody, or you just hypnotized by your cats? Because like that guy is. You've heard of cat ladies? That guy is a cat guy. He's not a cat lady. He's a cat guy.
Yeah. I wouldn't choose to have 2 cats, but I adopted them from a friend. They couldn't keep them anymore. But
You didn't choose
what
them; they
was the
chose
question?
you.
Sorry. Yeah, what I forgot the question.
You didn't choose them; they chose you. Oh, do you believe
yeah.
that animals have like a vibrational thing? Maybe it's a sound thing. Like, you know how like we're using sound weapons now to make you shit
like,
yourself when you're a pirate trying to approach a ship. So do you believe that animals might have any kind of power like that that could vibrationally make you like be confused for a
to be
moment?
able to stun their prey and stuff like that. Yeah, heaps of animals do that. I'm thinking of, and now I hope I don't get this wrong, but is it flathead shark or hammerhead shark that
Yeah.
that stun their prey using like an electrical shock?
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty cool. And I mean, we've heard of like stingrays and stuff like that. Not stingrays, fucking electric eels. Yeah, they do that.
Oh, yeah.
Too. But as far as like, I mean, causing intimidation and then like causing you to like kind of freeze and shit your pants. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
like,
what is that phenomenon called? Infrasound? Is that what it's called? Infrasound?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that term. Yeah, and nothing else is coming to mind. But no, like, but you see, you know, when like a deer is stuck in the headlights, you know that saying. They just like, freeze up. And yeah, I'm sure that like predators take advantage of that.
You know what, that guy, I'm going to steal that phrase from you and I'm going to bastardize it and I'm going to use it as a joke against myself in the future. I'm going to say, like a rock stuck in the headlights. and only you people will appreciate it.
Okay, cool.
It was like a rock stuck in the headlight. Kev might like that one. I don't know. I'll have to share it with him later.
Have had fun with Breach tonight. Pause.
Oh, were you hanging out with Rage? before you came here? She's on a roll
Um,
tonight. Rach was just in a mood of like, you know what? I don't want to play with her because like once she gets a ginger target, you know it's over. So I'm gonna leave her alone and let her play with Kev. I'm not going anywhere near Rach tonight.
I've made her rage quit from Discord to
I
2 nights in a
know.
row
Oh,
now.
did you do it again? No way. You
A
made
little
a
bit.
rage get Discord too?
Yeah, just in the Discord chat. Like we were just
Oh,
having a
dude,
voice
because
chat.
you did that. Oh, this is what is this twice now? One more time, and that's a hat trick. One more time, and I'm gonna have to mail you a hat. In hockey games, if you score 3 goals in one night, the tradition is everybody throws their hat on the ice, and whoever scored those 3 goals chooses a hat and gets to keep it, and then everybody else collects their hat after the game later out in the lobby. So if you've made her, this would be the second time you've made her tap out that I know of. So if you get a third time, I will mail you a hat, dude. And I'm not a rage hater. I just think this is, that it's got to be noticed. It has to be recognized. It has to be appreciated.
Might win a streamer award or something. Oh crap. Yeah, but no, what I was referring to before was on Mel's panel. Kevin Rach, they had a pretty interesting
Oh, okay.
interaction.
So that was the one I saw earlier. Okay.
Yeah,
right on.
yeah.
No, I love Rage to death, and I love watching her get fired up. And there were times, I'm not going to say that, well, there were a couple times when I actually like volunteered to be Rage fodder. I'm one of her wrenches. I'm like, hey, buddy, if you need some ammo, use me. So, I mean, yeah, I'll play along. I'll take the whooping. I really adore her. I do. She and I have had some personal contacts, a couple conversations over the phone and stuff. And I get her so much more than I think some people get her. So to me, it's like, okay, and now taking the stage in 3, 2, 1, here's Rach. That's how I feel about it. So I really
Everyone
adore her.
turn down your mics now. I mean your headphones, your volume. Turn it down about
Yeah, right.
3
Prepare
notches.
yourself. Here it comes. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Rach. So yeah, watch your headsets. I adore her. When you have a real, like, straight up one-on-one conversation with her, she is so genuine and golden. There's nothing not to love about that human being. And but it is.
Yeah,
It's a
Rach
show.
is cool.
It's a show. It's like, okay, and the cameras are on. Here's Rach.
The thing is, man, she doesn't change when the cameras are off.
Did
Oh,
she
she
go up on
does
flow
for
states
me.
earlier when
No,
Crispy was
she
up there or what?
she changes for me. Okay. I'm sorry, Fatty. My bad. I overtalked.
Did
Yeah,
Rach go up
I-
on flow states when Crispy was up there?
I think she did mention something about Crispy, but
Because I wasn't going to bring that up on Mel's earlier, but I forgot all that shit happened.
Oh,
'Cause,
now that he's not here, I apologize, Fatty. CJ Carpenter's Journey. Some shit happens on more than one channel that was really ugly, and I'm a mod on both of those channels that the ugly shit happened on. So I was kind of on a CJ lockdown mode. So
Whatever.
I overstepped my bounds when we did the what is it, the crossover link where we left from Mel's to yours.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the first thing I did when I saw him was time him out because that's what I'm supposed to do on the other ones. So
Gotcha.
that's what I was apologizing for in chat when I'm like, my bad. I didn't mean to overstep my bounds, fatty. My bad.
Whatever's necessary. I don't.
Rock
yeah,
got
whatever.
excited.
You guys can't
Well,
handle it.
I mean, once we crossed over to fatties, it's fatties rules, right? Once we get here, it's fatties rules. I have
somewhat, but,
no
you know,
place to be doing things like that
I
or
respect
making
that shit
choices like
'cause,
that.
yeah, I know how shit goes, and I'm not on, you know, fucking all the panels. I don't know what's going on at Resla's every day or anybody else's every day, but you know, I think people have got a pretty good grip, and I appreciate you for doing it either way. So,
Well, the second you let him back up, I'm like, oh my God, I just remembered I'm not working for Mel. I'm not on the clock right now. You know,
yeah,
I'm
I
not
didn't even
like
notice.
I'm
I
getting
forgot we were
paid.
even over there for a
I
while.
don't mean it that way. I'm not getting paid, but I mean, I'm not on the clock right now.
Well, yeah.
This is not my job to give a fuck. I can just come here and play.
You know, I
So
forgot
I felt
I was
bad.
even live for half the fucking beginning of the show. So whatever. Yeah, I totally forgot that it was even over on my shit. So.
Yeah, no, I will say this is the most sober and the healthiest I've seen him in a month. And good for
Yeah.
him.
No, he's
good for him.
He did look good.
Awesome.
And yeah, fucking A, you know, that's a fucking rough journey. I know how it is. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I ever successfully complete it. I mean, you know me, fatty. I'm not going to try to lie to you. I'm an alcoholic and an addict, and I haven't been able to overcome either yet. I struggle with them both. I just try to manage my expectations of myself at this point. And yes, I am abusing your phrase, but I've spent some time in the 12-step program. I have had a sponsor before, and in some ways, I will never call myself a sponsor. I haven't earned that right, but I've been a coach. I have been a mentor.
Yeah.
I understand. I get it. And
huge.
you know, I still beat myself up on this shit. So I really appreciate you. I really do, man.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the fuck out of you because, you know, it's all about gaining perspective. And I think, you know, it comes down to it. Everybody's got a story to tell for some reason, and everybody has something that they can gain off of each other's story. And the more we can kind of tie into each other with the vibrational field and sphere and spectrum, I think that's kind of the end all be all of life right there. You can't kill energy. That's all that we are is energy. One way or another. It's just a flash in the pan. It's pretty fucking obviously I don't know. Pretty fucking special thing, you know, life.
When I was a karaoke host, there was a particular woman that would come up and she would literally change all of the energy in the room.
Yeah.
She would affect energy. And one night when she came up, I'm like, honey, what is it? What is it that you do? What is that magic, that magical energy you bring? She's like, the only magical energy anyone can bring is to try to positively affect other people's energies.
Yeah, man.
Now that's kind of whiz bang or woo shit or however anybody wants to put it, but it's stuck with me. It sits with me. It is part of me now. The best energy I can bring is to try to help your energy get better.
Put a smile on that face and give that shit away.
Oh yes, give it away. Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect. Give it away, because if you're not giving it to somebody, what
I'm
use
fucking
is it?
jonesing for some energy. That's that picture I was showing earlier. That ski resort is basically where I work in the wintertime, and Fuck, dude, I'll give out anywhere from 500 to 1,000 high fives a day, every day. Today's the first day in whatever 19 days that I haven't been up there. I'm just like,
my last collegiate, you would call it, experience was at a snooty conservatory, and one of my teachers was HIV positive, and he was on a limited time, and he shared with us something that someone asked him. They're like, "Why do you keep doing this, Dana? Why are you going to work every day when you have X amount of time left?" And like you said about the high fives, Dana's answer was, "I get to hug and appreciate 50 to 75 new artists that want to share art with the world every day. Why would I want to go home and watch TV instead?" So that's what you reminded me of when you said the 50 high fives a day.
Dude.
Right there, man.
It's nothing. There's no bigger high you can get, dude. I'm telling you, it's fucking great. I got to go to flow states just to get a little bit of just shit sticking in my life. Just to get a little bit of fucking, bring me back down to a base center.
So you're not over there trying to help people like change their mind. You're over there
that
just
too.
to like
Sure.
soak it up, or what?
No, that too, definitely.
Okay. See, I don't go over there because I get too triggered and I want to say something, and I know I'm not ready for these YouTube streets. I don't want
There's only one
to
YouTube street, my
take
friend.
these
There's
ass
only one
whoopings.
YouTube
Yeah.
street. There's a lot of dark alleyways.
Ass whoopings. I don't want to take these ass whoopings. So I just keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't. It's well. Yeah, I'll plead the fifth on that one. The new Spaghetti Monster fucking theme song just came out.
Spaghetti Monster. Now, is this your creation, or are you making an adjustment on an already existing?
No, it's brand
This
new,
is
one
not
of a kind.
Okay, this is not the first time I've heard you mention Spaghetti Monster.
Yeah, no, this shit's gonna be fucking hilarious.
Oh, right on.
If I can get this thing to pop off.
Tops from the Pops. Are you old enough to remember those shows like that?
Yeah.
Right on.
For sure. Oh, hell yeah. Let's see here. I want to do this.
That guy, how you doing? You're awful quiet. Are you good, buddy?
Yeah, man, I'm good.
I'm going to make a quick phone call while this
How are
is
you doing,
rocking
Rock?
you.
You all right, buddy?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. I feared that I was just talking so much that you were like maybe not
cool.
being noticed, and I don't want to do you like that because you're a friend of mine.
Yeah, I came over here because Katie said that you mentioned me. You were like, "Oh, where's that guy when I need him?"
She quoted me. God damn it, Katie. Katie, I thought I could trust you. You're cheating on me with that guy? Oh, Katie. Katie, you're going to have to get a visit from the real Santa next year.
Dude, apparently you said that. And Katie was like, "Oh, I know where he is." Because I was sitting alone in the Discord voice chat.
If I'd known you were there, I'd have come and gotten you myself. If I'd known you were there, I would have come and gotten you myself. Thank you for going and getting him for me, Katie, because I did actually said that. I said, "Where's that guy when I need him?" So I'm glad she reached out.
And I mean,
Katie cheating
I
on
was
me.
I was playing a game, so it's not like I was lonely or something. But yeah, I just happened to be there.
Katie just called me a fool. Katie just called me a fool in chat. Oh my God, Katie. It's over. It's over. You just made it shrivel. You just made it shrivel, Katie. Stop.
Yeah, anyway.
I'd really rather you didn't act like a jerk to others who don't believe in our quirk. Respect their views, let kindness shine in this world, let's all align. I'd really rather you didn't use my name to oppress, harm, or bring others shame. Love and peace, let them be your guide. In the pasta of life, let's all abide. I'd really rather you didn't judge so fast on looks or wealth. Those things don't last. See the heart, the soul within. That's where true beauty begins. Oh, flying spaghetti monster in the sky so high. With your noodly appendages, you make us sigh. We follow your wisdom with a smile so bright. In your saucy embrace, we find our light. I'd really rather you didn't indulge too much in food or drink or any such. Moderation's key in all we do. A balanced life, we'll see it through. I'd really rather you didn't build big shrines to my noodly self with grand designs. A simple heart, a loving deed. That's all the worship that I need. I'd really rather you didn't fight for me with swords or guns. Let's all agree, peace and love, they are the way. In the pasta of life, let's all stay. Oh, flying spaghetti monster in the sky so high. With your noodly appendages, you make us sigh. We follow your wisdom with a smile so bright. In your saucy embrace, we find our light. I'd really rather you didn't waste your time on hate or greed or any crime. Live with joy and spread the cheer. In the sauce of life, let's persevere. I'd really rather you didn't forget
the sauce of life.
without
I love
regret. Laugh and love and be kind. In the pasta of life, peace you'll find. I'd really rather you embrace pirate attire on Fridays. Let your spirit inspire with whimsical donuts. Let's celebrate the truth of plain spaghetti. It's never too late. Oh, flying spaghetti monster in the sky so high. With your noodly appendages, you make us sigh. We follow your wisdom with a smile so bright. In your saucy embrace, we find our light.
That's it. When Mel lands in Las Vegas, I'm going to start calling her the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
I don't know if she'll go on to that. I don't know if she'll
go, what?
As long as it's not pineapple, I guess.
I can see how you got there, Rock. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's Italian.
She's
Spaghetti.
Italian. Right?
She has to fly to get here. Okay, I admit I was trying to build a bit of a bridge there.
Let's see.
That was pretty funny as hell, though, Fatty. Who is that aimed at? Because I know you don't do anything without a target in sight.
Pretty much just need a new one for the plainspaghettimonster.org website.
.org website? All right, I got to look into this. I'm apparently missing out on something.
Rather you didn't act like a jerk to others who don't believe in our quirks. Respect their views, let kindness shine. In this world, let's all alive. I'd really rather you didn't use my name to oppress, harm, or bring others shame. Love and peace, let them be your guide. In the pasta of life, let's all abide. I'd really rather you didn't judge so fast on looks or wealth. Those things don't last. See the heart.
Say the pasta of life.
Begins. Oh, flying spaghetti.
Yeah, they're called pastafarians.
I always thought pastafarians was a joke. I didn't know they had their own music and stuff.
You make us sigh. We follow your wisdom with a smile so bright. In your saucy
Is that Bigfoot surfing behind Fatty? Oh no, he's snowboarding.
Food or drink or any such moderation's key in all we do. A balanced life, we'll see it through. I'd really rather you didn't build big shrines to my noodly self with grand designs. A simple heart, a loving deed, that's all the worship that I need. I'd really rather you fight for me with swords or guns, let's all agree. Peace and love, they are the way. In the pasta of life, let's all stay. Oh, flying spaghetti monster in the sky so high. With your noodly appendages, you make us sigh.
I wish we could remix this to say blind butt plug monster.
With a smile so bright. In your saucy embrace, we find our light. I'd really rather you didn't waste your time on hate or greed or any
plug monster, it would be a
spread
hit.
the cheer in the sauce of life, let's persevere. I'd really rather you didn't forget to enjoy life without regret. Laugh and love and be kind. In the pasta of life, peace you'll find. I'd really rather you embrace pirate attire on Fridays, let your spirit inspire with whimsical donuts that celebrate the truth of plain spaghetti. It's never too late.
Actually really fun, Fatty. This is fun and funny.
Yeah, you make these with AI, yeah, Fatty? You're muted, by the way.
That was really fun and funny, Fatty.
Life on Earth is one that is extremely busy, largely due to having to juggle its many facets, like the tedium of your work life, the constant inebriation of your social life, and ensuring enough quality family time. All the while, you're struggling with those big questions that keep you up at night. Questions like, why am I here? Am I a good person? What happens when you die? And what is the meaning of it all anyway? Science is working tirelessly on the answers, but they can be a little impenetrable. Religion boldly claims to already have the answers, but with so many to choose from, how do we know which, if any, hold the truth? Happily, this problem has a solution, a combination of the natural wonders of science and the supernatural claims of religion has culminated in the world's first and only empirical religious movement. Welcome to Spaghetti, Wenches and Metaphysics, your guide through the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Only Fatty
The
can
flying
provide
spaghetti
a
monster,
cartoon that
or
makes
the
me
FSM
learn
for
how to
short,
look in the
is the
mirror
sole
and become a
deity
better
of the
man.
Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, adherents to which are known as Pastafarians. He is a complex carbohydrate-based entity consisting of willowy eye stalks, 2 large meatballs, and a multitude of noodly appendages. The FSM is most notable for such feats as creating everything in existence, personally maintaining gravitational forces throughout the universe, and inspiring the creation of the rotary lawn sprinkler.
I love the
He is
large
also a kind, benevolent
multitude
creator,
of
as evidenced by the
appendages.
existence of heaven with its beer volcano and stripper factory, as well as his fondness for midgets. But that's not all. His noodliness out of all supreme beings is alone in having had the confidence to offer the God back guarantee, which states the following: try me for 30 days, and if you are not completely satisfied, your old God will most likely take you back.
Your old God will most likely take you back. I love that.
Still muted, by the way, Fatty, if you don't know.
Yeah. On Fridays, we get to dress like pirates, because why not, right? Religious texts tell us that humans evolved from pirates. Consider the so-called science experts, right, would have us believe that humans evolved from primates, but it was just a clerical error. It was actually pirates, not primates. Yeah. Pointing towards the shared 99%
that
DNA
explains
between humans and primates,
mankind.
right? But humans and pirates share 99% of our DNA. Can you believe that? For sure.
Fridays?
Probably
I believe I share
Probably more than
99%
that.
of my DNA with pirates. Hell yeah, I was a pirate in my wedding.
Yeah,
That's
you
a
can
whole
get your
different story, though.
certificate of ordination. You can become a member and become an ordained minister in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster yourself, if you so choose. But you have to adhere to the 8 I rather you didn'ts. The rather I did you nots. Yeah, it's great, dude. Parades, events. Go out and yell at the Baptist.
I love how it's,
events, pasta.
I love how it's I'd rather.
Pasta pirates.
Yeah.
Piratical pasta.
We got people in office now too, Ro. Got to wear the colander on your head. I'm in battles right now.
You're Colander Club, aren't you? I forgot. You're Colander Club, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
That's awesome, buddy.
It's fucking good shit, man. Because why not? You know.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a troll, but like if you get something from it, then why not? I mean,
well, I mean it's definitely a troll to the education departments, to the
creationists,
to the schools, you know, that want to bring religion into schools, into public schools, any religion. You know, I'm all for religion. Don't get me wrong, but if you're going to bring one in, all need representation equally. You know, that's the spirit of America. That's the spirit of any free nation, of any free thinking people that want to have the right for everybody to exist, you know? So when we get this kind of, you know, fascistic tendencies of my way or the highway and everybody ought to be.
Yeah.
Well, everybody ought to just be able to be themselves like the original founders wanted, you know, the gay men that were our founders, you know, the gay slave owners at that, right? So, you know, we can justify and rationalize anything we want, but what I really like about this whole movement is when the Baptists go out and hold up their pictures of aborted babies and do their anti-abortion stuff out in front of the Planned Parenthoods when, you know, only 1% of Planned Parenthood's actual like business is procedure A. They do a hell of a lot of good work for poor girls and mothers in need that end up giving birth. They do a ton of family planning and family, setup and help, help the girls getting into the welfare systems and whatever they need to get into. And beyond our views and our values and whatever else, there used to be a time in America and there used to be a time around the world when everybody was just okay with everybody else being what they wanted to be as long as they didn't hurt somebody physically. And if you were hurting me mentally, that's my problem. That's something I need to fix. Until we got all the xenophobic shit running around the past 15 years of they, them, and the others. There's no they, there's no them, then there's no others. Nobody's coming for your fucking piece of shit job or your piece of shit fucking house or your piece of shit fucking daughter. We don't need to be fucking scared of each other. Straight up. We don't need to be scared of each other.
Yep.
There's plenty of land, there's plenty of fucking resources. It's only the fucking motherfuckers that are telling us that there's not. It's like gold and silver and everything else we talked about tonight. It's of an abundance. What we don't have an abundance of is love. We got a hell of a lot of fucking hate and a hell of a lot of motherfuckers telling us to hate each other. And they're the ones with the agenda, They're the ones with the money.
It's like sounds like I might have missed out on a pretty good stream. Well, I thought you were just playing music again, doing a music stream.
Yeah, both we were riff-raffing for a bit. It's just a sad fucking state of affairs when fear and anger take over. That's when shit always goes wrong with humanity. Right now, fear and anger is taking over.
And the people that should be kind of combining their efforts to try and make shit better, they're too busy fighting amongst themselves because of this situation that has been created.
We got a fucking multimillionaire that's bought his way into office, telling America that we need to experience some hard times.
Mm-hmm.
The hard times are ahead of us.
And what is he saying? He's saying you guys need to pick a side. You guys need to pick teams. So our ultimate leader is telling us to divide rather than come together. He's saying you got to pick whose team you're on, whose side you're on. He's not saying we need to come together. He's saying choose a side.
Yeah.
This is where the train falls off the tracks for me.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. But I do got to get here in about 7 minutes. I got to go to fucking work.
Hey, Fatty, thank you so much for letting us come and play. I really appreciate
bro.
you, man.
Glad you guys did. For sure. Always liked a good little keen conversations. Oh yeah, shit. I still got a chat going too, right?
I'm going to drop down so it's easier for you to make your close out.
Oh, here.
Good night, man. Thank you for letting us come and play.
Hang on a second. You got to check this one out. I forgot I had this pulled up.
What do you got? What
do I got here? I got to hide that one. And then I got to pull this one up. This one's fucking hilarious. It's been sitting up for a while. Oh, come on. Maybe.
As a reminder, all donations.
Uh-oh. Yeah, my shit's spazzing out again. See what happens when I try to open the chat? That's why I don't ever have it open. Something's going on.
As a reminder.
Piece of shit where it doesn't want to let YouTube replay through itself.
If it's still live, is it still
No,
live?
it's just a different one, but I've got 3 computers running off the same thing and they're trying to read each other and they're blocking each other for some reason. Something in the network or something. There we go. This one. Fuck. No, it switched, but whatever. Either way.
As a reminder, all donations this stream will be 100% matched by me and donated directly to me. So is it a scam? Not technically, but it is enough that, say, Mitch Levin or somebody of his sort can sink their teeth into. So let Mitch know that I'm over here scamming, charity frauding, and duping people. Let's carry on. Is it a scam?
Flo always makes me laugh. I'm not gonna lie.
Anyways, that wasn't the one I was gonna play, but either way, that's fucking hilarious. Don't follow me, you won't make it. Unsub, hit the thumbs down, and yeah, something like that usually works.
Thanks for letting us come play, Fatty. Have a great day today, buddy.
Yeah, good conversation for sure.
Yeah, always great to see you.
Likewise as well. That guy. Who else do we have
both
up
of you.
here? Had quite a few folks up here today. That was pretty fucking cool. I forgot I was even live for half the time anyway, so.
We got Sky Angel in chat. We've got Grandmama Annie.
Grandmammy.
Katie K's been chatting a lot.
KK's holding it down.
Yep.
God dang. Let me see what I got going on here.
Adam 87 in there.
Yeah, it doesn't want to freaking open up on me again. Anyways, chatters, appreciate it. I'm going to play another couple of freaking, what I got on here that's new. I don't know. I got some shit going on here. Oh, dude. You know Operation Ivy? You know of the band Operation Ivy by chance? Old school punk rock?
Sorry, say again.
Operation Ivy?
No, I haven't heard of it. No.
Man. Pretty much all punk rock comes from Operation Ivy. There's a band here this summer that redid one of their first albums that is fucking mind blowing. If you know Operation Ivy, it's fucking yeah, dude.
Yeah,
they had a couple different videos of them doing this live thing that don't want to pull up for me either right now, but fuck, whatever. Oh, that's why. Fucking AutoCAD's running. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Well, party on. You can shut this pig down. Reboot this fucking computer for the 10th time. Perhaps this one will go. Here we go.
I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving, having. At first I
I was afraid, I was petrified, thinking I could live without you by my side. And after spending nights thinking how you did me wrong, I grew strong and I learned how to get along. Now you're back from outer space, and I'll find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock, or made you leave your key. If I'd have known for a second you'd be back to bother me, go on, go. Walk out the door, turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. You're the one who tried to hurt me with Gaddafi got crumble. You think I laid down and die, and die, and die, and die. No, not I will survive. Long as I know how to live, I know I'll stay alive. I've got my life to live and all my life to give, and I will survive. I will survive and hide and hide and hide and hide and hide and hide. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving, hiding, 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 hiding. It took all my strength not to fall apart. Trying from my way to mend my broken heart. I spent so many nights feeling sorry for myself, how I cried, but now I hold my head up high, up high, up high, up high. And you see me, somebody new. I'm not that lonely little person still in love with you. Now you come dropping in expecting me to be free. Now I'm saving all my love for someone who's loving me. Go on and go, walk out the door, turn around now, you're not welcome anymore. You're the one who tried to hurt me with the Gaddafi got crumble. You think I laid down and die, and die, and die, and die. No, not I will survive. Long as I know how to live, I know I'll stay alive. I've got my life to live and all my life to give, and I will survive. I will survive and hide and hide and hide and hide and hide and I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving, hiding, 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 hiding. And you'd see me, somebody new. I'm not that lonely little person still in love with you. Now you come dropping in expecting me to be free. Now I'm saving my loving for someone who's loving me. Go on and go, walk out the door, turn around now, you're not welcome anymore. You're the one who tried to hurt me with the Gaddafi got crumble. You think I laid down and die, and die, and die, and die. No, not I will survive. Long as I know how to live, I know I'll stay alive. I've got my life to live and all my life to give, and I will survive. I will survive and hide and hide and hide and hide and hide and I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving.
Survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving, surviving, surviving. Surviving. At first I was afraid, I was petrified, thinking I could live without you by my side. And after spending nights thinking how you did me wrong, I grew strong and I learned how to get along. Now you're back from outer space, and I find you too cute with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock or made you leave your key. If I'd have known for a second you'd be back to bother me. Go on, go, walk out the door. Turn around now, you're not welcome anymore. You're the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye. Think I'd crumble, you think I'd lay down and die. No, not I will survive. Long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I got my life to live and all my love to give. Then I will survive, I will survive. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving, surviving, surviving. Surviving. It took all my strength not to fall apart. Trying with all my might to mend my broken heart. I spent so many nights feeling sorry for myself, how I cried. But now I hold my head up high. And you see me, somebody new. I'm not that lonely little person still in love with you. Now you come dropping in expecting me to be free. Now I'm saving my love from someone who's loving me. Go on and go, walk out the door. Turn around now, you're not welcome anymore. You're the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye. Think I'd crumble, you think I'd lay down and die. No, not I will survive. Long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I got my life to live and all my love to give. Then I will survive, I will survive. Go on, go, walk out the door. Turn around now, and did you welcome anymore? You're the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye. Think I'd crumble, you think I'd lay down and die. No, not I will survive. Long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I got my life to live and all my love to give. Then I will survive, I will survive. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up.
Breaking disc, breaking disc, breaking disc, breaking disc. Down, 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 down. this, breaking this.
Harder, deeper, faster, stronger.
Don't stop, hit it. Don't stop, get it.
Any way you want, that's the way. Hit it, get it. You want my body, you think I'm sexy. Come on, baby, let me know. Love me 2 times, baby. Oh, love me twice today. Love me 2 times, I cannot speak. Love me 2 times, baby. My knees got weak. Oh fuck yeah, I'm coming. Love me 2 times, baby. Love me 2 times. Okay, don't stop. Get it. Love me 2 times. Harder, deeper, faster, stronger. I'm going away.
Give me that. Give me that. Just shake that ass. Just shake that ass. Just shake that ass. Just shake that ass. Shake that.
Oh, down, down.
Yes. Harder, deeper, faster, stronger. Yes.
Deeper, faster, stronger.
Drop that, shake that too. Drop that, do that. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Oh.
Don't stop. Hit it. Fuck yes. Oh. Fuck yes.
One, two, three, four. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I know things are getting tougher when you can't get the top off the bottom of the barrel. The wide open road to my future now is looking fucking narrow. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. We get told to decide, just like as if I'm not gonna change my mind. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. What you gonna do with yourself, boy? Better make up your mind. What you gonna do with yourself, boy? Running out of time. This time I got it all figured out. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't
know nothing, and that's fine.
C-A-U-T-I-O-N is a word I could not understand. Walk the dog with a real short leash. Turn around so the dog walk me. Stainless steel and painted glass. Give me a pulse like a hammer and a mind to match. No relief, no food, no sleep. When you're king for a day, you're a whore for a week. All right.
Caution is a word that I can't understand. Caution is a word that I can't understand.
C-A-U-T-I-O-N is a word I could not understand. You're like king for a day, but really, you're a whore for a week. Yeah. Caution is a word. Yeah. Caution is a word. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Caution is a word. You know. Caution is a word. That I just can't.
I cannot understand. I cannot understand. I didn't get it then, I think I got it now. Caution my friend, take warning. Don't step in the water till you know you can't swim. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Caution is a word that I can't understand. I didn't get it then, I think I got it now. Caution, my friend, take one. Don't step in the water till you know you can swim. Oh yeah, oh yeah. All I know is that I just can't understand. Caution, take warning. No, I don't know nothing. C-A-U-T-I-O-N is a word I just cannot understand. When you can't get to top of the bottom of the barrel, that's fine, that's just fine. Cause all I know is that I don't know. Caution, yeah, caution. All I know is that I don't know nothing. Caution, take warning. When you can't get to top of the bottom of the barrel, and that's fine, that's just fine. Cause all I know is that I don't know. Caution, yeah, caution. All I know is that I don't know nothing. Caution, take warning. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Caution is a word that I can't understand. I didn't get it then, I think I got it now. Caution,
till you know you can swim. All I know is that I just can't understand. Caution, take warning. No, I don't know nothing. Caution is a word I just cannot understand. When you can't get to the top or the bottom of the barrel, that's fine, that's just fine. Cause all I know is that I don't know. Caution, yeah, caution. All I know is that I don't know nothing. Caution, take warning. Listen up. Whoa. Take warning, well you gotta take warning. Take warning, take caution, my friend. Stand by your friends, wrong or right, can't call that justice. It is just a stupid excuse to fight the single out and attack the ones who got no defense. You call that a new way of thinking. I call it regression to ignorance. New generation coming up, and we really gotta stand up. We got to stand up. We got to stand up to them. Take warning. No one's got a thing against you unless you've got something to prove. We don't need no new set of standards. We don't need no new set of standards. We got to stand up. We got to stand up to them. We say stand together, not to fight, just to exist. Oh, caution, oh, take warning. Take warning, intimidation coming up, and we really gotta say no to them. Take warning, take warning. Enough is enough. Why don't you just ease up? I saw another beat down last night. Take warning. Who's the next to hit the ground tonight? Who's the next to hit the ground tonight? Take warning. Listen up, take warning. Cause all I know is that I don't know. No, I don't know nothing. Don't step in the water till you know. Until you know, I won't. Oh, wow. Listen up, take warning. No, I don't know, no. Until you know, no. Until you know, no. Oh, no. No, I don't know. No, I don't know. Caution. It's a word I cannot understand. Don't step in the water, baby. Until you know. Whoa. The position being taken is not to be mistaken for attempted education or righteous accusation. Only a description, just an observation of the pitiful condition of our degeneration. Whoa. Wars made of opinions, to which we speak and never listen. Ceiling made of pride, vicious and self-satisfied. God that's made of rage, hard and slowly age. Always closing tighter with every war we wage. The room without a window, can't see out. The room without a window, can't see out. We gonna need and to stay inside. Corners made of borders and borders made of law and order. Painted with the words of politicians and religion. Blessed with the wreckage of our cultural division. Room without a window. Yeah, you know we can't see out. Room without a window. Can't see out, can't see out. Oh no, oh no, oh no, we can't see out. Can't see out. Oh, 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 we're so stupid, we're so stupid, we're so stupid, we're so stupid, we're so stupid. How can we be so stupid, killing each other? Don't we learn nothing? Don't we learn nothing? Got a room inside of the mind. Yeah, we kinda can't see out because we're blind. But I guess it's true. We gotta make ourselves drink. Alright, from a room without a window to a different way to think. Alright, oh, yeah. Unity as one stand together. Unity, evolution's gonna come. The room without a window, can't see out. The room without a window, can't see out, can't see out. Can't see out. The room without a window, we can't see out. No, we can't see out. Take a warning, my friend. Unity, unity, unity as one, as one, as one, as one. Gotta stay together. As one, as one, as one. You don't want no, we don't want no one, no one. You don't want no one. This time it's not a solution. Caution, my friend. Take one, no one. There's a war coming down between my brothers and I don't want no war going down, going down, going down tonight. I don't want no war going down, going down. Let's go the way of hate, the world of all, the result in the stupid faith. Stop this war, civilization. I call it as I see it. I call this bullshit now, you know. I still cannot believe it. I'm evolution now. Let's call the way of hate. The world evolved, resolved in the stupid faith. Stop this war. We're all so different, yeah. We're all so different, yeah. I say we're all the same, all the same, all the same. All caught, you know, yeah, you know, in the division, yeah. Self-destruction fast, intending like a bullet. No one can stop it once it's fired, yeah. No one can control it. Stop this war, stop this war. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, we wanna stop this war. A final word, wait. This is a call to action. We ain't no said no, we ain't no fucking mad. Yo, this ain't no fucking faction. Unity, unity, unity. You heard it all before. This time it's not exclusive. We wanna stop this war. Stop this war, stop this war. Big city, big city, big city. It's a wishing well. Big city, big city, big city. It's a living hell. Ain't nothing wrong with another unity song. Ain't nothing wrong with another unity song. Stop this quality as one stand together. Unity, evolution's gonna come. Big city, it's a wishing well. Big city, it's a living hell. Ain't nothing wrong with another unity song. Ain't nothing wrong with another unity song. Stop this war. Unity, as one stand together. Unity, evolution's gonna come. Evolution's gonna come. Unity, that's one stand together. Unity. Concrete and chaos rise up. Spider web across the land. land like a giant rainforest black down below. Foundations are put into the bed of earth. Some people here got it real good, cause the glass tower bring prosperity. Other people starve in the street because concrete knows no sympathy. Big city, big city, big city. Big city is a wishing well. Big city is a living hell. The sounds of it insane. And one will starve and another will gain. Like a giant mechanical brain. If the people themselves in the streets are vain. Things all think of themselves for thousand men call them. President stands and grows. Still the concrete sits there, stark gray.